Good evening, everyone. We have another tornado warning that has just been issued for those of you in Coffee, Warren, and Grundy counties. This warning is going to go in effect here. Let me double check the time on this. This is going to go in effect until 6:30. It says a severe thunderstorm that's capable of producing a tornado was located 9 miles west-northwest of Winchester, and it's moving off to the east at 35 miles an hour. Hazard is tornado and ping pong ball size hail. It is radar indicated. This dangerous storm will be near Manchester around 5:55. Other locations in the path of this storm include Morrison, McMinnville, Beech Grove, Normandy, Viola, Summitville, Wartrace, Bell Buckle, Centertown, and Altamont. So those areas need to be taking cover. You have a tornado warning in effect until 6:30 p.m. This is for the possibility of a tornado. So again, let's get down into this area here. So if you are in the New Union area, you have a possible tornado in your area right now. There's a strong indication of it close to the NOAA community, and I'm hoping to goodness that's not a debris signature because that's pretty close to one. So we'll have to watch that carefully here in the next few minutes to see if that verifies. But right over the NOAA area, we do have the possibility of a tornado potentially on the ground here. Not confirmed, but it could be. Moving due east, getting ready to cross over State Route 53, due north of the Manchester area, and it's going to head out towards Morrison and McMinnville. We also have a new tornado warning that has just been issued for those of you in Cannon County as well for this supercell coming out of Christiana and south of Murfreesboro heading up towards Woodbury. And that tornado warning is going to go in effect until 6:30. So Cannon County tornado warning until 6:30. This one, so both of these warnings go in effect until 6:30. Now, for Grundy County purposes, this tornado warning only includes Northcutt's Cove and Hubbard's Cove. So Hubbard's Cove and Northcutt's Cove need to be seeking shelter. But if you're down here towards Beersheba Springs and south, this is not for you. This is to your north. But if you're up here towards McMinnville, you need to be seeking shelter. Downtown McMinnville, everybody up there needs to be in their tornado safe place. I mean, we may have a tornado developing out of this anytime. I mean, this is a dangerous storm that really started spinning east of Shelbyville here earlier, right over the Wartrace area, and ever since then, it's producing quite a bit of rotation. So, also the possibility of some hail on the northeast side of this storm. So, if you are in these areas, you need to share this out and seek shelter. So, share this information out to those of you who are in Centertown, who are in Morrison and Viola and McMinnville, I mean even Summitville here. So, Summitville, you need to be seeking shelter as well. But I'll go ahead and say this: if you are out towards Normandy Lake, you will not be in the path of this storm. This is to your east now. So this tornadic storm is to your east. And let's check on this storm here moving up into Cannon as well, because this is the second area. Strong indications of rotation here south and east of Christiana, moving up here towards Bradyville and Fudge Around. And it's moving up here towards Woodbury and out towards Iconium and Blue Wing. Those areas need to be taking cover. Again, this could also produce golf ball size hail. Now, DeKalb County and Smithville, you don't have a tornado warning, but you do have a severe thunderstorm warning for wind and hail. But again, that can also turn tornadic as well. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County in western Alabama, too. So, Skyline, High Top, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning for the possibility of golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds through the next hour. So, until 7 o'clock there. And we still got this long track supercell here moving over the Birchwood area. And that's going to move out here towards Meigs County. So, again, this is not a tornadic storm, but that could be producing large hail. And I cannot rule out the possibility of a small tornado in that. There is a little bit of a rotational couplet there. So, let's get back over here to Coffee County real quick. And that, my friend, right there may be a tornado debris signature because I've seen consistency on this over the last little bit. I hope it's not. I hope I'm wrong. But that right there, I'll circle the area for you. That right there concerns me. Right here. So Pocahontas, Shady Grove, Summitville, Morrison. This could be on the ground. There's no official confirmation yet, but when you see a blue circle like that on this radar, that's an indication of tornadic debris. This could be debris from a tornado. And this is why I'm saying, if you're in Summitville, if you're in Morrison and McMinnville, you got to take this seriously because it does appear we've had a touchdown here. I can't confirm it. But based off radar here, and there's been a little consistency, this could very well be a tornado here, moving to the north and east. So, areas to the north of all this. So, if you're in Manchester, this is staying north of you. But if you're up here towards Midway and the southern end of Cannon County, take cover. If you're up here towards Centertown, you need to be in your safe place. I mean, this is a very urgent situation here because we may be very well seeing tornadic debris here on Doppler radar moving to the north and east. So I hope it's not that, but again, we got to err on the side of caution and take this seriously and just act like it's there. So those areas need to be taking cover right now. There's also a secondary circulation that might be trying to develop here on the south end, north of New Union. So areas around there may be another circulation developing there. So we may actually have two possible tornadoes here, one north and east of Noah and east of Beech Grove, and another one north of Manchester and north of I-24, heading up here towards the Morrison area. So we may have possibly two different tornadoes here moving to the north and east at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. So if you're in McMinnville, you're in Centertown and Morrison, you got to seek shelter. Also, if you're in Woodbury, you need to be seeking shelter as well because you do have a possible tornado heading up that way. I'm not seeing any signs of tornado debris in that, but again, it could pop down a tornado at any time. So Cannon County, the entire county pretty much, so all of Cannon County needs to be sheltered. And I'm going to be honest with you here, if you're in Grundy County, I do not think this tornadic storm is going to impact you. So I know they're technically the northwest tips. As I said, Northcutt's Cove and Hubbard's Cove are technically in the tornado warning, but I have full confidence in knowing this is going to pass to the north and west of you because of the direction this is moving. So you can get out of your safe place up in here in the northwest end of Grundy County. You can get out of there. You don't have to worry about this storm. This is going to be a northern Coffee, southern Cannon, and western Warren County issue. So this is going to be a Morrison, McMinnville, Centertown deal. This is not going to be a Grundy County deal. So these are the two. So again, these are the two main tornadic areas at this time. And as I said, we may have a tornado on the ground here in northern Coffee County. Like I say, I hope to goodness it's just a false echo or something, but I'm just going to err on the side of caution and just say, hey, there may have been tornadic debris lofted here. If you're up here towards Pocahontas and Midway in Tennessee here, you need to be in your tornado safe place. So let's get a track on this thing and show you where the potential tornado is going to go next. And I'm actually going to track it here to the north and east at 30. I'll double check and make sure I have the right speed on that. This also could produce ping pong ball size hail. So ping pong hail is also possible in this storm. It's moving east at 35, so it did speed up a little bit there. See, it looks like we're getting a circulation handoff here. It looks like this one may be dying out, but then the new one down here may be re-intensifying. So that's something to take note of. So let's track this out towards McMinnville here at 35 miles an hour and get you the towns in harm's way here potentially. Mud Creek at 606, 615 in Morrison, Hiawassee at 617, Smart Community 623, downtown McMinnville around 630. So that's less than 30 minutes. You got to get down now if you're in McMinnville. Greens Crossroad at 641 and Roland and Shellsford there between 636 and 642. So that's the direction it's moving, kind of east-northeast. Also, for those in the Woodbury area, I'm going to give you a track on this one too. This one's actually moving faster. This one's moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Get you a time of arrival there. That's moving northeast at 50. And that's going to be in Bradyville there at 608. Again, this is from the rotation, not the hail. 617 in Woodbury, Blue Wing at 620, and Center Hill at 622, as well as Blue Hill at 626. And again, for those of you down in Jackson County, here is your heads up. There's a tornado warning now in this storm approaching the Huntsville metro area. This is a dangerous storm that is intensifying. If this does hold together, this will be in Jackson County, Alabama within the next hour. So you have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect, but if this rotation continues to strengthen out here to the south, where it is out here near Athens, this is going to impact you within the next hour. So if you're in Jackson County, you need to be getting ready to go to your safe place because this is heading your way if it does hold together. Now, here's the other storm that we're watching too. Potential hail core, possible tornado. Not possible tornado, but heavy rain and gusty wind and possibly some large hail moving over the Big Spring area of Meigs County, moving out towards Athens and McMinn County. But at the time, I don't see a tornado in that at this time. But again, here's the main area of concern. It looks like this northern circulation is weakening, but the southern one appears to be intensifying, and this one appears pretty strong. It's heading up towards Woodbury. So again, we got these two little areas where tornadoes could be spinning up right now. One south of Pocahontas, north of Manchester, and that's heading up towards McMinnville. So Morrison, McMinnville here along Highway 55. And here's some of the other communities, Mud Creek, Brine Mill, Shady Grove, State Route 287, Oldwell Crossing, Vervilla, up here towards Trousdale, Crisp Spring, Oakland, Lawson Mills, Smart, Oak Grove. Those areas all need to be seeking shelter. It's this little hook you see right in here is where the possible tornado is. This up here is weakening. This new one down in here it seems to be growing. And it is. It's broad, but it's trying to grow into something here as it moves off to the north and east. Again, if you're up in Woodbury, you still need to be sheltered too. Right around Bradyville, possible tornado there. Let's see if we got any detection of debris. Thankfully not there. But again, there may have been a touchdown here in the northwest end of Coffee County. As I said, I can't confirm that, but there's the possibility that we may have had something out here right near the Noah area. So we'll have to wait and see where that goes, see if we get any reports out of there or anything. But again, take this storm seriously up here if you're up here towards McMinnville. Take cover there. Centertown, y'all are on the edge of the polygon up there, and this should stay to your south. But if you're in Centertown, I would still take cover too. Irving College, Viola, you guys also need to be in shelter because if this hooks to the right and strengthens, it's going to pass very close to you. I mean, this will probably pass just north of those two areas, of Viola and Irving College. But don't take the chances with that. Just go into your tornado safe place here because this new circulation here is really tightening up here on right over the Summitville area, and it could very well produce a tornado at any time. So it's just something we got to keep in mind here. So that's moving off to the north and east at 35 miles an hour. And I know DeKalb County, Tennessee is getting hammered with large hail, some damaging winds as well, but I'm not seeing any indications of a tornado there at this time. If this storm does hold together, it could produce large hail in areas between Cookeville and Sparta here within the next hour. So areas along 111 here, get ready for some large hail that's heading your way. Also, an intensifying storms developing here to the west of Shelbyville. We got to monitor too down the road because it's going to head basically in the same path as these two supercells here as they move off to the east and northeast. So again, these are the two, at the moment, these are the two main concerns in the northwestern end of our coverage area. Looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning was issued up towards the Nashville area, but right in here is the two main tornadic concerns. But we have a third one that's developing over Athens, Alabama, and that's heading east towards Huntsville, and again, Jackson County heads up there. This is heading your way if it holds together. Also getting some very large hail, again, approaching Big Spring and Meigs County. Let me double-check velocity, make sure that's not spinning. Got a little bit of weak rotation there, but nothing big. That's mainly straight line wind and potentially damaging hail here moving towards Riceville and Athens. So if you're out there towards Riceville and Athens, I would think about potentially protecting my vehicle here for the potential of large hail. So again, when you see that gray and that black color on there, that means the potential for some large hail in that. So heads up out there towards McMinn and Meigs counties. And then out here to the west, let's check on this rotation here. I said it's not too terribly strong, but there's some very strong winds. Let me see how that looks from the Nashville radar. Okay, it shows a little bit better on the red and green on here. So here's the area of spin. So it's basically halfway between Mud Creek and Summitville, heading quickly towards Brine Mill and Shady Grove and the town of Morrison. So you folks in Morrison need to be seeking shelter. Again, what may have been that tornado up here possibly has lifted and it's weakened significantly on this north storm. So this is the primary circulation here. So this southern flank is the primary circulation now. This one's not on the ground at the moment, but there's some decent indications of rotation there. Moving up towards Morrison, here's Highway 55. There's Owell Crossing, State Route 108, Viola, Mount Zion. You guys need to be taking cover there too. And as I said, if you're in the northwest tip of Grundy County, this is not an issue for you. I know the warning technically goes into Grundy, but this is not for you. This is mainly northeastern Coffee County and into Warren County. I mean, this pretty much includes pretty much most of Warren County, if not about 70% of it. So that's who's in the path of this, at least in this warning polygon. So somebody in that area is going to end up getting this possible tornado. And it's going to parallel Highway 55 here. So here's 108 that comes up through there. Here's Highway 55. That's going to be the area where there could be a quick little tornado over the next few minutes. So watch what happens here. Here's that circulation. It's pretty much moving kind of east-northeast. And remember, if it strengthens, what may happen here is it may curve over to the right. So that's what I'm saying. If you're in Viola and especially Irving College, you don't want to let your guard down because, again, if it strengthens, it may move directly east and towards your area. Now, if you're out here towards Spencer, I do want to give a heads up for you because this tornadic storm, if it holds together, could head your way within the next 30 minutes or so if it holds together. So heads up out here towards Van Buren County. You may have a possible tornado moving in here within the next half hour. So again, keep a very close eye on this storm. This storm out here to the west is also a concern too, because this could very well follow a similar path too. And this one also recently moved to the right. So there's a chance that we may see these two storms sort of kind of collide over the same areas and become one cluster here as it moves out here towards 111 and into White and Van Buren counties. So definitely heads up in those areas for sure. And again, this line back out in here is not going to affect us, but this may head up here towards Sparta and Cookville as well down the road. So you don't have just a threat from these supercells, but you may have this little squall line back here that could be producing some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts as well. Again, here's the hook. Here's your hook echo here. It's practically just northeast of Summitville now, so it's moving out of there. And it's moving, and it matches up very well in velocity. So there's Morrison. Let's check and see if we got anything debris-wise. Thankfully, I'm not seeing anything that really stands out anymore. But again, it could pop one down at any minute, so take cover. So downtown Morrison, let's get down to street level here. Show you where this possible tornado is, where the hook is. So Ballpark Road, State Route 379, out here towards Old Manchester Road. Let's see who else we got here. There's Highway 55 right there. Smith Road. So there's a lot of nurseries out in here too. Garner Road. Here's the bottom end of the hook right here. Desane Road. And that's moving out here also towards, again, there's Smith Road there again. Martin Road. Richard Cemetery. Again, there's Ballpark again. Let's go back up here. Here's some other roads. McAfee Road, Laxon Lane. These are all the roads that are in the path of this. Linden Lane, Tracy Lane, Shady Grove Road. This is where I'm seeing the possibility of a tornado right now. And again, if you're in Morrison, out here towards the Prater's Barbecue and all that, that's out in here, the Dollar General in town, that's where the possible tornado will be heading next. So after this area, it's going to move up to the north and east. And again, the one thing I don't like about this storm here in particular is, again, there is nothing to the south blocking this. There's not any major storm down here to the south that's blocking its inflow. It's got its own inflow here. So it could potentially strengthen and produce a tornado. And I don't want to forget about this one up here moving over Bradyville, because this could also be a significant rotation. It's a little broad, but if you're up here towards Sheboygan, down towards Simmons Chapel, south of Woodbury here, well, even in Woodbury, you still need to be sheltered, but especially to the south of town, you definitely need to be in your safe place here. Tornado warnings go in effect here through the next 20 minutes, and that rotation in Morrison's tightening based on that recent scan, excuse me. So yeah, it shows up better here on the Nashville next rad, but let me show you what that looks like right here. So that's the couplet right there. Let's see what the wind looks like away and toward. See, that's 43 and roughly 27 that way. So that's a pretty strong rotation there. Oh yeah, it matches up very well with the reflectivity. Again, no debris, but let me just tell you, that rotation's intensifying. So again, the southern circulation is taken over. You see where the hook is, and right here in the middle, I discussed that little bounded weak echo region earlier with that storm in Franklin County earlier this afternoon. The same thing's happening here. So if there's a tornado in here, you're not going to see it. It's going to be wrapped in rain. You're not going to see it because it's located in this little circle right here where you see the green in the middle and the yellow and the red all around it. That's where the tornado would be. And it's moving directly into the city of Morrison as we speak. So, State Route 287. That's Morrison-Viola Road. Morrison-Viola Road, take cover. Beacon Light Road. Out here towards Fair Street. And this out in here, let's see. There's the Dollar General. The Family Dollar, it's out here. It's where Prater's Barbecue used to be out here. There's the Exxon. There's the gas station, the traffic light that's up there. Here's downtown. So Maple Street, Darnell Street, Short Street, Morrison First Baptist. Again, there's the post office, King Street, Main Street, First Street, Parker Street, Hobbs Road, Fair Street, Maple Street. All these areas need to be in their tornado safe place right now. And again, McMinnville, this is about 5 to 10 minutes from you. You don't have much time to seek shelter because this is moving in pretty quickly. I mean, this is kind of sped up a little bit. So it's heading right up Highway 55 in your direction. And again, we also have another severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued here that does include a McMinn County. But again, I'm going to focus on these tornado warnings here for the time being. We just got a new update on this. They're saying it's radar indicated. And this is as of the new update here. I just got in from the NWS Nashville wire here. So let me see what we got here on this new warning update. It says a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Morrison or 10 miles southwest of McMinnville, and it's moving east at 45 miles an hour. Hazard is a tornado and half-dollar size hail. It's radar indicated. Locations in the path of this storm include McMinnville, Morrison, Summitville, Viola, and Centertown. Now, I will say this, Summitville's out of this. So if you're in Somerville, this is to your northeast. If you're in Centertown, this is going to stay south of you. Irving College, I know this is probably going to stay just north of Irving College, but if you're in Irving College, I would just stay sheltered because you're technically in this warning. And it's just better to be safe than sorry here and go and take action as a course of least regret. So here's also, as we get into the city of McMinnville here, we get into specifics here. Here's West Riverside. This right here is South Chancery. That runs right up in here. So this is Chancery Street right here. It runs right up into downtown. Right here is that's Shellsford Road. I mean, this is a rapidly moving storm. So this is going to follow 55 right into town. There's Crisp Spring. So it's east of Trousdale now. Moving it towards Oakland. Let's get more specific here on this. Let me make sure I got the right area. There we go. Bridgestone is in this. Henniger Road in Warren County. Old Fellowship Cemetery, there's the Bridgestone plant. Possible tornado near the Bridgestone plant right now. Bridgestone Drive, Archcope Road, Heron Road. Right here, let's see what else we got. Ryan's Path, Antioch Church, Finger Chapel Cemetery Road, Cope Road, River Road, Smart Station, Short Road, Cudge Road, Smart Post Office. All these areas need to be down low, lowest interior room, away from windows. If you got a basement, that's great. If you don't, lowest interior room, lowest level. Now, the rotation did actually weaken just a little, thankfully, but it's still enough there to where we need to watch this carefully. So, again, if you're in Manchester, you're all clear. If you're out here towards the NOAA area, all clear. Same with Beech Grove. This is east of you now. And Summitville, you're clear too. So we can clear Coffee County from this tornado warning. But also keep in mind, you're technically not done yet because look what's happening back out here west of Shelbyville. I'm seeing another storm of rotation back here. So if it can hold together and stay along this boundary right here, there's a chance that this might hold together and impact Coffee County again. So you may get a secondary possible tornado here moving into that area within the next 30 minutes. So heads up there. I'm just giving you that notice here. We also have a new update on that warning for Cannon County. So let me update that one real quick. That's going to be for the, again, next 15 minutes. Let's show you what it's saying. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Bradyville, moving east at 35 miles an hour. This could also produce half-dollar size hail. And Woodbury and Bradyville are in the path of that storm, along with Blue Wing and also Iconium. So those areas need to be seeking shelter now for a possible tornado. Now let me update this storm down here real quick here around the Huntsville metro area because this is heading towards Jackson County if it holds together. And it looks like right here we have a pretty nasty rotation developing here heading towards the city of Huntsville. So if you know anybody down in Huntsville, you need to give them a text, give them a call, whatever you got to do. Make sure that they are staying safe and seeking shelter. That is a dangerous storm right there. Rotation really wrapping up. And as I said, I know I'm repeating myself when saying this, but Jackson County, this is your heads up, specifically Skyline to Scottsboro to Woodville. This will be in your area within the hour if it holds together. Now, real quick, I got some viewers in Athens here, so if you're watching from Athens, get ready for some hail. That storm's heading your way over the next little bit. Could be a little bit of gusty wind activity too, and I cannot rule out this possibility of a small tornado, but at this time, you don't have a tornado warning. So let me get back up here to this other tornado warned storm. Again, rotation up here is fairly broad, moving up into the southwest side of McMinnville right now, but there's still enough evidence to where there could be a possible tornado. So let me show you this here. This is the latest reflectivity. And you can actually see from the high top radar, you see this little hook right here. So right, as I said, it's going right up Highway 55. So here's the exit right here. So this is the outer bypass that goes around downtown. Here's South Chancery right there. So Main Street, all that runs in there, that's the trajectory of this possible tornado. So it's going to move right up that road. So those areas need to be seeking shelter immediately. And I'm not playing around with this. Shellsford area, Shellsford Road, 3-Star Mall. There's a St. Thomas Medical Center. All these areas are in the path of this possible tornado. So these areas here need to be taking cover right now for a possible imminent tornado. And again, as I said, this is definitely a serious situation here. And again, up here to the north towards Woodbury, I'm still seeing also some indications of rotation. Let me check on that cell real quick. Now, keep in mind here, considering the thunder is rumbling at my place, if I do lose power, this may cut off, but I do have backup ways of making sure you get warning information still. So I just want to give you a heads up there. So, again, like I say, if I have to go to written posts, I'll do that via my data, but hopefully that won't happen. But I just want to give you a heads up there. But south of Woodbury, you got a possible tornado moving to the north and east into that area. So just here's your heads up there. And that's also going to produce the potential here of some golf ball, possibly some quarter to golf ball size hail moving up towards the northern end of DeKalb County. So, southern end of DeKalb County, I should say. So if you're up there north of McMinnville and out towards Green Hill and up towards the everybody up in there needs to be just aware of the potential for some hail. And there may be a possible tornado up in there as well down the road. So just a heads up to you in those areas that you could have not just the tornado threat, but the potential for some hail. Again, like I say, this hook is trying to wrap itself around pretty impressively here. So definitely a big heads up here for the south side of McMinnville. Very strong winds. That's one thing I tell you I'm seeing in this too. Very strong winds. Even if you don't have a tornado, your winds could easily be 50 to 60 with this. I mean, there is a pretty high damaging wind threat today too, in addition to the hail and the possible tornadoes. But again, this is the area, and I'll show you, this shows the velocity a lot better here. So Lawson Mill, so let's get down here to the south side and look at street level. Vervilla Road, Engle Boulevard, Deerfield Court. This is the area of concern. Dory Avenue, again, there's Vervilla Road again. Gillespie Road, Barbara Circle, Angela Street, Catherine Street. Again, this is in the McMinnville area. Dundee Circle. And we're following Vervilla Road, basically. Stone Creek Boulevard. And here's Warren County High School. So Warren County High School, Hickory Creek Elementary. And there's Vervilla that comes up here towards, eventually up here towards Chancery. So there's Chancery right there. And then out here towards McKinnon Boulevard, Hickory Boulevard, Laurel Avenue. And there's Viola Road right there. So that's Highway 108. So that's the area it's in right now. So it's in the vicinity. This possible tornado, indicated by Doppler radar, is in the vicinity of Warren County High School right now. And let me get you a projection on that. That is moving due east. So it looks like it's going to miss downtown McMinnville, but you are close enough to where you still need to take shelter out that way. So, again, looks like we probably will get a new tornado warning, I'd imagine, here probably pretty soon. That will include the Spencer area if this tornado holds together, or this possible tornado here. So, again, in the vicinity of Warren County High School, close to Viola Road, Vervilla Road, and Chancery Street, this is the area where I'm seeing some upper-level rotation. Now, there's no ground truth. I wanted to keep that in mind here. This one does not have ground truth. But, again, up in the air, aloft in the storm, and considering it's dark and rain wrapped, you're not going to see it. But up aloft, there's some broad rotation ongoing. and that could reach the grounds. That's what I'm saying. You got to take it seriously here. Here's Highway 56, Mount Leo area, West Riverside, Shellsford, Smyrna community, Safley, Fairview. This is going to be the next areas in line here. So that's also, I know Harrison Ferry Road is in that area. So Harrison Ferry Road, take cover. Beersheba Highway. This is also, so there's Shellsford again. Old Harrison Ferry Road, Highway 8. It's heading out towards the Higginbottom Cemetery. McReynolds Road, Nunley Lane, Zera Hillis Road. I'm just calling out all the names here in the south side of McMinnville here that they need to be taking shelter. Nanny's Lane, Woodley Court, Sunset Point Road, Goodson Road. Again, this is the area where that's in danger next of a possible tornado. Again, we have a new tornado warning now for those of you in northern Coffee County. So, yet again, get back in your shelters. If you're north of Manchester and south of Woodbury, you need to get back in your shelters. You have another tornado warning. So, this has just gotten issued here just now. So, this is for a possible tornado near Shelbyville. And this is a pretty tight area of rotation right now. I mean, it really is tightened up here. So, Bell Buckle, War Trace, if you know anybody out there, tell them to take cover. And this is heading out up here towards Beech Grove. Beech Grove is next in line for this. If you're in Beech Grove, you need to take cover. And again, I hate to say this, but the NOAA community, you need to be seeking shelter too. You had a possible tornado earlier. You got another one coming your way. New Union, take cover. Summitville, get back in your shelter. Pocahontas, get back in your shelter. We have another possible tornado near Shelbyville moving east in your direction. Now, it is not, at least on the reflectivity side, it's not the strongest in the world. But again, these storms today have all shown signs of rotation. They're all spinning. I mean, the atmosphere is very favorable for rotation this evening. Any one of these storms will have the potential to produce a tornado. Tonight's just one of those nights that you just got to take it extra seriously here. So let's update this other circulation here real quick. So again, if you're in northern Coffee County, if you're north of Manchester, up to Beech Grove, Pocahontas, and the NOAA community, towards Summitville as well, take cover. You got another possible tornado heading your way. Again, Viola Road, possible tornado here, south of downtown McMinnville by about 3 miles. 3 miles south of downtown McMinnville, moving east, heading up across Highway 56 and Highway 8. And this is going to pass north of Spring Creek. So if you're in Spring Creek, this is going to stay north of you. Irving College, this will stay north of you, but I still wouldn't take a chance with this. I would still, if I was you, I would still take cover because there's still the possibility of a tornado here. And this is going to also move up here towards the Spencer area. So if you're in Van Buren County, I'm giving you the heads up here. You have a possible tornado that may head your way, I said, within the next 30 minutes because this thing is not showing signs of letting up. This could very well be another, we could very well have more long-track storms here. And there you go. Just as I said that, there's your tornado warning. So for Van Buren and Warren counties, we have a tornado warning for the next 30 minutes. It says at 6:27, a severe thunderstorm that's capable of producing a tornado was located near McMinnville, moving east at 45 miles an hour. Hazards of tornado and quarter-size hail. It is radar indicated. Locations in the path include McMinnville, Spencer, and Fall Creek Falls. Those of you in McMinnville, Spencer, and Fall Creek Falls need to be taking cover. Now, this does not include Rock Island. So if you're in Rock Island, you're north of this. This is not an issue for you. But if you're south of Rock Island, specifically from Highway 70S and south, that's where you need to take cover. So along Highway 30, along and south of Highway 70 south, you need to be taking cover. So 3-Star Mall and areas points east, same thing, take cover now. So Highway 56 and east, take cover, and that goes all the way out to Fall Creek Falls in the town of Spencer. So everybody up in those areas needs to be taking their tornado precautions. So here's what I think's happening here. Notice this tornadic storm here looks a lot weaker to the north and west. There's a chance here what may be happening here is this one up here is weakening, but this one to the south over McMinnville is taking over as the dominant storm. So if this takes over as the dominant storm, we could be talking about a tornado being produced at any time here, especially because this thing wants to take on its own fuel and wants to take on its own, energy here. So this is something we got to watch. So again, Cannon County, you're almost done with that cell, but you got another one to your south and west you got to watch. But again, this right now is a broad rotation, but one that could intensify as it crosses over Highway 56, Highway 8, so right around Harrison Ferry Road and the Shellsford area, that part of McMinnville, and it's heading to the east, directly east towards the Baker Mountain Road area, and end up towards the Spencer area. So again, Welchland, you need to take cover there. So Baker Mountain Road, Pine Creek, Old State Highway 111. There's the Fall Creek Falls area. Up here towards Pine Grove, Laurelburg, Cedar Grove, Laurel Creek, Bone Cave, Spencer, King Creek, Sweet Gum. You got a possibility of a tornado heading your way. And again, this is the area of concern where you see this red and green back out here, where the hand is. So where I put that hand at, that's where the possible tornado is, right where that red meets the green. And let me get back to reflectivity here so we could show you what that looks like there. And you can see the hook very clearly here. This is a wound up storm. I mean, this is more wound up than that supercell earlier that we were tracking earlier this afternoon. This one's actually more wound up than that one. So this one's going to have higher potential in it. Not saying that to scare anybody, but just letting you know that when you have a storm that, again, it's by itself, it's got all the inflow to the south it needs, it's going to have the potential to be a pretty significant one. So we got to watch this. Again, no signs of debris, thankfully, but when you just cannot be in a mobile home or be in a vehicle when these storms really start spinning up like this. I mean, these storms are capable of producing tornadoes today. Now, let's check on this, and we now have a tornado emergency that's been declared for the city of Huntsville. So I don't want to ignore this. This is a tornado emergency for the city of Huntsville. Catastrophic damage. So, wow, this is bad. This is bad stuff right here. This is moving into the Madison area. So if you have friends in Huntsville, they need to get down now. This is a tornado emergency. Yeah, right there. Oh, yeah, right there. That was a big debris ball. So if you know anybody down south in the Huntsville area, tell them to get down now. There's a tornado emergency in effect. That's the first tornado emergency in the city of Huntsville since April 27th of 2011. So just a heads up there. And this is heading towards Jackson County. If you're in Scottsboro, you need to watch this very carefully because this is a significant tornado doing damage right in the Madison area. So I just want to give that points out too. So we got so many storms out there right now that are multiplying. This is quickly becoming an outbreak here, unfortunately. I hate to say it, but this is quickly becoming a mini outbreak here. Again, another possible tornado here near Bell Buckle. So we could have another tornado here over Bell Buckle heading right back towards Beech Grove and Noah again. If you're in those areas, you got to get in your shelters. This is a serious situation here that cannot be ignored. So we got one tornado here, moving into northern Coffee County again, following the same path as this one. And we got the other circulation here that's east of downtown McMinnville, and that looks like that's tightening right there. If that's tightening, that's a bad deal. That's heading right up here towards Spencer. So Spencer, get in your tornado safe spot. This is your time to act. You cannot ignore this one. This is a serious situation here. And again, there's the possibility here of a tornado. Now, thankfully, I'm still not seeing any signs of a tornado debris. But again, this is definitely something we got to make note of here. Yeah, that circulation's tightening quick. So Riverview, White Hill, Shellsford, Laurelburg, Welchland, Baker Mountain Road area, you got to be in cover right now. This is a serious situation. A tornado may be developing here, and it may develop at any time. Now, this northern storm that prompted the tornado warning up in Canton County, that one is weakened significantly. I mean, it's still a feisty little storm. But I think what's happening here is as these two are becoming the more dominant circulations, this one's getting choked off. So as these take over down here, this up here to the north is not necessarily fading out, but it's losing its tornado characteristics. So good news for those of you in White County and DeKalb County, but don't let your guard down because we all know how quickly that could change. So again, let me check out this other storm here. There's also another storm trying to rotate here near Sherwood that's rapidly developing. So I'm just telling you, man, we got a lot happening. Again, Athens, get ready for large hail. You don't have a tornado threat there, but get ready for large hail in Athens shortly. I'm just putting that on a side note there because I got to focus on these tornadoes. Again, right here. And I mean, this is a fairly broad circulation, but man, let me tell you, that thing could really tighten up in any minute. So here's the Warren Van Buren County line for reference. Here's Highway 70 South. So this is east of downtown McMinnville. So if you're in Morrison, from this storm, you're good, but you got another one coming from the west. If you're in downtown McMinnville, this is to your east. You're good. But again, another storm coming in from the west, from out moving into Coffee County right now. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to show the high top radar here because it actually shows these circulations a little better. And let me tell you this, looks pretty rough on here. So again, red and green, Bell Buckle, Beech Grove, Noah. Out towards Fairfield, so close to the Cascade School. These areas need to be taking shelter right now. Again, thankfully that came down a little bit right there. So, but again, it's still tight enough to watch. So stay sheltered at the northern end of Coffee County. And let me tell you, this is quickly becoming a pretty rough situation up here towards Van Buren County. I mean, look at that couplet right here. Let's check the winds. 54 that way, 41 the other. Wow, that's 54 and 41. That's incredible. That's 95 miles an hour. 95 mile an hour shear in this. As I said, this thing is probably tornadoing. I mean, even if there's not an official, debris or anything, this is probably either close to tornadoing or actually tornadoing right now. I mean, either way, you got to be in your tornado safe place here along Highway 30. So this is actually going to parallel Highway 30 the whole way here, and it's going to head right towards the center of Spencer. So Spencer, you got to take this seriously. And again, if you have friends or relatives in the Huntsville area, they're under a tornado emergency right now. Not a tornado warning. They have a tornado emergency, and the Weather Service is labeling that tornado potentially as catastrophic. And again, that's not being said to scare anybody, but I'm reading off what it's saying here. And they're saying a large and destructive tornado. So if you know anybody in Madison and Huntsville in Alabama, make sure they are aware and they're taking cover. That's a serious situation down there. And again, Jackson County, that's heading your way if it holds together. Make sure I'm not missing anything else. I haven't seen if they're going to put out a new tornado watch further east yet, but they probably will at some point, I'd imagine, because these tornadic storms are getting closer to the edge of the watch area. But right now, these are the two primary, at least in our coverage area at the moment, these are the two primary areas of possible tornadoes. One in Bell Buckle, moving up towards Beech Grove and Noah, as well as Pocahontas. The other, I'm going to say this first one right here is the more significant one right now. The one between McMinnville and Spencer. This is probably by far the biggest one right now. This one's moving basically along Highway 30, directly towards the Spencer area. You got to be in your safe place. This is where we could have possible tornadoes here over the next few minutes. So take cover in those areas. So let me make sure that this warning information is also being spread out here. So that's what I'm going to do here real fast. Again, this warning goes into effect here for the next 23 minutes. So those folks in those areas need to be taking shelter at this time. So let me make sure this is real quick. There we go. So that's the first. So here's the other storm. Golf ball size hail possible on the north side of this cell where you see this pink right here. That's going to move into the northern end of Coffee County. So not just the rotation, you got the potential for some damaging hail as well. And this is going to quickly, and I mean quickly, move to the east-northeast here fairly quickly right now. And this is the other circulation here, moving east to McMinnville. Let's check on velocity here, see what we got. Yeah, that's a nasty that's a potentially... I tell you what, I mean, this thing, if this is not producing a tornado, I think it's about to. Because it's a very tight, I mean, this is by far the tightest rotation I've seen of the day. At least on this end. So yeah, right here is where I'm seeing it. So let's get down here to street level and show you this. This is Pleasant Cove Road, Oak Hollow Road, right out here towards Highway 30. So that's Spencer Road. Let me get that off there. Mud Creek Road, Laurelburg, Drake's Cemetery out here. So York Road, Laurelburg Road, Rocky River, Mulder Mountain Road, and here's Baker Mountain Road right here. So Baker Mountain Road's right in here. Here's Highway 30. So it's going to come out there by that intersection out there as you go up the mountain towards Spencer. That's where that intersection is. That's exactly where that's going. So this is going to be north of Welchland. So that's where this possible tornado is going to go. It's going up here towards Welchland, north of Welchland. So here's the exit out there, Baker Mountain Road 111. It's going to be north of there. This is definitely going to be a Spencer issue. So if you are in Spencer, as I said, I cannot stress enough, you got to be in that safe spot. Lowest floor, near the center, away from windows. And again, if you have a helmet or anything you could put on to take down with you to the storm shelter, I would highly suggest you do that, because there's the possibility of significant damage here from this storm, at least wind damage, because I'm getting some very strong velocities here on the southeast side. I mean, like I said, it's probably a little high off the radar here, but that's easily at least 60 to 70 mile an hour wind there being indicated, at least straight line wind on the leading edges on the rear flank downdraft. So, as I said, on the downdraft part of this storm, you could definitely pick up some very strong winds in that. So take that seriously down there into the Spencer area. And then here's the other circulation. Thankfully, this one continues to look a little weaker, but it's still strong enough to where you need to take cover up here. So Noah, up towards Beech Grove and Pocahontas, you all need to be taking cover. Now, Tullahoma and Manchester, this is going to be north of you. So if you're in Tullahoma and Manchester, this is going to pass north of your area. So this is not going to impact you. This will be north of Normandy by a good bit too. So again, Murfreesboro, this is staying south of you as well. And let's see here. Let's see how that other storm is doing. Good thing here is I think that tornado near Huntsville is lifted based off the latest velocity scan, but it's still rotating and it could produce another one at any time. So again, Madison County, take cover. If you know anybody out there, make sure they're taking cover right now. Still got that tornado emergency in effect. And in western Jackson County, Skyline, High Top, down towards Woodville and Gurley and Paint Rock. Those are people who are next in line. Again, Athens, you got the possibility of some hail. Same with Englewood and over into Monroe County. But again, that is a non-rotating storm. And as I said, this is a very classic signature up in here. The one moving into Van Buren County. This is a classic signature of a possible tornado. Right here. When you see a hook like this and the way it's spinning, this is where, and you see the bounded weak echo region right here. So where you see that there's green here and there's nothing but red and all that around it. The tornado hides right in here usually, right here in this little hole right here. So it's going to approach Cedar Grove. It's going to pretty much approach also Baker Mountain Road and State Route 30. And it's going to head up the mountain here into downtown Spencer. So all those businesses are along 111. So that would include Citizens Tri-County Bank. All those areas up and down 111 there. It's down to Fall Creek Falls even. Up to the White County line. There's also going to be a damaging hail potential on the north side of this, so we can't ignore that. So everybody up here to the river here, along the White, Van Buren, Warren County line here, you have also the potential for some damaging hail. Could be quarter the golf ball size hail in that cell. And on the south side is where you'll find the tornado. So about a few miles south is where the tornado will be. And it's going to hide right here and basically parallel State Route 30 here and move towards Pine Grove and over here towards the south side of Spencer and maybe pass about a mile south of downtown, but I really can't guarantee that. So again, here's the other area of circulation. I mean, it's moving east to Bell Buckle and War Trace now, so folks watching from those areas, you're good. This is moving towards Noah and Beech Grove. Again, another possible tornado in those same areas as it was earlier. I mean, another one here. North of, so everybody towards New Union, Summitville. Summitville, this is going to be close to you. So if you're in Summitville, you need to take cover right now. Pocahontas, same thing. This is all moving to the east very quickly here. So these storms have actually sped up a little bit. So that's something to take note of. Again, more severe storms are back up here towards Nashville, and those will head towards the Cookeville area probably within the next hour or so. And again, we got to watch some of these others too. Here's another cell we got to watch. See this little hook trying to form here? We got to watch out here. So Franklin State Forest, western Marion County. Another cell is trying to pop up here, and it's been strengthening. See right here? It's strengthening. It's trying to turn to the right. If that thing turns to the right, it could be a problem. So northern Marion County, while there's not a severe threat at the moment, we got to watch that because it could be the next one that might produce tornadic activity. We'll have to wait and see. But again, right here, right now, is where we have this tornado, and it's going to be in Spencer. So that's going to be in the Spencer area. So again, right here, where I had the red and green mixing right here, that's going to be the area of rotation in the possible tornado. Let's check here, see if we have any debris on it. Thankfully, no. So that's good. But again, right here where you see where this rain is wrapping all around, that's going to be where the possible tornado is. As I said, you're not going to see this. Most of these storms tonight, you're not going to see these tornadoes. They're going to be wrapped in rain. I mean, they're going to have a lot of lightning in them, and it's just going to be chaotic. That's all I gotta say. You're just not going to see anything. So that's why you can't wait for a second confirmation here. You got to be able to take shelter here because it's nighttime, and these are going to be and plus with them all being rain wrapped, they're going to be even harder to see. So again, when you get the warning, you just got to take action tonight. It's just one of those situations. So again, these are the two primary areas of danger right now in our northernmost communities. So Coffee, Warren, and Van Buren counties are the main areas of tornadic activity at the moment. But also Jackson County will be next up down in Alabama. You guys are next up. The one to the west in the Huntsville area that has a tornado emergency, that's heading your way if it holds together. So again, we got multiple possible tornadoes here moving across our northern areas and down to the south and west. And as I said, these storms will probably go long track. So if you're out here towards the northern end of Bledsoe County, so north of Pikeville, and out here towards Crossville, and even out towards Spring City too, I would get ready for these storms because if they continue to move to the right, they're going to stay strong and they're going to remain intense and they're going to have that potential to produce a tornado. So if you're out here towards the north side of Pikeville, up here towards the correctional complex and towards Melvine, Lake Tansy, Spring City, I'm giving you your early heads up here because you may have tornadoes moving in here pretty shortly. So again, everybody in Spencer, though, at the moment, everybody in Spencer needs to be sheltered for at least the next 20 minutes until this possible tornado passes through. And the good thing here is it's moving quick. It's going to be in and out of there fairly quickly. It's moving east at 45, 50 miles an hour. So it'll be in and out of there fast. And once it moves out, that'll be it for that storm. But then again, you got another one back out here to the south and west we got to watch. And if that storm to the south and west can stay near or just south of that boundary, from this cell, we could have another tornado concern in Warren County and yet again in Van Buren County. And we now have a new tornado warning here for Jackson County. So for this tornadic storm that has a reported tornado on the ground moving towards the northwest tip of Jackson County, so Skyline, Pleasant Groves, you need to be taking cover up there. This does not include Scottsboro. This is actually going to move just a little bit north of there. But let me tell you, man, this is a dangerous storm right here, a dangerous supercell. And it's moving due east. And let me get you a warning information on that real quick. And that's going to go in effect here until 7:30. It says at 6:44, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over the University of Alabama in Huntsville, or near Huntsville, moving east at 30. So again, those of you in Princeton, Estill Fork, Trenton, Alabama, Skyline, Holly Tree, you need to be taking cover. That's Jackson County. Now we got 3 tornado warnings now in the area. We got these 2 up north, and we got the one coming in from the south. So we got these 3 in effect here. And let me tell you, the hail size on this one in Coffee County is very impressive. So that tells me this storm is probably intensifying. Yeah, it is, unfortunately. So, as I said, these storms go through cycles. They're going to go up, then they're going to go down. I mean, it's crazy. But again, right here, right over the Noah community, yet again, we got another possible tornado here moving over town, moving up here towards Pocahontas, north of New Union here. That's going to be crossing over 53 here very shortly. And this is just going to be a continuing thing here over the next little bit. So again, all these areas need to be seeking immediate shelter right now. And again, McMinnville, you're in the clear for now. So if you're in McMinnville, you're clear for the moment. But you got another tornadic storm heading up that way. And if it holds together, it's heading towards you and it's heading towards Morrison. Again, Spencer, stay down. Possible tornado about to move into town as we speak. Excuse me there. This is a possible tornado about to move into town. Red and green meeting right here. And I can actually show this better here on this end. Let me show you the high-res velocity here. Right there. Yep, right in there. So there's Baker Mountain right in here. There's Little Mountain, Pine Grove, There's downtown Spencer, so we're where the Dollar Tree and all that is, Citizens Tri-County Bank, Dollar General, all that is here, and the gas station, all that. That's where this possible tornado is going. So this is going to go right for the heart of town. Hopefully it's not on the ground. I've not seen any indication. Thankfully not, but thankfully no indication of one on the ground. But up in the air, there's rotation in that. It's a pretty strong rotation at that. So those areas need to be seeking shelter right now for a possible imminent tornado. And I'm zooming out here just to show you the whole scope here real quick of everything. So again, here's our 3 tornado warnings for those just tuning in. Western Jackson County, Alabama. Northern Coffee County, Tennessee. Warren and Van Buren County, Tennessee. And we also got another cell trying to form in Marion County, heading up to the north and east. Non-severe, but let me tell you, the history on these storms today, it's so volatile today that we could have a tornado develop at any time out of any of these. Again, still radar indicated rotation up there in Coffee County as of the last check, and we also got a severe thunderstorm moving from McMinn County into Monroe County with the potential of hail in that one. So, again, that's kind of the warning rundown at the moment. Again, if you're in those areas, you got to be seeking shelter here. So again, if you're in Spencer, stay sheltered. Same with Fall Creek Falls, Baker Mountain area, down towards, let's see who else I'm trying to think of. Pine Creek, Welchland, up north to the river up here. So Cummingsville, Sweet Gum, Mooneyham communities in the path of this. This is also going to eventually head out towards Saratoga Springs in Bledsoe County if it holds together, and it may also clip the southern end of Cumberland County and pass close to Lake Tansy and Indian Rock Lake. So these are the areas that are going to be under the gun here for the next hour. And let me tell you, this hook is really starting to wrap up back out here to the west. I'm not liking this one at all. Yeah, it's tightening up. So right over Noah again, Far Hill, Boynton Valley, Fredonia and Coffee County. That's Fredonia Road that runs through there. New Union, Summitville, Mud Creek. Same communities I mentioned with the first storm, basically. Those areas are in the path of another tornado, possible tornado there. So, and again, here's the other circulation here about to move into downtown Spencer, and it's basically doing that right as we speak. So it's moving right up the mountain as I speak. So again, I'm zooming in on these 2 main areas at the moment because the other one in Jackson County is still out in Madison County, and that one looks like a bad one. I'll tell you right now. I mean, that's a serious situation happening there on the north side of Huntsville. But again, these are our 2 main areas in our viewing area. So Warren County, you've been removed from the first tornado warning. But I'm going to be honest with you, you're about to be put under another one, I'd imagine, because this cell back in here is strengthening. And this is actually going to take a little bit of a south track this time. It's going to go a little farther south. It's going to go over Morrison, but it looks like it's going to go over Irving College more than McMinnville. So Viola, Irving College, get ready to head back to your shelters. You're probably going to have to need to do that here in about 10 minutes or so because this tornado-warned storm is heading your way. And you're probably going to have to take cover yet again because we have another supercell here that's capable of producing a tornado. And I said, this is definitely a very serious situation. And they did drop the considerable tag on that tornado warning in Jackson County, so it's no longer confirmed. It says it's located over Alabama A&M or near Huntsville, moving east at 30. So heads up out there towards Skyline and High Top and areas north of Scottsboro for that. So again, that's another area of circulation. So again, let's focus on these others up here too. And here's the other circulation. So again, Far Hill, that just updated, so it moved just a little bit east. So here's State Route 53. Here's State Route 280. This is Northern Coffee County, so this is north of Manchester. Manchester, you don't have any issues from this. Summitville, you need to take cover. Same with Shady Grove. Pocahontas, Midway up in Cannon County. And here we go. Here's the update on this one. So tornado warning here continues for Van Buren County through the next 7 minutes, but I have a feeling they're probably going to extend that because that's a very tight rotation there moving over the city of Spencer. It's still kind of broad, but it's tight enough to where it could still produce a tornado. And that's a pretty large hail core on that north side. I mean, both of these have very large hail cores on the north end of this. So again, very serious situation here for the possibility of not just tornadoes, but also the potential for some large hail that could be anywhere from quarter to perhaps, I would even say golf ball size in some areas. So those areas need to be seeking shelter as we speak. So again, Fall Creek Falls take cover, Mooneyham take cover. Also, Lonewood. I know you don't have an official warning yet, but just go ahead and take cover because this cell is holding together pretty tightly. Bone Cave, you're west of this. This is east of you now. But again, you got another tornadic storm that's going to be approaching from the west here within the next half hour. So again, so when you get cleared from one, you got another you got to watch out for. So unfortunately, this is just a never-ending thing. Unfortunately, I wish there was a better way to put it. But as I said, this is a dangerous situation that involves the possibility of multiple tornadoes here in portions of our area. So here we go. Here's your new tornado warning. So there is your new tornado warning that does include southern White County, Van Buren County, and Cumberland County. So let me tell you who's in and who's out of this. Sparta, you're not in. Doyle, you're not in. Spencer is in. Mooneyham's in. Indian Rock Lake, you're in this. Crossville, Lake Tansy, Crab Orchard, you're all in this tornado warning, and this is going to go in effect through the next hour. So this is going to go in effect until 8 o'clock Central Time. So this is where we have this possible tornado here moving up towards Cumberland County. And this is also going to clip the far northwest end of Bledsoe County. So this is going to go up here pretty close to the correctional facility there in the northwest end of Bledsoe County, so north of Mount Crest. But this could also impact Melvine. So Melvine and Cold Spring, I'd keep a close eye on this, but especially Melvine, because you guys need, in that part of Bledsoe County, in the northern end of the Squatchy Valley, you need to keep a close eye on this, because it's heading your way. And then again, the other circulation here, we're probably going to get a new warning, I imagine, on this one shortly too, because this is also producing a possible tornado as it moves to the east and northeast. Again, share the word, spread the word, whatever you got to do here to make sure everybody stays alert, everybody stays safe here, because this is a dangerous situation here. We got a lot of tornado warnings here ongoing. And unfortunately, it's not getting any better. I mean, we're continuing to get more and more and more warnings here as we get through the evening here. So unfortunately, this is just continuing and this will continue over the next few hours. So we're not going to be really done with this until like 10, 11 o'clock, unfortunately. So we're going to be in this for at least the next few hours as far as these dangerous supercell storms are concerned. And unfortunately, these storms have decided to go into more of a supercell mode as opposed to a linear mode, which is the worst case scenario when you're talking about tornado potential. Because considering the dynamics that are in place, all these storms here are capable of producing tornadoes. So again, Spencer, stay sheltered. Possible tornado moving overhead on the east side of town. And it's moving pretty much directly down these roads. So again, Maynard Road, Turkey Scratch Road, heading up here towards Little Fall Street. It's east of 111 now, actually crossing 111. Crossing 111 near Lamont and Yates Mountain Road. Here's Cane Creek. That's Highway 285. Cane Creek Church. Out here towards State Route 30. So that's around the Mooneyham area. Take cover there. Also, this is going to head out here close to Lonewood. Let's see what this road is here. So what the name of that is. That's 285. And that right up there is Graveyard Ridge Road, Mooneyham Lonewood Road, and Flowing Well Road. Those are the areas in the path of this possible tornado. And again, this is going to be the danger zone here for the next few minutes as this tornadic storm continues to move to the east. So again, the circulation has crossed 111. So if you're west of 111, you're in the clear from this first storm. But again, as I've said over and over again, there's another tornadic storm down in here north of Manchester that's moving east in your direction. And again, I'm thankfully in this one right here, south of Tracy City and west of Whitwell, thankfully, I'll double check velocities and make sure. No signs of rotation as an elevated storm right now, but let me tell you, it's going into an environment that hadn't really been touched yet, so that also will have to be monitored too down the road. But right now, it's a non-severe, just a heavy storm. And in Jackson County, let's get you an update here for you folks down south real quick. Again, multiple possible little tornadoes here moving directly east. And now this is actually starting to take more of the shape of a bow echo here. So we may be dealing with these what we call these little brief little spin-up kind of tornadoes as they move into the western end of Jackson County. So here's Highway 79. There's Highway 65. That's going to be the part of Jackson this goes into. And eventually, if it holds together, Scottsboro north to Stevenson and Bridgeport, you need to stay alert because you got a nasty storm that's had a history of producing a large tornado west of the city of Huntsville. So we got to really watch that one. Back up here north again. I'm not sure what's going on here. The velocity, I don't know why it's not updating, but there we go. Right here, north of New Union, this is Coffee County, south of 280 here, and it's moving up here towards Mud Creek and Shady Grove. And we'll probably, I'd imagine here, the warning expires in about 15 minutes. We'll probably get a new one here pretty soon that includes portions of Warren County again. So, again, we got so many of these right now that it's very, I'll tell you, there's a lot to keep track of here. Unfortunately, we just got a lot to keep track of. There's also another storm out here to the west of this supercell that does have a little bit of broad rotation, but at the moment is not an immediate concern. It's going right over Campaign, Walling, and Rock Island. But so far, I've not seen any evidence of that really intensifying. I think the competition from these two supercells here is keeping this storm from also trying to really get going. So it's limiting its strength a little. Probably get some hail from it in Doyle, but probably nothing more than that. So those areas all need to be taking cover right now. And also Jackson, DeKalb, and southern Franklin counties, severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So ping pong ball size hail is also reported in that storm. So that's another warning that just came across the wire. The other warning that was in effect for McMinn and Monroe counties has been allowed to expire. That supercell is weakened well below severe limits and is no longer a threat to the warned area. So if you're out there towards Athens and Sweetwater and those areas, you do not have a threat from that storm anymore. It is no longer severe. So pass along some other warnings so that way I'm not forgetting anybody. Because again, while my primary focus are the tornado warnings, I want to make sure that everybody is covered as best as we can get it. And remember, in this kind of situation here, when you got so much ongoing at one time, it's easy to miss a couple warnings. As long as we don't miss any tornado warnings, we'll be good. But at the moment here, these are the main areas of concern. So we got 3 areas to watch. So let me zoom out and show you what 3 areas that I'm keeping an eye on. So I'm actually going to have to... Actually, I'll go over here and do it so that banner's not in the way. So what I'll do here, so here are the main areas of concern. Now I know this is going to be a little glitchy right here. Here's one tornado moving into Jackson County. One right here, Coffee County, about to move into Warren. Here's the other one here, moving out of Spencer and moving up towards Dog Cave and up here towards Lake Tansy. Northwestern Bledsoe County potentially, and up here towards the south side of Crossville and Crab Orchard. We also have another tornado warning that also is heading towards Sand Mountain area. That could also down here near Triana. So we got multiple, as I said, we got multiple tornado warnings in effect right now. And in the middle of all of this, nothing much has happened. So these storms right now have all the energy they need to keep going, and that's the problem here. They all have the energy to keep going because, number one, they're still by themselves and scattered. And number two, the environment out ahead of these is very favorable for them to keep going. Now, they should, as they get to about Chattanooga points east, they should start weakening. But again, I really don't want to hang my hat on that just yet because we all know everything can change between now and then. So all these areas need to be seeking shelter right now. And again, for those that are maybe asking on the page here or anything like that, I am live with coverage. So if anyone's asking what's going on, that's what's happening. I'm live with coverage, but I'm also at the same time making sure that we get the warnings out too. So I'm kind of copy and pasting the warnings here as we go here whenever I get them. So that way those that can't see the live, they can also see what's going on here, and it makes things a little easier. So there we go. So that's the other circulation. And let's check on Jackson here real quick because this is about to cross the county line. Wow, the winds in this look very intense. I mean, that's some very strong wind moving towards Paint Rock and out towards the skyline. And then again, looks like this one's going to pass south of Franklin County. I know they put Franklin County in here technically out of precaution for the severe thunderstorm warning, but the worst of this storm is going to be south of there. This is going to trend more towards Stevenson and Scottsboro, and maybe up to Bridgeport, but this is going to be mainly Stevenson, Scottsboro, and out to Sand Mountain. That's going to be where that goes. And we also have a flash flood warning that was just issued up here for portions of Warren County. So McMinnville and Spencer, you're also under a flash flood warning, and this also explains that we've had so much rain in these areas from these supercells that it's also creating a flash flooding threat too. So we cannot ignore that either. But again, the tornadoes are the primary concern. But again, there's also a risk for flash flooding in areas that continue to receive the heavy rain. Here's the other circulation here passing near and north of the Summitville, heading out here towards Mud Creek. Those of you in those areas need to be seeking shelter right now for a possible tornado. Warning remains in effect for another 10 minutes, but I can imagine that this will be extended at least in some capacity. So again, Morrison, I know you don't have a formal warning just yet for this secondary storm, but I would just go ahead and seek shelter because you're very close to it, especially when you have a hook like this on radar. You can't ignore that one. So take cover up there, possible tornado. Here's the other one, east of Spencer here, heading up towards the south side of Cumberland County. And it's going to pretty much straddle the Bledsoe County line in here. So here's the village at Indian Rock Lake. There's Midway, Alloway. This is going to be north of Ray County. So this is going to pass maybe nearer just north of Ray County. And pass up here towards, up towards Lake Tansy, Brady Mountain, Grassy Cove, the south side of Crossville. I think the rotation stays south of Crossville, but Crab Orchard will be close enough, though, to where this is going to pass. But so everybody from, let's say, about, again, the Buc-ee's is not in this. So up towards the north side of Crossville here, towards the Buc-ee's and the first 127 exit up here, you're not in this warning. But south of there is the main danger zone for a possible tornado. Again, this rotation continues to kind of cycle around back down in here. So Shady Grove, Summitville, safe place now. Stay in there for about another 10 minutes or so. Wait this warning out. And this is going to move into Morrison and eventually Viola next if that holds together. So let's check out the other circulation. And let me tell you, this is a very strong signature right here, moving east of the Maysville area. I mean, this is a very serious situation here. And we may have a tornado developing here, moving into the western end of Jackson County. Look at the hook on this. Very impressive signature here. I mean, as I said, this is very impressive on Doppler radar, especially for a bow echo like this. I mean, you're going to have pretty intense winds on the south side, and then right here in this middle, you're going to have a possible tornado, and it could be a big one here. Moving across the border here, or excuse me, the state line, or county line, I should say, moving towards the skyline. If that holds together, Stevenson and Fackler, heads up for you. Same with Hollywood. And then up here, let's see what we got. See what these storms are doing up here. Now, Cookville area, Putnam County, severe thunderstorm warning. But there's no signs of a tornado in this. I'll double check here. Yeah, this is mainly straight line wind. I mean, yeah, this is purely straight line wind. That's some very intense wind. Probably 50 to 60 out of that. A new tornado warning now. So here we go. As I figured, we now have a tornado warning for the following counties in Middle Tennessee. So let me pull this up for you. This is for Van Buren County, Warren County, Northeastern Coffee County, Northern Grundy County, and South Central Canning County until 8 o'clock. A severe thunderstorm that's capable of producing a tornado was located near Summitville, or 8 miles to the northeast of Manchester. It's moving east at 40 miles an hour. Hazard is tornado and ping pong ball size hail. It's radar indicated. Locations in the path include McMinnville, Fall Creek Falls, Morrison, and heading out towards Spencer and Viola in those areas too. That's where we do have the possibility of a tornado. So breaking news there just now. We have a tornado warning for those of you in the northern end of Grundy County and into portions of Coffee, Warren, Van Buren, and Canning counties. So please share the word here for those of you that are in the that know anybody that's in those areas, and just spread the word here because we do have the possibility of a tornado here. Now, again, similar to the last storm, this storm is not going to affect most of Grundy County. The only area that it might affect, of the county, would be North Cuts. So North Cuts Cove and areas north of Beersheba, off the mountain from Beersheba. Those are the only areas that are in the path of this storm as far as Grundy is concerned. Now, McMinnville, this is going to pass to your south. So if you're in McMinnville, I would still go to my safe place, but you might be a little eased to know that this circulation is going to pass south of you. You're going to get hail and wind, but in heavy rain, so stay away from windows and still take cover. But the worst of this signature, if there's a tornado, it's going to stay south of you. This is going to be a Morrison and Irving College issue. So Morrison, Viola, Irving College, take shelter now. You do have a possible tornado in Summitville that's heading your way. Also, some hail is possible with the storm west of Manchester, and I'm seeing another indication of a pretty nasty storm north and west of Whitwell that's also trying to show signs of rotation. So, heads up into Squatchy County. You may have to deal with a potentially dangerous storm here down the road if it continues to strengthen. So, stay plugged in these areas. Very serious. This is a well wrapped up hook echo. I mean, it just doesn't get any more classic than this. I'm right here, so right over Mud Creek, right over Bryan Mill. Again, the same areas that I mentioned with the roads last time. So think Freeze Lane, down here towards Shady Grove Road, down here towards also Smith Road, also Martin Road. Here's Highway 55. There's Morrison. There's the Dollar General, and all that's in there. City Hall, everything else that's in the city of Morrison. You're in the path of this possible tornado again. So this is tornado number 2, potential tornado number 2. And this is heading down towards also as far south as Viola. There's North Cuts Cove, and there's Mount Olive and Tarleton in the northern end of Grundy County. Now, in Van Buren County, it does appear we have a second circulation trying to form on the west side of Spencer, but that looks more like a damaging wind signature, and plus that may be the beam of the radar interfering with that. So I think that's more of a straight line wind deal, downburst deal. So stay in cover in Spencer because you got another tornado warning for a storm that should pass south, but you're close enough to still take cover. I mean, this right here is a bad stuff right here. Moving up towards Indian Rock Lake. If you know anybody that's either vacationing or that they live up towards Indian Rock Lake and Lake Tansy, please make sure they're taking cover, because this is a serious storm right here. Make sure they're taking cover up there, because that's a nasty signature of a possible tornado. I mean, you can see the bounded weak echo region right here. That is the possible tornado itself, wrapped in the middle of all that heavy rain and hail. As I said, you're not going to see it. So Midway, take cover. State Route 101. So areas out in there, let me try to think what road that is. The name didn't... Lantana Road. That was I knew what road it was, but I didn't know the name of it. But as I said, right there, so Lantana Road, and up here towards 127, State Route 68 in southern Cumberland County, out towards Crab Orchard, south side of Crossville. Take cover in those areas. You have a possible tornado moving into your area. And again, here's the other storm. Let me check on this one real quick here. That's about to move into Squatchy County, because I want to make sure this thing's not trying to... Yeah, unfortunately, this thing's also trying to tighten up. As I said, this is in a favorable environment here, so that's going to also have to be watched as that moves into the southern end of Squatchy County. So near and south of Dunlap, heads up. Got a pretty hefty storm there. Check on this tornado. Oh, my goodness. I hope that's not a debris ball. Let me make sure that's what that... Oh, wow. That's a big tornado right there. Jackson County, we got a tornado on the ground here. Near and north of the Trenton area. West of Skyline. This is Jackson County. Tornado on the ground. Right here. The big debris ball. Oh, my goodness. This is a bad deal. If you're out here towards Skyline and High Top, you got to take this seriously. This is a confirmed tornado. And let me see if they're calling this a considerable tag, because it's got to be. There's actually a debris ball showing up on reflectivity. So yep, it's observed. Definitely observed. So Skyline north of Scottsboro, you got to get down now. This is a confirmed tornado causing damage, and I mean look at that. That's a big debris ball, and it's heading directly towards 72. So if you're in Hollywood and Stevenson, here's your heads up. I know you don't have a formal tornado warning, but that will probably change if this continues on its eastward trajectory. So again, tornado on the ground here, big debris signature, and that's probably a pretty large tornado based off that debris ball. I mean, you just saw it right there a few seconds ago. That's a big one. Thankfully, up here to the north in Warren and Van Buren, I don't see that right now. That's the good news. I don't see that kind of debris ball at the moment. But again, a tornado could drop at any time. I know that looks a little suspicious there over Morrison, but that right there is just the inflow. That's just the inflow into that. So nothing really jumping out about that. It's probably also from the hail signature too. So right here, hail to the north, possible tornado here, over downtown Morrison, heading out towards 108, south of the Smart community, south of downtown McMinnville, heading towards the north side of Viola, and heading out towards Irving College. Those of you in those areas need to be seeking shelter immediately. Also, Spencer, you're in the clear from this first storm. This is to your east, but you got another one coming in from the south and west. Indian Rock Lake, south side of Crossville, Crab Orchard, Lake Tansy, safe place now. I'm still seeing a significant threat of a possible tornado in those areas. I mean, this is just a situation here that we got to really keep in mind of. I mean, this is a very serious, life-threatening situation for these areas involved. I mean, I cannot stress enough. Again, flash flood warning here also continues here for Warren and Van Buren counties. I mean, that's the least of importance right now because these tornado warnings. But I just want to make that point clear that we also have flash flood warnings, and we got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings down south and west too. So we've got a lot ongoing. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to show the big picture in case those are wondering. So here's the tornado warnings again. Eastern Coffee County, southeastern Cannon, far northern Grundy County. I'm talking the North Cuts Cove area of Grundy County, far northern end of the county. Southern half of Warren County, southern half of Van Buren County, and the northern part of Van Buren County from the first supercell, southeastern White County, and southern Cumberland County. Those are your tornado warnings at the moment. And again, we're continuing to multiply with warnings here as these storm complexes continue to move here from west to east. And that's the thing, they're moving straight west to east. They're moving to the right. And when storms move to the right, as I've been saying all afternoon, when storms move to the right, that's when they strengthen. That's when they get bad, is all I can say. Because when you have a right moving storm, it allows it to take advantage of all that fuel, all that heat, everything else that's involved in that. It allows it to be able to get really, really rough. So those are the areas right now that are under concern. So Morrison, Viola, Irving College, Spring Creek is in the path of this too. Also out here towards Welchland, Baker Mountain Road, Fall Creek Falls. You all need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Those are the areas right now that are under the gun for a possible tornado. And also that storm down there by Griffith Creek you see at the very bottom of the screen, that's intensifying. So that's another area to watch too down the road, because again, it's all by itself. It has nothing else to the south blocking it. And that's the thing. Most of these storms all day have not had storms to the south that would block inflow. So as I said, you got to take tonight very seriously. There's also more storms to keep an eye on back here to the west. Now these look a little more elevated back in here, so hopefully all this rain out ahead of it's taking out the energy of these, and these won't be as bad. But right now, these are the tornadic supercells here, and this right here is becoming more what we call a bow echo right here. And this is going to produce probably a pretty significant wind damage threat across Jackson County and Sam Mountain. And this could also extend into Dade and Walker counties. So if you're in Dade and Walker counties, I know you've had nothing down there all day, but get ready for some very significant storms, because if these storms hold together, they're going to produce a significant damaging wind threat. You may have some hail, and you could have a tornado threat too. So you're not out of the woods on this whatsoever. I mean, it's just getting started, unfortunately, for these areas down in here. And again, tonight's just that night that when you're in the path of these storms, you cannot ride these out in a mobile home or try to evacuate using a vehicle in a warning. You cannot do that, because that's a dangerous, dangerous, dangerous thing to do. So whatever you do, please, whatever you do, just if you have to find cover somewhere, just make sure you take cover in the more appropriate spots. Again, that would be basement, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows. If you have a bathroom or closet, anything will work. I mean, anything will work, as long as it's away from windows and it's away from outside walls. I mean, cover your head, do whatever you got to do. There's also another little area I'm watching too. There's actually another circulation trying to form northwest of Manchester again. Looks like we got another circulation here, I'm noticing. I just saw that right here. So Busy Corner, right where they're doing all that road work up there, that's where there's another possible tornado right there, possibly. No official warning on that yet, but Fredonia Road, New Union, this part of Coffee again, you gotta be in your safe spot. I mean, stay in your safe spot, because this may be another couplet here. Yep, there it is, right there. Not the strongest in the world, but man, let me tell you, that's a very strong indication of a possible tornado. Now let's check on Cumberland County here real quick. Village at Indian Rock Lake, be sheltered. So areas around that lake and up toward Lake Tansy, be sheltered. You have a possible tornado there. And Jackson County may have multiple tornadoes. There's the debris ball of that one. And I got a feeling this is probably a tornado too down here, southwest of Skyline, because there is no way that that's not a tornado there, because that's a very strong burst of wind right there. Yeah, 82. Yeah, that's probably a tornado right there, heading up towards Highway 79 and heading towards the Skyline area. And if that's not a tornado, that's definitely some very strong winds. That could be, again, 60 to 80 miles an hour. And there's another tornadic storm to the south that will also head towards Sand Mountain. So this one down here towards Triana needs to be watched too for our neighbors in our southwestern areas. Again, let's check on this one here real quick. Between Griffith Creek and Dunlap. Oh boy, this one's trying to start trouble too. Now that one's starting to try to hook around just a little. Got to watch this one. This is going to move up into Squatchy County. Right now it's just a small hail and heavy rain producer and some lightning. But man, I tell you what, that thing's starting to gain strength. So if that does continue, we may need a warning here for portions of Bledsoe, Squatchy, and potentially even northern Hamilton County. Again, so here's the other area of rotation that I'm noticing here. So let's check on this one here, make sure we don't have anything in the Morrison area. But again, possible tornado here east of Morrison. Thankfully, the rotation's a little weaker. Vervilla area, so Vervilla Road, Mount Zion community. Again, Irving College, Stepsville, Smyrna, Fairview, Lawson Mill. So right around Warren County High School again. This is going to be the area where there could be a possible tornado. So in the vicinity of Vervilla Road, Highway 108, this is where we have a possible tornado. Moving due east, get ready to cross Highway 56 in here. And this is going to also move up State Route 127, and that's going to be Shellsford Road. So again, that's going to be the area where we could have a possible tornado where you see this hook right here. And here's the other circulation I'm watching. Thankfully, that weakened a little bit, but there's still a little bit of a small one here, moving towards New Union. It's aloft in the air, but it's something to watch. And here's the other area. Again, Indian Rock Lake, y'all need to be sheltered. Midway, be sheltered. And even the south side of Crossville here. I know this is going to pass south of most of the city of Crossville, but you guys up in there in Crab Orchard need to stay in your safe place too, because you're going to be close enough to this to where you're going to have to contend with a possible tornado. And again, let's see what these storms are doing out west. Okay, new tornado warning here for southeastern Franklin and into rest of Jackson County. So this is for this storm. There is a confirmed tornado on the ground. As I've said, there's tornadoes on the ground here. So there is a possibility. So here's the debris ball. The correlation coefficient hasn't updated yet, but right in here, there's two possible tornadoes. One north and east of Pleasant Groves approaching Skyline, and one to the west of that approaching Skyline. So everybody in Scottsboro, Hollywood, Stevenson, Pisgah, Ider, Higdon, Flat Rock, Stevenson, and Bridgeport, you all need to be sheltered right now. There's a possible there could be two tornadoes in this, moving due east-northeast, actually pretty much directly east, and heading towards Fackler, Hollywood, and Stevenson, and the Highway 72 corridor. So those areas need to be in your tornado shelters right now until this passes. Again, this is kind of the squall line for them, and that right there may be another debris ball. I don't know why it's not updating the correlation coefficient thing, but I'm just telling you right now, this is a dangerous storm here that's moving into Jackson County. I mean, if you know anybody in these areas, please call them up, do whatever you got to do, because this is a dangerous situation here. And this also includes the northern end of DeKalb County. So Ider area, you need to be sheltered there too. I mean, this is a very dangerous storm that could produce a tornado at any time. I mean, that right there is a tornado. I mean, I just have no doubt about that. That's the debris ball. It's crossing over Highway 17, moving right over 79, south of Skyline, Alabama, and it's moving due east towards Stevenson. Take cover in those areas. And again, here's a new update on this one. Here's the Warren County circulation. As I said, we're going to be doing a lot of back and forth here. Looks like we got a new one forming here. due east of Iowa. So it looks like this rotation may be dying out up here to the north, but a new one looks like it's forming right down in here east of Iola, moving towards Irving College. So the storm seems to be kind of cycling. So another tornado, so a tornado may be produced at any time here. And it's going to kind of follow the Grundy and Warren County line here as it moves towards Irving College and Spring Creek. So if you're in North Cuts Cove or down towards Mount Olive and Tarleton, north of Beersheba, I would stay sheltered in those areas. And if you're not sheltered, I would definitely do so. Be sheltered, because this is where there is a tornado. That's where it's going to be. I mean, it's starting to wrap up again. So again, and also this cell down here in Squatchy County, moving into Dunlap, this is quickly becoming intense. I mean, this is starting to really tighten up here. And the bad thing is, well, there's nothing to the south of it stopping it. So heads up in here, Highway 111. So there's Lewis Chapel. We got another supercell here rapidly developing. So this could end up being another, either at least a hailstorm or maybe even a tornado storm. We'll have to wait and see. But again, let me check this out. This is a very dangerous signature right here, moving over the Indian Rock Lake area of Cumberland County. That's a very nasty signature there. So the tornado would be right in here, crossing over Lantana Road right now. Getting ready to head up here towards Lake Tansy. So it's right over Indian Rock Lake, and it's heading out towards 127. And I mean, it's flying to the north and east. So it's gonna be there very quickly. So those areas need to be in shelter right now for a possible tornado. And let me see if we got anything else on this. And yep, there's that debris ball south of Skyline here that it just updated on the correlation coefficient. So Skyline, Scottsboro, Stevenson being your safe place. And now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning on that cell I was just talking about for Squatchy, Hamilton, Ray, and Meigs counties. And there's also a tornado possible tag on it. So that supercell tell you that's rapidly developed has now been warned on. So this may be the next tornadic storm right here trying to develop, and that hail size is continuing to increase. So let me tell you, this may be our next tornado here, or at least hailstorm. But I think this could end up being our next tornadic storm, moving right up atop the mountain here. So Lewis Chapel, Flat Top, Mowbray, Sail Creek, Graysville, you guys are next up on this. And let me tell you, this has the potential of producing some large hail, $half size hail. I wouldn't even roll out a golf ball on that, because just based off how strong that storm is looking on radar. I mean that could easily produce some very large hail out of that storm. So again, those are the main areas of concern right now. I mean, we got a lot of warnings here. So there's the warning situation. Everything in red you see, those are the tornado warnings. Everything in orange that you see are severe thunderstorm warnings. So those are going to go in effect here through the next, really roughly the next hour. Yeah, through the next hours when these all will go into effect. So again, these are the main areas of concern at this time. So let me get back in here and let me show you this one up here first. Here's the new scan on that one. Again, rotation continues to tighten down here a little. East of Iola, heading towards Irving College and Spring Creek. Heads up out here in the southern end of Van Buren County. This is heading your way. Take that banner off so you can see the other storms. And here's the other one. New scan just came in on that one. It's moving up here towards Oak Grove, Nicholson Heights, out here towards the south side of Lake Tansy. That's going to be the next area where there could be a possible tornado. No confirmation on that one. So these Tennessee ones don't have a formal confirmation, at least of one on the ground, but there's indications that there could be a tornado involved. That's what I'm saying. There's indications that there could be one. So that's why you got to take it seriously here, because one could develop at any time. So then back out here to the west, I'm not seeing anything else that really looks threatening at the moment back out here well to the west. But again, we all know how quickly that can change. So heads up in those areas involved, because this could be, again, possible tornadic activity here, moving off to the east and northeast. So again, the one in Jackson County is the only one that is observed right now, and that's the one moving south of Skyline. So that's the only one right now we got that is currently observed. The other ones up here to the north are currently radar indicated, but don't let radar indicated fool you here, because these could produce tornadoes too at any time. So Cumberland County, Warren County, and Van Buren County. This is high alert for you. So those areas need to be in their shelters right now. And it looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning was issued just to the north of this for Putnam, White, and Cumberland counties for 60. They're saying 65-mile-an-hour winds. So not quite a considerable tag for damaging wind, but it's pretty close. Here's another possible area. This is, I said, this storm down here in Squatchy is really intensifying. Down here to the south of Dunlap. And there's that hail core increasing, and then down in here, it's got that look to it. It's got that look to where there could be a tornado. So those areas here need to be, I would take shelter if I was in Dunlap and up towards Sail Creek. And then up here, real quickly, make sure I'm not missing this. Here's the other circulation moving up upon Irving College. So let's get down here real quick. Irving College Elementary School, Dry Creek Road, Hobbs Road. That's North Cuts Cove Road. And that's going to head out here towards, again, there's Dry Creek again. There's the new scan. State Route 56, there's Stepsville, Scott Road. And this is also moving up. There's Beersheba Highway, Gun Barrel Road. This is the area that's in line for this possible tornado. Again, Spring Creek, get ready to take cover. If you haven't, just do it right now. And same areas here in southern Van Buren County. So the Shalley Beat area. And this is heading out towards the Welchland area. There's Fall Creek Falls over here. So Fall Creek Falls is the path of this one. If you're also in Bledsoe County, here's your heads up. You may have a possible tornado here moving up pretty quickly here. If it does hold together, it's got to get through Van Buren first. But if it holds together, those of you in Bledsoe County may need a tornado warning here down the road. So again, looks like we're getting I wonder if we're getting a new severe thunderstorm warning here. I'm getting some kind of notification here. Okay, that's for the northern storms. Okay, so it's for this one up in here that's moving across Putnam County and into Cumberland County. So again, those are the main areas of concern at this time. And here's Highway 56. There's Highway 8. And it's about to cross those roads. If it hadn't already, it probably already is. So again, all these are, so far, as I said, the Jackson County one's the only one that's confirmed. Let's actually check on that one real quick. Let's see if it still is, like technically. Yeah, there's still debris on this. You see this circle right here? We got the blue and the green and all that. That's the debris. So that's telling me right there that debris has been lofted in the air by a tornado. And by that debris ball earlier, it was probably a pretty big one. It was probably a big one. This is heading out here towards Mud Creek. So if you're out here towards Fackler, now this circulation here itself, thankfully, is broadening out a pretty good bit. That's the good sign. Also, though, I want to make note, this could also be doing this because it's in between the radar sites. So what I mean by that here is that with this radar being considered, it's shooting lower, it's aiming lower into the storm here as opposed to higher. That's probably what's also looking at this too. So once this gets out here towards Sand Mountain, you'll get a better upper level look at this. But we're getting a pretty good low level look on this anyways. So again, right here where you see this swirl right here, there's a pretty wild looking swirl right here. And I'll show that to you on this one. To see that right there where it kind of swirls around, that's where the tornado is. And it's moving directly towards the Stevenson area. So I'm going to do a couple of tracks here. We're going to track this one. And Northern Bledsoe and Ray just got put under a tornado warning. So Spring City, Melvine, take cover. So Spring City, Melvine, take cover. You have a tornado warning there until the next 45 minutes. That's 8:15 Central, 9:15 Eastern Time. So let's track this possible tornado here. And let me make sure I have my trajectory right. I mean, this is moving basically due east towards Stevenson. If you're in Stevenson, you got to get down. This is a confirmed tornado. I mean, this is likely causing damage right now. So let's see. It's moving east at 40. So let's put a path on that and take that out to the Georgia border here. So Dade County, heads up. This is heading right at you. So I'm telling you, this is heading up atop Sand Mountain too. So Kyle's at 734, Carnes at 736, 742 in Fackler, 748 in Stevenson, take cover. Newtown, 751. Haynes Crossing, 752. Higdon, 807. Bryant, 808. And Floral Crest around 8:10. So this will be in the Bridgeport area just before 8 o'clock. Now, this should say south of Bridgeport, but Bridgeport, you're close enough to this to where I would just seek shelter. And here's the other circulation. Let's track this one out. This is moving east at 40. This is moving into Van Buren again. This time on the south side of Van Buren County as opposed to earlier. Let's track this out here to the Bledsoe County area. And actually, I'm going to go ahead and give Pikeville a heads up here. So what I'll do is I'll actually track this into the track this thunderstorm here and see if and hopefully it doesn't hold together to that point, but if it does, I want to give at least enough advance notice. So here's your possible tornado here. Irving College, basically right now, 7:34, it's on top of you. 7:45 in Curtistown. Old Cumberland, it's 8:03. And these times are in Central Time, so add an hour in an Eastern Time zone. 8:07 in Brockdale Mountain. Lee Station at 8:13. Mount Crest, 8:15. Pikeville, 8:17. That's from this supercell back here. Now, you may get kind of brushed by this other circulation here, this other storm that may be also trying to rotate, and it's trying south of Dunlap here. But again, you're kind of sandwiched in between these. But you're definitely gonna get this storm if it holds together. Now, I am looking here to see why they probably put out that tornado warning for Ray and Northern Bledsoe, and it's because of this circulation right out here. Upper level circulation close to the Bledsoe County Correctional Facility here, moving up towards Indian Rock Lake. So what I'll do here is see how fast that's moving, and we'll track that to the south and east. And that's going to be moving east at 30 miles an hour. So we're going to put that out, and I'm going to put Spring City in this too. So here we go. Here's Newton at 7:39, Winesap 7:43, Melvine and Bledsoe County at 7:56, Luminary at 8:04, Spring City at 8:19. Again, in Eastern Time, that's 9:19. So 9:19 there in Spring City. And Grandview area, you're looking at around the same time. So you're probably looking at around 9:15 in the Grandview area. You'll probably get this one sooner from the first one, but the second one will get to you a little bit later if it holds together, and that's a big if. So again, let's get back down here real quick here, see how this one in Jackson doing. We also have another tornado here potentially that's going to be crossing again into Marshall County and perhaps Jackson again, and also DeKalb County, Alabama. Very strong indication of a tornado here. And thankfully, as I said, this circulation up in here is really broadened out over the last little bit, but it does not mean it can't produce another tornado, especially considering it's getting ready to climb up Sand Mountain here. So Stevenson, be down under cover. There's been a report of a tornado on the ground near Skyline with this, so take it very seriously. This is a confirmed tornado moving northeast. Now, I know they included a part of Sherwood and up towards Anderson and Franklin County, but this is not going to be a Franklin County issue. This is totally a Jackson County deal. This is a Jackson County storm. This is not a Franklin or Marion storm. This is a Jackson storm. So I just want to reiterate that real quick. Checking on this other circulation here, south and east of Dunlap. I know there's no formal tornado warning, but I got my close eye on it because, again, it's got that same little structure that all the others have had, and ones that could potentially be significant. So we really need to keep an eye on these over the next little bit here. Here's the other circulation up here near Irving College. And let me go over here to the other source here and decipher that one. There we go. Right here. So right over the Irving College community, possible tornado. Let me see how strong these winds are. They look very intense. Oh, wow. I know this is not at the ground level, but 82. That's pretty impressive. Wow. Very strong wind in that. Even if there's no tornado, that's at least 60 mile an hour wind at the surface. So 80 aloft, 60 roughly at the surface. That's getting ready to move across Highway 8 here. And it's going to move into southern Van Buren County. So Welchland, Pine Creek, Shallybeat, Hitchcock's, up here towards Fall Creek Falls. Those are the areas under the gun right now for a possible tornado. Now here's the other circulation here in Cumberland County. Could be a possible tornado also. Moving over a Lake Tansy. I mean, look at all these subdivisions in their path of this. Also, Grassy Cove, take cover. Crab Orchard and Ozone need to be in their safe place as well, as this could be another possible tornado. And this rotation here, south of Dunlap, looks like it's strengthening. So again, heads up, Lewis Chapel Road area up towards the Hendon area of Bledsoe County. Here's Flat Top. It's going to be north of Mowbray Mountain. And it's going to head up here toward west of Sale Creek, Graysville Mountain, and even Graysville proper is going to be in the path of this. And this may also affect Birchwood and up towards Dayton. So heads up in those areas. You may have a tornado up there with time. And as I said, we got multiple little areas of rotation. Now, these storms back out here to the west real quick, because I know there's more forming back here. These are elevated storms. These are ones that, are getting robbed of their energy source, thankfully, because these storms out ahead of it have taken out so much of it. So, while we're getting all these intense storms, it is helping with the backside of all this, and it's allowing those backside storms to be a whole lot weaker. So again, if you're in Stevenson, as I'm saying here, Hollywood up to Stevenson, take your tornado precautions. Now the good news is they took off the observed observation here. So this is actually now radar indicated, but it could still pop down one at any time. And the history of this area, especially going up Sand Mountain here, shows that what can happen here, it looks weak right now, but it could really re-intensify here as it climbs up the mountain. I'm not guaranteeing that, but that's what I'm saying. If you're in Dade County, you got to watch this carefully. So Trenton, so you folks in Trenton, you got to keep a very close eye on this. And so again, up in here across Grundy County, I know the tornado warning technically up in here includes northern Grundy County, but there's no tornado concern in Grundy County. There's no tornado concern in Franklin County or Marion County. I mean, these storms are staying north and south of you. So you don't have any tornado threat with these. I know right here around Sherwood and Anderson, there's a tornado warning there, but there's no circulation there. The circulation is down by Stevenson. So Franklin County, Marion County, you don't have a tornado threat. Grundy County, same thing. Coffee County, you're good. You're clear. So those are some all clears here I wanted to give out here real quick. Yeah, you got more thunderstorms moving from the west, but none of those have any kind of rotation on them. Yeah, this is some very high winds you see right here on this velocity. Look at that. Oh, wow. That really increased. So definitely some damaging winds here. And even a possible spin up here heading up towards Highway 8. And again, here's the Baker Mountain Road exit of 111. So again, we're moving up into Van Buren County. And it's moving northeast directly in that direction. So everybody along there, so that's State Route 284. That takes you up towards Fall Creek Falls and other areas in between. That's going to be the zone here where there could be a possible tornado here over the next few minutes. So take cover there. Now I'm still update on this storm here real quick because I just saw the new radar scan. If you are east of Dunlap, the good news is this circulation seems to be weakening just a little bit. Now don't let your guard down, but I know there's no formal tornado warning, but there's a tornado possible tag on the severe thunderstorm warning for this reason. Yeah, still got some hail on the north side, but it did look a little weaker on that last scan. So hopefully maybe it's running into some rain-cooled air and it might help dissipate it. But again, I can't really promise that. So just take cover there and wait that out, especially east of Dunlap up on the mountain. So if you're on the mountain there, so Walden's Ridge, so Flat Top, Lewis Chapel area, Hendon, Graysville Mountain, take cover in those areas. Let's just play it safe. And again, right now I don't see a circulation here, a very strong one in northern Bledsoe County, even though Melvine, you're in this tornado warning, same with Grandview and Spring City. I don't see a real definitive area with this. The definitive area of rotation that's by far the most impressive is staying up in Cumberland County. Now this one could clip the Grandview area and areas like up towards Reed Camp and areas of far northern Ray County, but this looks like this is going to head out of our area here pretty soon and head out towards Rockwood and Harriman. So if you got friends up there, make sure they're aware of this storm because this is a tornadic storm here that could produce some pretty nasty damage here because this is definitely a dangerous storm. Very strong rotation, and there could be a possible tornado in there and also some 1 1/4 inch hail. So it's definitely got a hail core in it. So let's update you folks down here in the Stevenson area. I'm seeing, now the rotation thankfully is a lot broader. It's not as strong as it was earlier, but there's still some evidence in here where there could be a possible tornado. So let me go in here and see what that, there we go. So it shows up a little bit better on here. So Russell Mountain, Cedar Grove, Card Switch, out here towards Crow Creek, Old Fabius, Cameronsville, Liberty Hill, Higdon, Bryant, Pisgah, Shiloh, No tornado warning out here just yet, but this is moving your way. And we're also watching another little area trying to form east of Scottsboro here, east of the high school, and it's moving up, about to move up the mountain here towards Pisgah. There's another little area of circulation moving up that way. And here's another possible tornado here developing over Owens Crossroads in Madison County, Alabama. That's going to head out towards Grant and Marshall County and eventually towards Langston and Section in the southern end of Jackson County. So heads up there. There's a pretty strong storm up in here east of Athens heading into Monroe County, but that currently is not severe. It was earlier, but not anymore, thankfully. And let me make sure I'm not missing any other warnings. So far, those are the only ones right now. So let's get back up here and check out these tornadic warned storms. Again, McMinnville, this is to your east now. So if you're in McMinnville, the worst of this is to your east. As I said, this rotation is really tightening over here. So no signs of a debris signature, thankfully, but this is a very tightening. This is a tightening circulation here. So this is a fairly rural area, but let me show you here. So Wash Roberts Road. There's Highway 8, and we're getting closer to the Van Buren County line. There's Harper Road, Rocky River Road, and this is again, here's Highway 111, and that right there is the Baker Mountain Road exit right there. See some of the other roads here. Ridgeview Lane, Hawks Bluff Road, Parkside Lane, Old State Highway 111, Bethlehem Church, Bellevue Church. These are the areas next in line of this. There's Brockdale Road, so Brockdale Mountain is in the path of this. I mean, that is a very intense circulation. I'm telling you right now, this could be developing into a significant tornado here. I mean, thankfully it's in a very rural area, but I'm telling you, if you're in Van Buren County, south of Spencer, you need to be in your shelters. This is a tightening rotation. It's a very strong one. Let me show you the wind velocities. Granted, they're aloft. Wow, 98. This is a significant circulation here. So, even if you don't get a tornado, you're going to have very significant straight line winds. That could easily be 70 to 80 miles an hour. Here south of Spencer. So, south of Highway 30 in particular. So, Welchland, Fall Creek Falls. I mean, this is going to do a lot of tree damage at Fall Creek Falls, at least from the wind. The wind itself is probably going to do a lot of tree damage up in here. If this signature holds, it's probably going to produce a lot of tree damage out that way. So get as low as you can, away from windows, away from outside walls, and just ride this thing out. Now, we do have a new tornado warning here for northern Ray County for the supercell in Cumberland, but this is going to move out of the area here pretty quickly. So stay sheltered in Spring City and Grandview, but I'm feeling more confident that this is going to be mainly from Cumberland County into Roane County. And Roane County is up in the Knoxville viewing area, so that will be moving out of our coverage area here pretty soon. So then we'll have the leftovers of these right here. So again, here's the other storm that I'm watching. That's actually re-strengthened a little bit. East of Dunlap, damaging winds, large hail possible in this. Moving up towards Graysville and even heading towards the Dayton area. These are some of the areas that are involved. So there's Graysville, there's Dayton, there's 5 Points. So some very heavy thunderstorms moving into those areas. And Dade and Walker counties, you have a severe thunderstorm warning for a tornado possible tag. So Dade, Walker, and Catoosa for these tornadic storms coming out of Jackson County. Again, Stevenson, you got to be down low right now. You got to be in your shelters. I know the rotation doesn't look near as impressive as it once did earlier on the western part of the county, but don't take chances with this. Also, Dade and Walker, same thing there. I know you don't have a tornado warning in Dade and Walker. You have a severe thunderstorm warning. But again, we got to take these severe thunderstorm warnings like they're tornado warnings, because, as by take I mean treat them, because they all have the same damage potential. Doesn't matter if it's straight line wind. Doesn't matter if it's whatever. I mean, it's a very serious situation. I mean, very serious stuff. So, again, Dade and Walker counties, seek shelter. No formal tornado warning, but just go to your safe place. Now, here's something I want to note here. I'm going to catch this before this happens. Okay? I mean, that was a big mistake of mine a few weeks ago during that one Saturday when that one touchdown in Eider. Let me show you what's happening here. Right here, southeast of Fackler, I'm noticing a little bit of twisting trying to go on with this southern end of the line. If you're in Flat Rock and Eider, you're in the tornado warning. You need to take cover, and especially for this reason, because it looks like here as this storm climbs up Sand Mountain, there's a good chance that this may produce a tornado. Not saying it will totally. Can't promise that, but there's that chance. As that interaction with elevation and all the winds and height and all that, there's a chance a tornado may spin up pretty quickly here. So Highway 117, Highway 71 in the eastern end of Jackson County on Sand Mountain from Bryant south all the way to Eider, take your tornado precautions. I mean, we're going to make sure we get this one because if one develops, because as far as catching this, because this is definitely one that we got to watch here, considering it's kind of by itself. It's on the southern leading edge of the line. And history has shown that we could have tornadoes that spin up here very fast. So again, now, if you're in Marion County, this is not going to affect you. So if you're in Marion County, this is staying to your south. I mean, it's gonna stay to your south by a good bit. I mean, by several miles. This is going to mainly be a Jackson, northern DeKalb County, and out into Dade, Walker, Catoosa counties. Those are the only areas right now that do have severe weather in this line. Again, there's two different sections. Here's the other area. Sale Creek, Dayton, Graysville. Strong indication of large hail, damaging winds, and let me tell you, I cannot rule out a tornado in this southwestern flank where you see this thing starting to hook around. Let's just not play around with this. So Graysville, take cover. Dayton, take cover. Bakewell and Sale Creek, take cover. I don't trust any of these storms. I'm just going to be honest. Here's the other circulation. Welchland, Fall Creek Falls, Van Buren County. No debris ball, thankfully, with this, but let me tell you, there does not have to be in order to have significant straight line wind damage at minimum, because this right here, what I'm showing you, let me put on the wind indicator on this. Wow, it's so strong there's even no data showing up right there. 92 in that. Now, that's not happening at the surface, but aloft, I mean, the winds are just whipping up aloft. I mean, they are just absolutely going up here on the plateau in Van Buren County. So, south of downtown Spencer by about a few miles, and areas down here towards Fall Creek Falls, State Route 30, 284, Baker Mountain Road, take cover. Also, again, this is the other tornado warning that's moving out of the area here, but this is still technically an area listed in Cumberland County. So south of Crab Orchard, Grassy Cove, Ozone, take cover. And if you know anybody out here towards Harriman and Rockwood, tell them to take cover as well. Now, this is up in the Knoxville viewing area, but, you know, if you have friends or people, tag them, whatever you got to do, make sure they are safe. Now, you still have a tornado warning here in northern Bledsoe and up into Spring City and Grandview Array County. I know you do. But as I said earlier, and I'm still seeing evidence of this to update you on this, this circulation up here that prompted the warning near Indian Rock Lake, this is looking to be mainly a Cumberland County issue. Now, it could come down here by Alloway and maybe clip the Grandview area of Ray, but that's about the only area that it would clip. So that's what I'm saying. Stay sheltered down here from Melvine to Grandview in particular. Spring City, I think you'll be fine. But again, you got another storm out here to the west to watch that could head your way. So stay tuned. Pikeville, same thing. Stay alert. There's a tornadic storm that may head your way too. So again, these are the main areas right now of concern up here, at least on the Tennessee side, plus this one moving up into Flat Top Mountain and Graysville. Now let's check out the other circulations here in northeast Alabama. Again, looks like the rotation's trying to get going here, moving up north of Pisgah and towards the north side of Eider here, and it's very broad, but it's strong nonetheless, and the winds are actually increasing in that. So there's definitely the potential for some widespread damaging straight line winds moving right across the northern end of Sand Mountain, heading up towards Trenton and Rising Fawn. So Trenton, Rising Fawn, out towards Lookout Mountain, Chickamauga, Fordo, Rossville, Lafayette. Get ready for damaging winds, and I cannot rule out the possibility of a brief tornado. I mean, you have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect, but you also have that tornado possible tag on it. That could mean the possibility of a tornado. Again, let's make sure we don't have anything out here to the west. Make sure we don't have any circulations with these storms out here towards Lincoln County. And as I said, these are elevated out in here. So the good news is these out in here have no, these storms out here to the west towards I-65 from Huntsville north and west, these do not have a tornadic concern. So that's the good news. These out here to the west have no tornadic concerns. So as these move in, they'll just be those noisy thunderstorms, and thankfully nothing of major worry. So that's some good news there. So again, White County, you're pretty much clear from this. You got a flash flood warning up there, but the worst of that's over for you. So as at least the tornado threat is. So again, these are the areas right now where we're watching for the possibility of tornadoes. Now we have a new tornado warning here for Jackson and DeKalb and Marshall County. So we got another tornado warning here. This does include Scottsboro. So Scottsboro again, get back in your shelters here. Section, Henniger, Sylvania, Rainsville, Powell. You have another. You actually have a tornado warning now for those of you in those areas for golf ball size hail and a possible tornado. This is located near Woodville or 15 miles north of Gunnersville. It's moving east at 35 miles an hour. This dangerous storm will be near Woodville and Grant around 8 o'clock, Scottsboro around 8:10, Section around 8:15, Powell around 8:25, Sylvania around 8:30, and Henniger and Rainsville around 8:35. Other locations in the path include Dutton, Paint Rock, Langston, Limrock, Rosalie, Pleasant Groves, Garth, Larkinsville, and Pine Ridge. Pine Ridge is just north of Fort Payne. Fort Payne, stay on guard. This should pass north of Fort Payne, but you got to stay on guard here. Also in Van Buren County, take covers. But let's investigate these two circulations in northeast Alabama first here. Here's the first one. There's actually two of them right here. There's one, a broad one here southwest of Woodville. Here's another one west of Grant. Both of these are moving east towards Gunnersville Lake and Langston. So Langston, Scottsboro section, take cover. Dutton, take cover. Also Powell, Shiloh, Rainsville, Henniger, Sylvania. Very strong indication of damaging wind, and I cannot rule out the possibility of a small spin-up tornado here heading up towards Flat Rock and Eider. So Flat Rock and Eider, stay sheltered. You're still in a tornado warning. Bridgeport, I would still stay sheltered in Bridgeport and Stevenson because you still got a tornado warning there. Actually, Stevenson, I'll take you out of this because you're in the clear there because this is east of you. But Bridgeport, stay sheltered. You still got storms there, so that may be dangerous. So if you're in Bridgeport, stay sheltered. Bryant, Higdon, stay sheltered. If you're in Stevenson, you're good. Skyline, you're good. High Top, you're good. Marion County, just heavy rain. Just heavy rain and lightning in Marion County. Nothing worrying there. Here's the other storm of concern moving up into Ray County, up in the Graysville area. Again, could be a little bit of broad rotation in that storm, but definitely a big hail producer as well as damaging wind. And here's the possible tornado in Van Buren County. So here we go again. Possible tornado south of Spencer by a few miles. And I can't tell if that's a... Okay, thankfully that's not a debris signature. It looked like one there for a second, but thankfully not. But there's your possible tornado. Getting ready to cross 111. It's moving directly into Fall Creek Falls right now. So if there is a tornado, that's where it is. It's going right into Fall Creek Falls. I really hope this is not a tornado or some kind of major wind because that's going to produce a lot of tree damage up here. So Highway 30, State Route 284, and eventually, as I said, Bledsoe County. You're not out of the woods. You got these storms in Cumberland County passing to your north, but look what's happening here. You got another tornado potential here rapidly developing, and it's going to pass just north, and I mean, it's going to barely miss Pikeville. I mean, it may pass maybe about 5 miles north at most, but if you're in Mount Crest, if you're up here towards Melvine, I would stay sheltered here because there's a good chance that you may get put under yet another tornado warning. And Spring City heads up. While these storms are passing to your north up here, up towards Crab Orchard and east, this one to the west in Van Buren is heading your way. So those areas, again, need to take cover. I mean, this is a well-wrapped-up hook echo right here you see. I mean, this is a very tight hook, and there's definitely the potential for damaging straight-line winds and probably 70 to 80 in that thing, and who knows, maybe even a tornado. And thankfully, so far, I've looked at the debris detector, and thankfully, I'm not seeing anything being lofted. And granted, it is a rural area. You probably won't see anything unless it's really hitting something. But again, Can't take chances. Take cover here south of Spencer, east of 111. And I'm going to go ahead and say take cover in Mount Crest and Cold Spring and Melvine. I'm giving you the heads up. If you're north of Pikeville, you need to be in your tornado safe place and just get there. Let me see here. Make sure I'm not forgetting something. Down here towards Eider. As I told you, remember me telling you about that circulation trying to develop going up Sand Mountain? Look what's happening. Right here. Flat Rock. Get in your safe place. If you're not there, get there now. I think this is developing into a tornado here. This little bowling ball right here of strong wind, right in here, it's starting to spin. So York's Mill, Old Blevins Mill, Eider, Beatty Crossroads, Deerhead Cove, Shiloh. This is heading in your direction. And this is also going to impact the Higdon area, or maybe barely south, but if you're in Higdon, be in your safe place. Again, these eastern areas technically don't have a tornado warning, but I'm just giving you the heads up here because we've seen so many surprises happen up in here, bad surprises at that, with these spin-ups, and they happen very quickly. As I said, I mean, this thing is starting to wrap up. I mean, it didn't look like that a scan ago, but now it's starting to hook around, and you're starting to get more rotation in here. So, Dade County, watch out. Rising Fawn up to Trenton. Keep a very close eye on this. This will head your way if it holds together. So you're not out of the woods yet in Dade County either. And down here towards Langston and Section and Dutton on the south side of Scottsboro, you need to be taking cover as well. Because you do have a possible tornado moving into your area. I mean, unfortunately, this has turned into, I hate to say it, a tornado outbreak. I mean, I don't know how many tornadoes will be confirmed after this, but I mean, I'm not going to speculate. But I'm just telling you right now, this has turned, unfortunately, into one of those, outbreak kind of deals. So, again, that tells you how much can change in a short amount of time here. It looks like they just updated this warning up here. Let me check on this. Up towards Graysville. This is the supercell I've been monitoring here for the last little bit. Tornado possible tag, and it expires in about 15 minutes. So stay sheltered in Dayton and Graysville here. At least away from windows at minimum. At least away from windows. Is that a new tornado warning? Yes, it is. So, a new tornado warning for eastern Van Buren and southern Cumberland counties in Middle Tennessee. Also, the far southeastern end of White County. But if you're in White County, especially Sparta and Doyle, this is not going to be impactful for you. So, that's the way I'm seeing it right now. So, again, these are going to be the main areas of concern. Again, northern Bledsoe County. I know you don't have a tornado warning there, but I'm telling you, this is a strong circulation here moving over Fall Creek Falls, and it's heading directly your way. I mean, this is a dangerous, dangerous storm right here. I mean, so again, Cumberland County, you got to go back to your safe place yet again. You got another tornado here about to move into those areas. Again, this is just a very serious situation here that involves the possibility of not just one tornado, but multiple tornadoes in this little line right here. It's like one after another. Here's one here, and here's another one heading up towards Harriman and Rockwood. So, multiple possible tornadoes in that corridor right now. From east of Spencer and 111, all the way up to south of Crossville and towards Lake Tansy, and east towards Harriman and Rockwood, and there may be another circulation trying to form down here towards Graysville. So, that's going to be another area of concern in those areas right now. Okay, there's your new tornado warning for Bledsoe. So there you go, Bledsoe and Ray County. I told you to take cover a few minutes ago, and here's your formal warning. This is going to go in effect for the next 42 minutes until 8:45. So those of you in Melvine, Mount Crest, and Fall Creek Falls need to be taking cover. Now, Spring City, you're not involved in this one yet for this supercell, but if it holds together, that's where it's going. So Cold Spring, take cover, and we'll say from about Erlanger, Bledsoe, so basically from Erlanger, Bledsoe, and Pikeville north to the Cumberland County line. That's the zone that needs to take cover right now. So those areas right now need to be taking their immediate tornado precautions. Now let me check on this other area down here towards Sand Mountain. Very strong winds in this. As I said, this thing is trying to spin. I know the tornado warning has expired on this, but I'm going to keep my eye on it. Because, again, I've seen surprise spin-ups happen up here before. So, here we go. So, Flat Rock, Overlook, Eider, Higdon, Shiloh. Make sure you're staying sheltered. I know you don't have the tornado warning anymore, but there's a hook echo, and the rotation is actually tightened up on that. And it's actually become more of a supercell storm as opposed to a linear storm, unfortunately. So if it gets into a supercell structure, there's going to be problems here in southern Dade and part of Walker County. So those areas need to be very, very careful and take tornado precautions immediately. I mean, this is just a very volatile situation here. And here's the other circulation, too. I don't want to forget about this one. This is the other circulation. Thankfully, it looks like it's a little more outflow dominant than the rest. Actually, wait a minute. I think that's delayed. Hold on a second. I don't know why that delayed. But I think I need to get a new scan. Let me make sure that's updated. Don't know why it's not working. There we go. There we go. Right there. So there's south of Woodville. Here's the other circulation here, north and east of Grant. And it looks like there's another one back here towards the Owens Crossroads. And just as I say that, there's the other tornado warning. So we got multiple tornadic storms in a row here. Getting ready to move across southern Jackson County and northern Marshall County into DeKalb. So we got multiple corridors here. One corridor of possible tornadoes here. A possible one moving towards Flat Rock and Eider. And here's the other corridor in portions of Van Buren, Bledsoe, Northern Ray, and Cumberland counties. And right here in the middle is getting what we call cut in half, basically. In other words, you're getting split. So from Chattanooga north, you're getting split up here towards Dunlap and such. And everybody to the south and north and east of you, they're getting all the severe weather and the tornadoes and such. So I mean, this is one of those situations here, and I did mention this in the last live. There was a possibility here that some areas could get split, where they have storms to their north and to the south, and not much in the middle. And that's what I believe is playing out here. So this is the area where we're watching here for a possible tornado. Here, moving across multiple areas here, southern Jackson County, and here's the other one here. Let's check on this one here. That they just updated the scan on that. Don't know why it's taking a minute. There we go. Right there. So Flat Rock. No tornado warning on it. I'm telling you to take cover, though. Beulah. Shiloh. Higdon. Eider. And I'm going to go ahead and say Rising Fawn and over here in Dade County. So Rising Fawn. Here's your heads up. I would get into my safe place. This is a rapidly developing rotation heading your way. And there's the secondary one down there heading towards Section. Take cover there. Also, Hook is developing on this one, moving up into Dayton. So if you're in Dayton, I would take cover. And here's the circulation over Fall Creek Falls. I mean, this is a nasty one right here. I mean, this is a pretty bad one. Moving up here towards, let me get this other one on here. Here it is. Wow, look at that. Southeast of Mooneyham, moving up towards Saratoga Springs, so pretty close to the Bledsoe County Correctional Place again. There's Lantana Road, so it's going to go right up Lantana Road. And it's going to go right up here north of Pikeville. So here's Mount Crest. Mount Crest, take cover. Possible tornado. Melvine, Cold Spring, take cover in this area of Bledsoe County too. Again, Spring City, you don't have to seek shelter right now in Spring City in Grandview, but I would get ready to in case this storm were to hold together, because if it holds together, it's heading right at you. So, again, Spencer, you're good. If you're in Spencer, this is east of you. I'm going to give you the clear from this. This tornadic storm is to your east now. So, Spencer, you're good to come out of your shelters. So, if you're there, if you're in Spencer, you're good to go. You don't have to worry about a tornado anymore, at least at the moment. You got more storms out here to the west, but I'm checking on them, and so far, I'm not seeing indications of a tornado with those. So that's the good news. So again, very strong winds in here, and I'm telling you, these velocities are maxed out right here. Wow, 101 is showing on that. Look at that, 104. Now, that's not at the surface, but I'm just telling you, man, that's a very nasty couplet. If there's a tornado that gets produced out of that, it's going to be significant. As it adds down here towards Highway 101 and passes up here to the north of Pikeville. So if you're from the Erlanger Bledsoe Hospital and north, you need to be in your safe place, because that's where the southern end of the polygon goes to. So it doesn't go into downtown Pikeville, but it goes to about Erlanger Bledsoe and the McDonald's where it intersects there with Highway 30. That area in north up to the Cumberland County line is the danger zone of this possible tornado. And again, Dayton, I'm telling you what, this is tightening up. We got another circulation tightening up here quickly. I mean, Dayton, take cover. You don't have a formal tornado warning, but I'm just not going to play around here tonight with this. So, hook echo, possible tornado here. But even if you don't have a tornado, you're going to have very strong winds with that. That could be 50 to 60 miles an hour, and you'll also have the possibility of some hail in that. So get ready for a big storm there. Here's the Sand Mountain storm here real quick. Thankfully, this is becoming a little bit disorganized, so that's good, but I'm still seeing some weak areas where it could be some spin. But what I'm definitely seeing is a very strong push of west to east, straight line wind that could be 50 to 60 miles an hour, and it's going to head up into Dade County and Walker County here very shortly. And we have another area of circulation moving towards the Langston area of Jackson County, south of Scottsboro. But if you're in Scottsboro, let's wait this out about 5-10 more minutes, even though this is trending to your south. Another area of circulation is going to move across into northern Marshall County. So if you're in Grant, stay sheltered. So Powell, Rainsville, Sylvania, Henniger, Pisgah, Dutton section, take cover. Possible tornadoes moving in your direction. And let me make sure none of these have any kind of, let's see if we have any debris on any of these. Thank goodness no on these, so that's good news there. No debris on this one so far over sand. And there's a new tornado warning for Ray and Meigs counties. So Ray and Meigs and northern McMinn County, you now have a tornado warning. Right on that storm I was just on in Dayton. I was telling you about that strengthening rotation. There it is. So there's your tornado warning, outlined in red. So take cover in Dayton, Evansville, 10 Mile, Decatur, and Nyota. Now, this does not include Athens. If you're in Athens, this does not include you. So if you're watching from Athens, you're good. This is north of you. So, again, this is where we have possible tornadoes here, moving across not just northern Bledsoe County, but we got more of them going across a good chunk of Meigs County, Ray County, and also the northern end of McMinn County. So this will pass near and north of the Athens area. So take cover in those areas until the warning expires. Just don't take chances with these storms today. So again, the possible tornadoes near Dayton, and the movement on that, let me get you the update. That's moving northeast at 40. So Dayton around 9:15 Eastern, Decatur around 9:25 Eastern. Those are your times of arrival. Evansville, Peakland, Clearwater, Murray Store, Old Washington, 10 Mile, Graysville, Nyota, and Sail Creek are in the path of this storm. Now, Sail Creek, actually, will take that out because this is northeast of there. But right here, right over the south side of Dayton, so pretty close to their South Dayton, there's the Food City right there. This is going to pass just south of there. There's the McDonald's and all that that's right in here. Walmart. It's just south of those. It's just south of the 27 business district right there. And it's going to go right up Highway 30 towards Old Washington. So Bryan College, everybody around Bryan College should be sheltered. Up here towards the Watts Bar nuclear plant. Decatur, 10 Mile, Nyota. They're north of Athens. You need to be taking your tornado precautions in those areas too. So there's just there's a lot of territory here being involved here in these possible tornadoes here. So I'm getting this warning information out, and that goes into effect until 10 o'clock. So until 10 o'clock Eastern, tornado warning for Ray, Meigs, and also McMinn counties. And also we still have the tornado warning for Van Buren and Cumberland counties for the next hour here until 9:15 Central. And the tornado warning for Bledsoe County goes into effect for the next 30 minutes. So, again, those are our main areas of concern right now. Here's the other tornado moving up towards Langston, Section, and Dutton in Jackson County. Moving down here towards Rainsville, Sylvania, and Henniger. Take cover in those areas. Possible tornado developing. And thankfully this circulation over here is a lot weaker over here towards the northeast end of Sand Mountain. But again, when you see a hook like that, you just got to keep an eye on it. So heads up in Rising Fawn and heads up out here towards Cloudland Canyon and out towards Cooper Heights and eventually out here towards Rock Spring and Lafayette. There's a pretty dangerous storm here with at least large hail and damaging winds heading your way. So again, we got so many different warnings out there, and here's the other circulation up here, moving into Bledsoe County. It is still very intense. I mean, very intense winds. Moving up here towards Winesap, Bellevue, 9 Mile, Melvine. Now, if you're in Cold Spring, this is going to be north of you, but you're close enough in Cold Spring and Mount Crest to be taking your tornado precautions. And out here towards Grandview and Spring City, while you don't have a tornado warning officially for this storm, you're probably going to have one here very shortly. So if you're in that area, you need to be taking cover too. Now, the other circulation here has cleared Cumberland County. So Cumberland County, you're clear to that. That's moved into Roane County, and that's moving out of our view area. So now Dade and Walker, tornado warning. That circulation on Sand Mountain I was telling you about, it's re-strengthened again, and we now have a tornado warning for Dade and Walker counties. This goes in effect for the next 45 minutes until 10 o'clock. So it says here, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Ider or 12 miles southwest of Trenton, moving east at 25 miles an hour. So if you're in Rising Fawn and Cloudland Canyon and Cooper Heights, you need to be taking cover right now. This is Dade and Walker counties in northwest Georgia. Tornado warning until 10 o'clock Eastern Time. This is for a dangerous little cluster of storms that unfortunately has turned supercellular again and now has the capability of producing a tornado again. It's recycled, and now all of a sudden it wants to produce a tornado, or at least it's trying to. So south of Trenton. So if you're in Trenton, this does not involve you. This is to your north. But again, if you're in that area, you need to be taking cover right now due to a possible tornado being indicated by Doppler radar. Again, there's been no confirmation so far, thankfully, but that does not mean that you can't have one that gets produced very quickly here. So take cover here in Rising Fawn, take cover up in Cloudland Canyon State Park, take cover down towards the Macklemore Resort area, and out towards Kensington and Cooper Heights. Those are the areas that are under siege right now for a possible tornado. And there's another area back here. Here's the hook on this one to the west, getting ready to move up Sand Mountain here into a section and out towards the Dutton area and eventually towards Sylvania, Henniger, and Rainsville. Now, I should say north of Rainsville, but you're close enough there to be considered in danger of a possible tornado there. Now, a new tornado warning has been issued for southern Cumberland County for this circulation here that's in the northern end of Bledsoe right now. So heads up in those areas. You do have a possible tornado in southern Cumberland County. So get back in your shelters again around Indian Rock Lake, Lake Tansy, and Crab Orchard. I mean, I know it's wild to see the same areas continuing to get round after round after round of tornadic storms. Not just heavy storms, but tornadic storms. And they are very dangerous. So all those areas need to be in your safe place right now until this passes. So again, those are the current warning situations. So Ray, Meigs, and McMinn, tornado warning for the next 43 minutes. Tornado warning for northern Bledsoe County for the next 30. Tornado warning also for the next 30 minutes for southern Cumberland County. And here's the tornado warning for Dade and Walker. This goes into effect for the next 43 minutes. And also down here towards Jackson and DeKalb County, tornado warning for, that's actually been observed. This is on the ground. So tornado on the ground being reported. Emergency management has confirmed a tornado near Grant. So tornado reported here on the ground moving into the Grant area. I'm not seeing anything on CC, but there's been a public report via emergency management of a tornado on the ground. Now let me check the time and make sure, see which cell that is, because there's two cells. It says at 8:01, so it's from this one. So it's from this supercell right here. So if you're out here towards Section and Dutton, you got to get down now. If you haven't done so, you got to do so now. This is a confirmed tornado right now on the ground. So those areas need to be undercover at this time. Again, there's those areas here. So Dayton, Decatur. Another area that needs to be seeking shelter. Let's check velocities. Again, thankfully, this is looking a lot more disorganized than it did earlier. But it's still serious enough to where you got to seek shelter there. And let's check on this one up here, too, north of Mount Crest, near the correctional facility up there in Bledsoe. No debris there, thankfully, but a very strong indication of a tornado there. And that little, what we call that donut hole right there, that's where there could be a tornado in that area. So those are the areas of concern right now. So northern Bledsoe County, and then down here into portions of eastern Ray, central Meg, central North Meigs, and into northern McMinn County. Again, if you're in Athens, you're not involved in this. This is north of you. This is going to stay north of Athens. And then back down here, let's check on the Dade-Walker circulation. Fairly broad, but there's enough red and green here meeting up right near Rising Fawn. It's crossing the Rising Fawn right now, right by that exit out there. That's going to be where the possible tornado is, and it's going to head eventually out here towards Cooper Heights and Kensington in Walker County and down here towards the Macklemore Resort on Lookout Mountain. So those areas need to be undercover right now for a possible tornado. Again, this is in the same area that had that tornado a few weeks ago on that Saturday. So just a heads up in those areas. You've got a possible tornado here moving into those areas at this time. So again, spread the word. If you know anybody in these areas, make sure they are aware. Make sure they're, whatever they got to do to make sure they're staying safe. Again, here's a very tight circulation here on the north side of Grant, Alabama from a secondary circulation. Thankfully, this first one is broadened out over here, but there's been a confirmed tornado report from emergency management that shows that there is a tornado on the ground near the Grant area and moving up towards Section and Langston. So these are the areas that are currently under the gun. Now, let me show you another thing up here. Make sure we don't miss anything. So here's Cumberland County. So Indian Rock Lake, Lake Tansy, Crab Orchard, heading out towards Ozone and Alloway. You gotta get back in the shelter again. Hopefully this is the last time. Hopefully this is, this should be the last time because there's nothing back out here to the west that really sparks interest. I've been looking at the velocities of those behind the scenes. I haven't seen anything that really strikes out. But again, there's the tornado warning update there. Let's see what's being said. Still radar indicated. Located 9 miles north of Pikeville, moving east at 50. So this is going to head out here towards Melvine. Melvine being your safe place. And eventually Spring City and out towards Grandview, take shelter. I mean, you don't have a warning yet, but go ahead and take shelter. So again, if you're in Marion County or Sequatchie County or Franklin or Coffee or Grundy, even Warren County, Van Buren, these storms are east of you. The worst of the severe weather is off to your east now. So you are good. You got some noisy storms, but I'll double check velocities and make sure none of these are spinning. And thankfully, no. These are just some gusty winds, some heavy downpours, frequent lightning. That's it. That's all there is to them, thankfully. So you guys are done with the tornado risk. So once this main little line right here passes, right here, that you see in the northern areas of our viewing area and down here down south in our Alabama and Georgia areas, once that line moves east, areas behind this will immediately be in the all clear from the tornado threat. Because all these storms are doing back out here is they're elevated because the low levels have been disrupted and everything, at least the wind shear and such has been disrupted because of all the storm activity that we've had. So these storms back in here, well, I can't rule out maybe a spare severe thunderstorm warning for hail or something. The likelihood of these turning into a tornado are very, very low. Out here to the west, and I'm talking about these western storms, not these to the east. These to the east are a totally different story, unfortunately. I mean, I hate to say that, but unfortunately, that's where we're at. So those areas here need to be taking cover right now. And again, so Decatur, take cover, 10 Mile, Evansville, Nyota, take cover in those areas. Melvine, out towards a Mount Crest, Cold Spring, in Bledsoe County, take cover. Indian Rock Lake, Lake Tansy, Crab Orchard, Ozone, take cover. Again, if I'm calling out your community here, make sure you're staying sheltered. Rising Fawn, Cloudland Canyon, Macklemore Resort, Cooper Heights, Kensington, take cover there. Section, Dutton, Powell, Rainsville, Sylvania, Henniger, take cover in those areas. Also the north side of Fort Payne, so right by Isbell Field, the Isbell Field Airport area, take cover down there in Fort Payne as well. Again, we got multiple indications of possible tornadoes here moving to the east-northeast. And let me see what this new update says. They're still saying observed, and this is a tornado possibly on the ground. I mean, look at the hook on this. So section, you got to get down now. This is on top of you right now. This is a confirmed tornado being indicated by Doppler radar. I mean, this is about as serious as it gets. I mean, there's so many warnings out there. It's just unreal right now, the amount of warnings we have. And this is going to be an update here. I'm posting out this update here real quick because this is the tornado warning update for you folks up in Ray and Meigs. It's radar indicated. They're saying it's near Dayton, and the movement on that is moving east. Let me check here. It is moving east at 40. So Decatur, this will be in your area around 9:25. So it's actually on top of Decatur right now. So if you're in Decatur, you're out of time. So 10 Mile, you need to be taking cover, as well as Nyota and areas in between. And Big Spring, this is going to be north of you. This won't be an issue for you. And Birchwood, you're in the clear. So those are the areas right now that have the potential for a tornado. And let me make sure that too, that we see if we have any kind of debris or anything on that. Let's see here. No. Thankfully, no. Got a decent velocity couplet that's weaker than it was earlier, but still enough that we got to watch it. So here's the stronger one here right now. Moving east of Bellevue and Lantana Road, heading up towards Hilltop Acres and Melvine. So it's getting ready to cross here into northern Bledsoe County and southern Cumberland County. Strong hook right here. You see the hook wrapping around. And it's going to pretty much kind of parallel the Cumberland Bledsoe County lines. This is, again, the Melvine area down towards Cold Spring. Take cover there. And eventually, Grandview and Spring City heads up. You do have possible tornadoes heading right now. Chattanooga itself, so Chattanooga proper, no tornado concern. This is to your north. This is all to your north and south. And looks like we got another tornado warning here. Yep, another tornado warning here. This is for DeKalb County. This is for the cell that's about to cross into Dade. This is for the circulation here. As I said, this is about to expire here in about 20 minutes, so this is going to move into Georgia here pretty quickly. So Rise and Fawn, this is almost on top of you. Okay, no, but again, this is a pretty wrapped up hook here. So Rising Fawn, south of Trenton. So if you're in Trenton, you're fine. This is to your south. And it's going to move up here top Lookout Mountain. So there's Cloudland Canyon up here on the north end of this. Macklemore on the south end. And it's going to head out towards Cooper Heights and Kensington. And if it holds together, it's going to pass somewhere here between Chickamauga and Lafayette. Preferably, it looks like definitely around the Rock Spring area for sure. So around Rock Spring, between Chickamauga and Lafayette, heads up. You got a potential tornadic storm heading your way. And here's the hook on this one. I'm telling you, this section one looks pretty bad. There could be a tornado here. Yeah, there's a debris signature. So that right there just confirmed it. So right there, right around the Chisenhall subdivision and moving into the town of Section, up Sand Mountain up there is a confirmed tornado here. And we're seeing it here on the debris scope right here. And this is also observed. So there you go. So there's your confirmation officially. There's Dutton. There's a Section, again, Emergency Management confirmed this too. So down here towards Powell, Sylvania, Henniger, you guys got to be in your tornado shelters. This is actually on the ground causing damage. And that right there at the very bottom could be a debris ball. And usually a debris ball would indicate a very significant tornado. So take this seriously here towards the central end of Sand Mountain. So think Section south to Rainsville and north and east to Henniger. You got to take that seriously up there. And then up here to the north, again, real quick, again, Bledsoe, Cumberland counties, stay sheltered north of Pikeville. So if you're north of Pikeville, stay sheltered south of Crossville. So areas in between those two cities, you got to stay in your safe place. And again, this is kind of straddling here right along the northern end of the Bledsoe County line and also with Cumberland County. So, also gotten this photo in. Looks like a wall cloud here, looking north from the Saudi Daisy area. Looks like there's a wall cloud up there based off the image I was just sent here. So I can't show it here on live because of copyright, but whatever that case may be, these are the areas right now that need to be on guard. So here's Decatur. Take cover. This tornado is basically on top of you right now. If there's a tornado, it's on top of you. Seek shelter immediately. And it looks like reportedly here, I'm hearing that high top radar might have a failure. I'm hoping not, but if we do, we're going to have to switch sources here and look at some distant radars. So yeah, that's what I'm going to have to do here. So here we go. Possible circulation near Dutton, and I'm going to have to switch over. Yeah, so that's what I'm going to have to do here. So unfortunately, it looks like High Top now has had a failure on their radar. So let me see what I can do here on this. I'm going to have to exit out of one and go into the other. And I know this is moving kind of slow here, but I have to do the best with what we got. So right here would be the tornado. And let me put on, let's try Birmingham here for this northern one. See how that looks. Yep, there we go. Right there. Right there. There we go. So yeah, it actually matches up pretty well there with what we were seeing. So Powell area take cover. Rainsville take cover. Same with Sylvania. And then here's the circulation. That's pretty much right over Rising Fawn right now. So if you're in Rising Fawn, stay in your safe place. And that's where there's the possible tornado. So over that area right now is where we have the possible tornado. And as I said, this is not a threat to Chattanooga. This is not a threat to anybody else this time. These are the only areas that are being affected. Again, here's the other way to look at it here on Doppler radar. Again, not the tightest circulation here, but if you're in Rising Fawn, you need to be in your tornado shelters. Plum Nelly, Masseyville, Cedar Grove, Amos Mill, Cassandra, Kensington, Cooper Heights. Take your tornado precautions over there. And we can actually see the Knoxville next rad up here, see what this circulation near Decatur looks like. And it's right on top of Decatur, so if you're in Decatur, be sheltered. Possible tornado there heading up towards a 10 mile. And let's check on the Bledsoe one from the Knoxville next rad. And looks like that one's shifted basically right along the Cumberland-Bledsoe County line. So this is going to head out here towards Grandview and up towards Rockwood. Those areas need to be in their shelters here right now. And so let's see what we got here on these other ones. Again, we still have this confirmed observation here of a tornado on the ground. Let me get that location there so that way I can remind some people. There's also another circulation out here towards Langston. So we actually got two possible tornadoes here. And the reason why it looks a little funky here is because reportedly High Top has reportedly had an outage here. I can't confirm that yet, but unfortunately the data in there is old. So I'm having to switch here to the different next rads around it here to make sure we get the most real-time data we can get. So here's your first circulation here. Here's where the confirmed tornado would be. Over towards Powell, Sylvania, and Rainsville. Take cover there. Here's the secondary circulation moving in behind it. So stay sheltered in section. Langston area. Take cover there. Now we also have a severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued for, let me get the counties on this. Dade, Walker, Catoosa, and Whitfield. This goes in effect for the next 45 minutes until 10:15 p.m. So this is going to be for damaging winds and hail. And let me look at that from the Atlanta radar. And you see right there, there's still some circulation in there. I mean, that's the thing. There's still some broad circulation, but that's why they have the tornado possible tag on this severe thunderstorm warning, because, again, it could potentially re-strengthen and possibly produce a tornado here. So Cassandra, Cooper Heights, Kensington, Valley Head, Davis Crossroads, Masseyville. You all need to be in your tornado safe place here along the Dade-Walker County line, along the southern end of Lookout Mountain on the Georgia side. Again, up here towards Bledsoe County. If you're north of Pikeville, Melvine, stay sheltered. Tornado warning expires in about 15 minutes, so stay in there for the next 15 minutes. Cumberland County, for the next 15 minutes, you stay sheltered. South of Crossville. So really south of Lake Tansy, south of Crossville, south of Crab Orchard, down towards the Bledsoe County line and out towards also the Grassy Cove area. You need to be sheltered there. Also, another tornado warning has been issued for far northern Ray County. Does not include Grandview, but if you're in Grandview, let's play it safe here and take cover. Spring City, this is not going to affect you, so this is going to stay to your north. And this supercell down here to the south is going to stay to your south, so you don't have to worry about this one either. So you're going to get split. So you're going to have tornadic storms to your north and those to your south and east. So you don't have to worry about anything there. And Dayton, you're good. This is east of you now. You don't have to worry about it. And in fact, for Chattanooga, I'm going to give you an all clear. From what I've seen here, as I've said, from what I've seen here, I'm just not seeing any more major indications of severe weather. So Chattanooga and points west, you're all clear. So that includes Squatchy County, Grundy County, Marion County, Franklin, Coffee, Moore, Lincoln, Van Buren, Warren, White, Putnam, DeKalb County, Tennessee, not Alabama, and then also Cannon County, points west. You are clear from the tornado threat because these storms are going to pass south of Chattanooga and north. So, and Cleveland, I'll hold off about a minute on Cleveland, but if this can be able to move east and get past your latitude line here, pretty latitude longitude line, then I'll be able to give you an all clear here officially here soon. But as I said, it does appear with big confidence here that we're going to have a few corridors here of dangerous storms. One, southern Sand Mountain into North Georgia, and this corridor up in here going up towards the Knoxville area. So north of Athens and up towards south and east and north of Spring City. So think up towards 10 Miles, Sweetwater, Lenoir City, Harriman, Rockwood, and up towards the Knoxville area. Those are going to be the main areas here coming up that will have the most tornadic concern. So those areas I've circled have the most danger of tornadic activity. So again, these are very broad zones here, but this is going to be these highlighted areas. If you're north and west of these highlighted areas, you're good. But if you're in these highlighted spots here, if your town or city's in this, or county, you're definitely be prepared to seek shelter, because that's the way it is looking here. We still got these flash flood warnings up in here for the next hour and a half for those of you in Warren County and Van Buren County, and also up here towards White County and Cumberland County. So flash flood warnings continue through the next 1 to 2 hours in those areas because all the rain has fallen from all these supercells that have trained over the same areas over and over and over again. Here's the update on the tornado near Decatur. It's moving pretty quickly, so that's the good thing. It's getting in and out pretty fast. So it's heading up towards 10 Mile. And next up will be Nyota. So 10 Mile and Nyota stay sheltered. You still got a potential of a tornado here moving up into those areas right now. And after that, it'll be up towards Sweetwater, possibly Madisonville, probably just north, and then it will be moving up into the Knoxville area. And then down here to the south, let's check on these storms here. Let's use Birmingham for the Alabama side. Again, a very strong indication of a possible tornado here over Langston right now. So, very strong indication of a possible tornado over Langston. And here's another one here over Powell. So, Sylvania, Rainsville, north side of Fort Payne, you need to be in your tornado shelters. Even Henniger for the next... I know this is going to pass south of Henniger, but up there you still need to be sheltered. Because, again, you got to remember, considering we're looking farther out from the radar site now, because since high top's down, there's a chance, and this has happened before, the circulations may be off by a couple miles from location to location. So there's really no way I can go into really big street level because there's a chance it could be a mile north or south of what's being said here because we're looking farther out. Because High Top is down, which is nearby up in the northern end of Jackson County. So since High Top has that outage, you know, we're going to have to look at the longer range radar sources, which thankfully is still painting at least a good enough picture to where we can see what's going on. But unfortunately, we're looking farther up into the sky as opposed towards the lower and mid levels, and that can make things a little tricky sometimes. So right here, so there's Macedonia, Hancock Crossroads, Section, Duncan Crossroads, so Northeast Alabama Community College is in the path of this possible tornado. You already had one. You got another one out here heading your way. So we got two possible tornadoes back to back here on the southern end of Jackson and moving into the DeKalb County. And then up here, Dade and Walker, I can put on the Atlanta next rad here. And there you go. Look how quickly that circulation moves. So it's right over Kensington right now. It's going to pass south of Cooper Heights. But again, this could easily be off by a mile in either direction because we're looking higher up. So everybody in this warning polygon here from Cedar Grove to Masseyville to Cooper Heights, Cassandra, Hall Mill, Kensington, Davis Crossroads, and even out here towards even Lafayette and up towards Noble and Rock Spring. I would take a place of safety right now because there's the possibility of a tornado here. It's very broad circulation, but there's enough right in here where the red and green meet to where we could have a potential tornado involved as it moves to the east. So again, nothing back here to the north and west. So that's the good thing. So once we get behind all this, as I said, we will be clear once all this moves in. We will finally be all clear. Um, right here, here's the new scan. Just east of Decatur, I'm seeing a little bit of a hook here. Possible tornado. There may be two of them here. One towards 10 Mile, where the roundabout is up there. And then up here towards west of Athens, but this is not going to affect Athens. So Athens, you don't have to worry about this storm. This is to your north. But this is going to head towards Nyota. So if you know anybody in Nyota, tell them to take cover. Out here towards Sweetwater. Sweetwater's next in line. So if this holds together, this is going to be a Sweetwater issue. And maybe even Madisonville, but looks like it's going to stay just north of there. So again, that's Monroe County. And out here to the west, here's the update on the storm in southern Cumberland County. I mean, we're almost to the point of clearing Bledsoe out of this. And thankfully this time it'll be for good as far as the tornado risk. But hold on for about 10 more minutes, 10 more minutes in Melvine, you'll be good to come out. So Hinch Mountain and up here along 68 here towards Grassy Cove again in the southern end of Cumberland County. Take cover. And after that gets through there, this will be up towards Rockwood and into the Knoxville area, and it will be up in their coverage area, so it will be moving away from us. But again, if you have family up here towards UT, if you know anybody up there towards UTK, give them a heads up. They got dangerous storms moving in with damaging wind potential, hail potential, and yes, even a tornado potential. I mean, it looks like the tornado risk should lower the further east this goes, but heads up though, if you're out here towards the Smokies and up here towards the Knoxville area, you still need to be on guard up there. So if you're vacationing or know somebody that's vacationing up there right now, tag them in the comments or give them a heads up or call them. Just let them know what's going on and make sure they're in a safe place somewhere. Again, here's the update on the circulation here on sand. This is due east of Langston, roughly. Again, could be a mile north or south in either direction. There's section. There's Main Street right there, so that right there is Highway 35 right there. It's a little harder to see because the road names and such are a little smaller. That's a Broad Street right there in Powell. That's Highway 75 right there near Sylvania. So we got these two circulations here. So here's one, here's the other. So these are the two rotations, and they're all heading basically in the same direction. Now we don't have an extension on this warning just yet for Hammondville and Valley Head and Mentone, but even in those areas, I would just suggest finding a place of safety because there's a good chance that you'll have these heading your way, and these have been confirmed. I mean, these have been confirmed tornadoes. Emergency management's confirmed this, so we have a tornado on the ground moving across the southern end of Sand Mountain right now, and we still got this possible tornado moving up towards the north side of Lafayette and up towards a Rock Spring in Walker County, Georgia. So if you're out here towards here's the communities involved now. So Kensington, Cassandra, Cooper Heights, Davis Crossroads, Noble, Rock Spring, Lafayette. I know you don't have a tornado warning out here along 27, but you still run the risk of a brief spin up, but you definitely will have the risk for some damaging winds and some hail out of those storms. Also, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued here for those of you in McMinn and Meigs County, also as well as Monroe County for this storm for 60-mile-an-hour winds. And that does look to be becoming more linear than anything. It's still supercellular, but this is looking more like a strong wind signature. And I'll tell you right here, oh yeah, definitely for sure. Look at that, 73, 64. Yeah, very strong winds in here. So 50 to 60-mile-an-hour winds for sure, heading basically right up I-75. So it's going to head up north of Athens, towards the Nyota area, towards Reagan, towards a Sweetwater, Madisonville, and Von Orr. So Von Orr needs to be is next up, and then after it gets through Von Orr, it'll be in Blount County and eventually out towards Sevier County. So that'll take it out towards the Smoky Mountains here down the road. Here's the other circulation here. This is mostly a Cumberland County issues on the Cumberland County side. And it's going to clip the far northern end of Ray County. So if you're up there towards Mount Sulphur, Mount Zion, and the Balta communities, up towards Roddy and Reed Camp and Eagle Point, take cover in those areas because you may have a possible tornado moving in those areas. Now, after it gets through there, it'll be up in Roane County, and it will be moving out of our area here pretty soon. So, as I said, we're slowly but surely clearing one by one counties and areas involved. So we have a new tornado warning here. This is on the ground. This is confirmed. Confirmed tornado over section or near Scottsboro, moving east at 35 miles an hour. And this is broadcast media confirmed tornado. So either a TV station or Ryan Hall or somebody out there on a stream, Chase, or wherever has confirmed that there is a tornado on the ground. I can't specify who exactly confirmed that or whatever, but broadcast media is confirming a tornado here. I'll just say it as that. For those of you in Jackson County, let me get back over here to the. Unfortunately, we get back here to Birmingham. I keep forgetting. So here we go. So here's the circulation here. Due south of section, but again, it could easily be over section. And here's the other circulation near Sylvania. So we still got these two possible tornadoes. One of them's confirmed. So this one they're saying here is confirmed. That's in section. And it's moving east towards Sylvania. Again, those are the areas of main concern right now. And this is heading out towards Mentone and Valley Head. So you were not in the warning the last time. If you were in Mentone and Valley Head, you were not in that warning. But now you are. So if you're out there towards Mentone and Valley Head, you got to take it seriously. There's a confirmed tornado doing damage right now in the section area, heading out towards Sylvania, and it's heading your way. Again, Henniger, you're just, this is passing south of you in Dutton and Henniger. This is close enough to where you still need to be in your shelters, because this is definitely a dangerous situation here that involves multiple tornadoes here, potentially. At least one, if not a couple. Now, let me see if we got any. It's going to be very hard to see from a distance, but it looks like we got some debris in here. So, yep, right there. So, definitely a confirmed tornado here, just by some of this yellow you see here. So, definitely a confirmed tornado here, lofting debris to the south, to barely just south and east of section, but not by much. So, confirmed tornado on the ground, Sand Mountain, yet again. This time, a little farther south in the section and towards the Sylvania areas, and areas just north of Rainsville. But if you're in Rainsville, this is way too close to call. If you're in Rainsville, you need to be getting down now. Also, the north side of Fort Payne. I would even say take cover in Fort Payne, because Fort Payne is close enough to also, because this hooks a right, this will go into the north side of town, close to Isbell Field, and possibly even downtown. So, if you're in Fort Payne, you need to be taking cover right now. There is a possible tornado. There's not just one possible tornado, but there's two of them here. One near section, one over Sylvania, moving directly east, kind of east-southeast in a way. And it's moving east at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. So those areas here need to be taking cover along I-59, along Highway 11. This is where we could have the possibility of a tornadic activity. I mean, it's actually, well, it's not possibly because it's there. So again, this is confirmed confirmation of a tornado on the ground here in Jackson County in DeKalb County, Alabama. So now the good news is we've expired all the tornado warnings up here to the north. So if you're in Bledsoe County, Cumberland, Ray, Meigs, McMinn, no more tornado warnings for you. Those have all expired. And your tornado threat's done up here. So Meigs County points west, your tornado threat's done. Now, I'm still going to kind of hold on a little bit on the northern end of McMinn County. So Nyota to Sweetwater, Massillville, let's hold on here because this severe storm is actually trying to rotate again. So I want to keep an eye on that. So if you're watching from Sweetwater or Madisonville, still be on guard and be ready to shelter just in case this re-strengthens yet again. Again, these storms are cyclic. They will go through their stages. They'll go through the weakening and then the strengthening, and it's going to be back and forth. They've been doing this all evening here. All afternoon and evening, ever since that one cell went from Florence, Alabama to all the way to east of Athens earlier. So these all have tornadoes here potentially in them. So that's the one other tornado warning I just got out there real quick. Again, this one here let's check on Walker County here real quick, make sure we don't have anything there. Yeah, definitely a possible circulation here. It's very broad, but It's heading out of the tornado warned area, so it'd be interesting to see what Peachtree does with this. See if Peachtree City decides to extend it or not. But this is right here along 27, so this is going to cross pretty close to Noble, where the Bojangles and Walmart and all that is there on the north side of Lafayette. And then it's going to head out here towards Dalton. So if you're in Dalton area, you might want to, this is your heads up here. You got a dangerous storm with damaging winds and a little bit of hail, and you may have a tornado in there. So I cannot rule out the possibility of tornadoes here with this. Now let's see if we have a new, and yeah, and high tops down still. So unfortunately, we're kind of at a disadvantage here, especially the further north we go here, but at least the other radars are working, thankfully. Okay, we got a pretty good look at the low-level circulations here on this somehow, but so here we go. So there's one moving into Powell. That's Rock City in Alabama, not Tennessee. Mahon Crossroads, High Point, New Home, Sylvania, Council Bluff, Hammondville, Valley Head. This is getting pretty close to the same areas that were hit by that big tornado last year, back on May the 8th. And unfortunately, tonight has been another one of those kind of nights. I mean, I hate to say it, but unfortunately it's happening. We've had a lot of stuff happen. Let me see if we have any kind of other reports or anything coming in. Silver dollar size hail at the this was from the severe storm that passed through Dunlap earlier this evening. Some pretty incredible images. I'm gonna prove those. So yep. So there's some pretty big hail that was indicated with these storms earlier. Again, the hail part definitely overperformed. But again, we've lost these tornado warnings up in here on the Tennessee side. And the only tornado warning we have in our area now, since the one in Walker County was just allowed to expire, actually got canceled. So the circulation's weakened enough to where there's not a tornado concern anymore. So if you're in Lafayette, stay away from windows. Same with Rock Spring. But you don't have a tornado threat anymore. The Weather Service has canceled your warning. And I was looking at just now here behind the scenes. I looked at the other velocity product here behind the scenes. I'm not seeing any clear evidence of a tornado in Walker County. So if you're in the southern half of Walker County heading into Whitfield, I don't see a tornado threat for you anymore at this moment. Could that change in 20 minutes or so? Yeah, but right now I don't see a major concern. I mean, look at all the lightning in these storms. I mean, these are very electrical storms. And here, if there's a tornado here, and it's been confirmed to be, here's one right here moving into Powell, and here's the other one east of Sylvania heading out towards Hammondville, Valley Head, and Mentone. So right now, these are the areas that have potential tornadoes moving from west to east across this area. So Jackson and DeKalb counties, mainly south and east of Scottsboro. If you're in Scottsboro, you're good. So Scottsboro, you're good. This is south of you now. You don't have to worry about this storm. Stevenson, Bridgeport, Higdon, Bryant, even Eider. I'll even say you're all clear, because this is to your south now and nothing to worry about. Dade County, you're good. These tornadic storms are going to pass to your south. This is going to head down towards Valley Head and Mentone and clip Walker County into Chattooga County. So we may need warnings down there from this eventually if these hold together. Also, Marshall County has a severe thunderstorm warning out here for the western end of that area for 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. And we still got, let's check on this one up here real quick. Moving up towards Sweetwater and Madisonville, so northern Monroe County. Little bit of maybe some weak rotation there, but this is mainly damaging wind. I mean, this is going to be some very strong straight-line wind. Definitely some 50 to 60 in there. So right over Nyota right now, moving up towards the Reagan community and heading out towards Sweetwater, Madisonville, Hopewell Mill, and eventually towards Von Orr. And this is going to miss Tellico Plains, so this is going to pass north of Tellico Plains. And also, in case anybody has interest up towards Knoxville, I'm not seeing a really strong rotation right now, but this is what we got to watch right here. When it starts hooking around like that, that's something that has to be watched. So, heads up in Knox County. If that strengthens, you might get a tornado out of that. Not saying it'll happen, but the chances there based off the environment today. So, just heads up out that way. And then, in case you may have family or relatives up there. But again, the main, at least local area that has tornado warnings right now. And here's another one here for Marshall and DeKalb. So we got another tornado warning now for Marshall and DeKalb County in Alabama. So, unfortunately, we got another one here. So Gunnersville, Collinsville, Albertville, Lakeview, Geraldine, up to Rainsville and Fife. This is your new tornado warning until the next hour. So this is going to go in effect here until 9:45 p.m. Central Time. So we have still got these multiple tornado warnings, mostly on Sand Mountain. So south of Ida, really, is where the main tornado danger is. Adjusting my chair here, but in these areas right here, so Gunnersville, take cover. The possible tornadoes here are near Union Grove and Arab, moving off to the east here. And this is moving off towards Gunnersville and Albertville, heading out towards Lakeview, Geraldine, Crossville in Alabama, and Collinsville. And eventually, if this holds together, Fort Payne, this is heading your way. So if you're in Fort Payne, I would think about my safe place in case this were to turn or the circulation up here decides to make a more northerly turn. I'm hoping it makes more kind of a south turn, but it avoids anything too major. But again, there's that chance that it could re-strengthen again. So the Weather Service in Huntsville feels confident here that there's that risk here of another tornado potentially moving up into Arab, Union Grove. I mean, look at this right here. That's the other circulation right there. So there's Union Grove, there's Arab, there's Gunnersville, and it's moving out to the east from there. So let's check on these other tornado warnings. So we got these 2 tornado warnings right now in northeast Alabama. Rainsville, Powell, rotation here. A little weaker than it was earlier, but still take cover because there's still confirmation of a tornado on the ground. So as long as that confirmation stays in place, we got to take it seriously here. So Sylvania out towards Hammondville and Valley Head and Mentone, take cover. Also in High Point, Stamp, Blake, Lakewood, Lake Howard, Council Bluff, New Home, Kalen up towards Battelle. Those areas need to be seeking shelter, as well as Bankhead. You're now towards Little River Canyon. So this is going to pass just north of Little River Canyon, DeKalb County in Alabama. And this is going to eventually, if it holds together, it's going to eventually be a Summerville and Chattooga County problem. So if you're down there towards Summerville and Tryon, I would be prepping right now to be going into my safe place, because there is the risk that you could have a tornado or two with these thunderstorms moving out in from Sand Mountain. So these are the main areas of concern right now. And I'm not seeing any tornado concerns on the Tennessee side. So right now, the main corridor here for severe weather is going to be right in here. So if you know anybody that's really in these highlighted spots here that I'm circling, if you know anybody out in here that are not in this. By the way, this Jasper right here is Jasper, Georgia, not Tennessee. So just a heads up there. That's not Tennessee, that's Georgia. So if you know anybody inside this circle I drew, they have the risk for damage. They have the best risk, the higher risk for damaging winds, hail, and possible tornadoes over the next few hours. It's going to be in that corridor. It's going to be in this corridor right here. Everybody to the north and west of this is all clear. I'll just abbreviate it as AC. So everybody to the north of all this activity, all north of these tornado warnings, you're all clear. That's why I put my AC up there. That's what it means. So from the tornado threat, you're all clear once this, as this line passes to your south and east. And so we'll hold on here for Nyota and Sweetwater and Madisonville here for a few more minutes until that storm passes, and then they'll be all clear. But if you're in Athens and Inglewood, you're good. So Decatur, you're good. Dayton, you're good. All those areas are fine now. You don't have any more concern of any tornadic activity the rest of the night. That I can promise you. And thankfully I can be able to promise that after a very, very long afternoon and evening, and it's still a long evening, especially for our northeastern Alabama friends. So here we go here. Here's the other circulation here. So we got 1, 2, 3. Here's one approaching Valley Head, Hammondville. Here's the other one moving near Rainsville and Sylvania and Powell. And here's the other area back here moving towards Gunnersville Lake and down towards Albertville, Arab, and moving east towards Collinsville, Crossville, Geraldine, and Lakeview, and Fife in Alabama. And well, specifically in DeKalb County. So these are the areas right now that do have the possibility of tornado activity. Now we got a new tornado warning here for Walker, Catoosa, Whitfield, and Murray counties. Alrighty, this is some new information here. So, possible tornado here. Let me get you the latest on that. That just came across. So, this is a tornado warning. Unfortunately, that rotation is re-strengthened again. This is a tornado warning for southwestern Catoosa County, southwestern Murray County, Whitfield County, so the whole county of Whitfield. So Dalton get under cover. Southeastern Walker County until 10:45 p.m. Eastern. At 9:57 p.m. Eastern, a severe thunderstorm was located. A severe thunderstorm is capable of producing a tornado. Was located over Linwood or over Lafayette, and it's moving east at 25 miles an hour. I got the area being highlighted right here. Hazardous tornado and quarter-size hail. It is radar indicated. Those of you in the path, here's the locations that are in the path of this storm: Dalton, Lafayette, Tunnel Hill, Naomi, Noble, Wood Station, Rocky Face, Tilton, Mill Creek, Linwood, Donville, Villanelle, and the North Georgia Speedway. These are the areas that are in the path of that possible tornado. So this does include Greater Dalton here. So everybody in the city of Dalton, as well as Lafayette, should be need to be sheltering right now. Head down to the basement, lowest interior room. Anything will work as long as it's on the lowest level and away from windows. Anything will work as long as it's away from windows and such. Again, Chatsworth, heads up. I know you're not in this tornado warning technically out there in the eastern end of Murray County, but this is heading your way down the road. So I would be making plans to head down to your safe place here, because you may be included in this down the road if this storm were to hold together. Hopefully it does not. Hopefully it falls apart before then, but we really can't count on that, unfortunately, especially considering the cyclic nature of these storms today. I mean, they will cycle through, and then when it looks like they weakened, and all of a sudden, boom, we get another tornadic circulation all over again. So it's just the way it is here today, unfortunately. And the atmospheric conditions are favorable still, even with it being well after dark. And that's the thing here. The wind shear in these areas that have not been impacted yet, there's still enough wind shear. There's enough instability because of all the moisture that's coming in from the Gulf and such. All that moisture is still running up in here, so we're keeping the instability here well into the night. Because usually in a situation like this, when you have big storms in the summer, I mean, they usually die off after sunset because of loss of daytime heating. But because of the dynamics of this system, that's not happening here. So this is hanging on well after sunset because of the dynamics. So that's what I'm saying here. So everybody in here needs to take cover. It looks like looks like Birmingham issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Cherokee County, Alabama. That's outside of the coverage area, but figured I'd make note of that for those that may have people down towards Weiss Lake. So if you know anybody down there, give them a heads up. So again, here's your possible tornado here on the east side of Lafayette, close to Villanelle, and it's heading directly for Dalton. So if you're in Dalton, you need to be taking cover right now. So those areas out there need to be sheltered until this passes. The entire city up and down. I mean, Rocky Face as well, out here towards Cedar Ridge, Keefe's Mill. I mean, I can go a lot of communities here. Right around the carpet store, so all the carpet places out there, they need to be in their protocol. And here's the other tornadoes. So let's not forget about Sand Mountain here, because we're still covering that too. So these are the two main areas right now. Now we have a tornado warning for Knoxville. So I'm actually going to go up here real quick, because I know a lot of you may have people up at UT. So that little circulation I was mentioning a minute ago, oh boy, that looks nasty looking. So if you know anybody up at Knoxville and UT, tell them to take cover. Possible tornado there. You have a tornado warning for Knox County for the next 43 minutes until 10:45. So everybody around the UT campus needs to be sheltered. And there's some intensifying rotation out here towards Carnes and the western suburbs of Knoxville here that are moving east towards downtown. So definitely heads up there. So if you have friends or family up there at UT or in the Knoxville area, you need to make sure that they are staying safe and seeking shelter and following through tornado precautions. So again, back down here to the south, let's check on here on our local area here. This is northeast Alabama. I'm seeing multiple little areas here that could have tornadoes in them. Here's one here, possibly, east of Grant. Here's another one near Section. Here's another one near Rainsville. Here's another one near Valley Head. So there's like 4 different areas right here that I'm seeing that could have tornadic spin ups in these. Now they're still saying observed on this warning, so it's very interesting to see what they say. They're saying a confirmed tornado was located over as of 8:50. It's over section 7 miles northwest of Rainsville, and it has to be this circulation. Yeah, it is. So it'd be this one right here that's been confirmed. So it's the second one. So the second circulation right here where the hand is, that's the confirmed tornado. These back here are more radar indicated, but this one right here, south of Sylvania, that's the one that's confirmed. So based off the timing of that, that's where it is. So those areas down there, so Highway 75 and a lot of county roads out in here. So Blake, there's Isabel Field and Fort Payne. So this is going to go on the north side of Fort Payne here. This confirmed tornado will. And there's also another circulation here moving over. So heading right Lookout Mountain there in the Mentone right now. Possible tornado there. And here's another one here south of Section, and possibly another one trying to develop here east of Grant. And as you see every now and then, the velocity is going to get a little bit muddled here, considering we're pretty far out in range. But again, you can kind of see here on the reflectivity, there's one there, there's one here. I mean, there's multiple little areas that could be producing tornadoes, all on this line. It's moving across the southeastern half of Sam Mountain. So let's get back here to North Georgia here, because let's make sure see what we got on this storm. Get a possible tornado here east of Lafayette over to Catlett area, crossing Alabama Highway right now. It's getting ready to cross into Whitfield County. So the Whitfield forest and the mountains out in here in this western end of Whitfield County, those areas need to be sheltered, and that actually tightened up a little bit right there. So that's definitely concerning, especially with the lightning increase. So crossing Alabama Highway right now into Whitfield County, possible tornado, moving towards the Mill Creek area south of Mount Vernon, and moving directly towards the Dalton area. So if you know anybody out that way, make sure they are taking cover right now because of possible tornadoes. I mean, there could be, again, a possible tornado in that thunderstorm. So those areas right now need to be sheltered at this time. So Dalton, Tunnel Hill, Rocky Face, and I'm going to play it safe and say Chatsworth as well. I mean, I know Chatsworth's technically not in the warning, but Chatsworth, I would still stay sheltered here because there could be a possible tornado there in that area within the next 30 minutes or so. So that's the area of concern where this red meets the green. And it does kind of notch around a little bit, so that there is a legitimate concern there of a possible tornado moving east into the Dalton area at this time. So it's about to cross I-75 here really shortly. So within the next 10 to 20 minutes, this thing's going to be crossing I-75. So I really hope no one's out in the road in that area because they're going to be in the path of a possible tornado. Now, we don't have confirmation here, but there is that chance there could be one. All right, new tornado warning here for far southern Dade County, but as I said, the circulation is going to stay south of Dade. This is going to be southwestern Walker County and northwestern Chattooga County. Tornado warning for the next 40 minutes. That's going to go in effect here until 9:45 Central, 10:45 Eastern Time. This is for the possible tornadoes here that have been going across the Sand Mountain here, multiple of them. And those are heading into southwestern Walker County, near and south of Lafayette, and areas near and north of Somerville and Tryon. So those areas need to be sheltered. I told you about those of you down there in Chattooga County a little bit ago. Now you got a tornado warning in effect for a possible tornado in those areas. So again, Tryon, Pennville, Menlo, south of Lafayette, south of Rising Fawn. Rising Fawn, you're not in this. Even Amos Mill's not in this. So like I say, Dade County is totally clear from this, even though I know the southern tip's technically in. But this is mainly a southwestern Walker County and a northwestern Chattooga County storm. I want to make that clear. Once this thing gets out of DeKalb County, Alabama, that's where it's going to be. So heads up in those areas. And again, this little area of rotation is going to head, if it holds together near Gunnersville, it's going to impact DeKalb again on the southern end and go into southern Chattooga County and perhaps even the portions of Floyd County around the Rome area and up towards Gordon and Bartow counties. So areas down here to the south, they need to be alert too because, again, there's multiple little areas where there could be tornadoes. So here is the latest on that warning. Here, let me read off the wire here what this one is for Walker and Chattooga. This says here at 10:05 Eastern, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Hammondville or 11 miles north of Fort Payne. It's moving east at 30 miles an hour. Locations in the path include Somerville, Tryon, Lafayette, Menlo, Center Post, and Cloudland. Those areas need to be taking cover right now for a possible tornado in those areas. So these are the areas right now that really need to be on guard because there's so much happening here. So let me get this warning out here real quick. I know these are predominantly, except for Lafayette, Tryon, and Somerville. Outside of those areas, I know it's technically pretty rural, but again, there's still people that live in those areas, so they all need to be seeking shelter until 10:45 p.m. So those are the areas that are involved. So if you're in anywhere in these red polygons here in our southern communities, in our Alabama and Georgia communities here, south of Trenton in particular, so south of Trenton, south of Scottsboro, south of Ringgold, you need to be in your shelters down in here. So if you're south of those cities I called and your city is south of that, you need to be seeking shelter because you do have a possible tornado if you're south of those cities I just mentioned. So again, that's where the danger zone is. As I said, it's going to be in this zone here for the next couple of hours at least. And the good thing here is that severe storm, let me update this real quick for those of you up here watching in Monroe County. This cell up here near Madisonville, while it does have a little bit of spin in it, it's mainly damaging wind, and it's about to move up towards Von Orr and out of the area. And I do want to check on the Knoxville area really fast because I do know we have people in those areas that have kids that go to UT or have people that live up there or anywhere in between. I want to make sure we're not missing anything. So far, thankfully, I'm not seeing debris. That's a good sign, but that's a pretty wound up tight rotation there. Heading right down Oak Ridge Highway and heading in towards downtown Knoxville. So if you know anybody there, tell them to take over. This also includes, by the way, a part of Sevier County. So not quite Sevierville, but includes areas just north and west of there. So if you're down there and vacationing and all that, just make sure that everybody's aware of what's going on. But again, these are the main areas that are involved in this possible tornado here. So areas up towards Knoxville and Sevierville, make sure that you are in your shelters. But back down here further south into our area, moving down towards Marshall County and into DeKalb County, this is where we do have possible tornadoes in those areas. So let me see here real quick here, see if we got anything new. So far I haven't seen anything. Hold on here. Hold on guys, just a second. I gotta stop for a moment. Alright, hold on. All right. My mom was just checking in on me there for a second there, so now I'm back into business here. That's why I was a little distracted there for a second. I'm sorry for that. But here are the areas here again of main concern here. So northeast Alabama, northwest Georgia here, y'all got to make sure you're sheltered here. So south of Scottsboro and up towards south of Ringgold and areas in between. So Dalton, Somerville, down towards Fort Payne, Collinsville, Albertville, and Gunnersville. Just make sure you're staying sheltered there for at least the next 30 minutes. So those are the areas right now that are under the gun for possible tornadoes here. So these warnings all run in effect through at least the next 30 minutes. Now this one's still saying observed here in DeKalb County, so we got to treat it as such. But again, this is moving off to the east fairly quickly. Now I haven't heard anything new regarding damage or anything from these reports or anything, but let me show you this here. We do actually have some watch cancellations here real quick to share. If you're in not quite Franklin yet, but Grundy, Coffee, Cannon, Warren, Van Buren, White, DeKalb, Tennessee, Putnam, and Cumberland counties, your tornado watch has been canceled. So if you're in Grundy County, points north and west, your tornado watch has been canceled. So just want to get that information out real quick. So as all the tornadic storms have shifted south of the Tennessee state line and are moving across some of our Alabama and Georgia communities where they are just getting pounded with round after round of tornadic thunderstorms moving off to the north and east. So again, these warnings all run in effect through at least the next 30 minutes or so. And hopefully by that point, they'll weaken here to the point, hopefully, fingers crossed, to where we can expire all of them at some point, and hopefully they'll be weak enough to we won't have to worry about them anymore. But again, these are the main areas right now in our local area that have tornado concerns. So I want to emphasize that. If you're north of that line, if you're in Chattanooga, you're in Jasper or Winchester or Tullahoma, Manchester, Spencer, McMinnville, you guys are good to go the rest of the night. You don't have any more tornado concerns. This is all passing to your south, wells to your south and east. You do not have to worry about any kind of tornado or anything like that anymore. This is all passing to your south and east by a pretty good bit. So again, let me make sure I'm not missing any of the reports here. Looks like I'm getting some things here. Picture from Flat Rock. Looks like Scud. Scud cloud there. So yeah, that I was looking at that image there and see, it looks like an image I just approved there. It looks like a Scud cloud. Doesn't look like a tornado, but that one looks pretty close though, I will say. I mean, it does look more like kind of a wall cloud. It's hard to tell considering the trees are in the way of that and it's kind of low base, so it's very hard to tell. But right in there's something involved there. So again, these are the main areas right now, as I said again. So if you're in southern Walker County, so if you're in Chickamauga and Rossville, you're clear. But if you're from Lafayette and south to Somerville and Tryon, you need to be sheltered. If you're in Dalton, you need to be sheltered. So let me show you this. This is going to be up towards the Dalton area. Right here. Possible tornado towards Mill Creek, Mount Vernon area. This is actually tightened up a little bit in the last scan. So if you're in Dalton, you got to take this seriously. Take your tornado precautions. Head now towards Keefe's Mill, Cedar Ridge, Spring Place, Chatsworth area. You guys got to be taking cover right now. There is a possible tornado here moving into those areas at this time. So, again, those are the main areas of concern right now where we could have tornadoes. So, again, Meigs County, you're all clear. McMinn County, all clear. The only county in Tennessee that is that's not all clear is Monroe County. That's the only county that's not all clear. Everybody else is. So, from the tornado threat. So, every county on the Tennessee side of our viewing area is all clear from the severe weather threat for the rest of the night. If you are from Scottsboro to Chickamauga, Ringgold, and north into Tennessee, you're also all clear. And I'll circle the area where I am most concerned of tornado development over the next few hours. It's going to be in this corridor right here. If you know somebody out in here, as I said, before, tag them, give them a text, call, whatever you got to do. Make sure they understand here, especially north of Atlanta here, that they do have the potential for tornadic storms here over the next several hours. So again, I'm not seeing anything else on there. So again, all the other counties here, as I said, on the Tennessee side except Monroe, are all clear. Because the reason why I say Monroe County is not clear because they still got this warning in effect technically for about another 10 minutes. So 10 more minutes and they'll be good. But again, if you know anybody up towards Knoxville here, let me check on that real quick. And yeah, there's a potential tornado here going in towards the downtown area. So right here is where this hook is. Right over South Knoxville, basically. So if you know anybody up in there, make sure they're sheltered. Thankfully, the rotation in this has come down a little bit, so it's not really tight and definitive. I'm not seeing a debris signature in that, so that's good. and especially considering it's over such a populated area. Thank goodness we're not seeing any debris being kicked up. But again, if you know anybody out here, South Knoxville, and head up here towards the Kodak area and areas north of Sevierville, make sure they're staying sheltered. Now, these storms up here should weaken as they head up into the Smokies here and get up here in those mountains. Those mountains should come up, should actually go in there and tear those things up, but those storms up. So hopefully that'll be the case up in those areas, but they'll be all clear soon. So once that line passes through Knoxville, those folks up there will be all clear. So once that line passes through, it'll pass through pretty quickly. Within the next 30 minutes, you will be all clear. Again, Monroe County, as I said, hold on a little bit longer. Some very strong winds here is moving across, very strong winds, I should say, is moving across Hopewell, Mill, and Ball Play, and heading out towards Von Orr and Tallahassee. But after that, if it gets through those areas, it'll be out and it'll be moving up into the mountains. And then farther south here, looks like a tornado warning was introduced by Birmingham for Cherokee County. And again, unfortunately, High Top's still down. Unfortunately, they got a bad outage up there. And right here on the north side of Fort Payne, there's a possible tornado there. Another one back here towards Sylvania. Another east of Valley Head. And moving east towards north of Somerville, south of Lafayette. And down here further south towards Albertville and Collinsville. There's multiple little spots in here where you see the brighter colors here. There's a bright spot there. I am seeing the possibility of some small tornadoes here being involved in these areas. Again, nothing classic. I'm not seeing any wild hook echoes or anything that really spark trouble, but again, it doesn't take much, especially on days like today, to really spin things up. So again, Dalton area, you need to be taking cover. You have a tornado moving in right now. Possible tornado in that area. Right here where this red meets the green. It's getting ready to cross I-75 here. So right around, let's see here. Get some street names. There's Mineral Springs Road, Doug Gap Road. There's Walnut Avenue. So this is going to actually go right down Walnut Avenue, which is the major road through the center of Dalton. So Hamilton Medical Center, Crown Hill Village, downtown Dalton. So right around the downtown area. Whitfield Memorial Gardens, Kroger. Down here towards the bypass is Southeast Whitfield High School, Keefe's Mill, Cedar Ridge, Spring Place, west of Chatsworth. Again, if you're in Chatsworth, I would take cover because there's still a chance that this could potentially impact your area if it holds together. And if you know anybody out here towards Somerville and Tryon, they need to be taking shelter too. And I'll be honest here, if you're in Lafayette, I really think that you're good for the rest of the night. So if you're at Lafayette, points north, I'm going to go ahead and give you an all clear because this is going to pass south of you. I don't see this thing trying to jog north, at least downtown Lafayette. If you're south, you still need to stay sheltered. But from downtown Lafayette north, I believe you're good to go. So as far as like your tornado threat's over from downtown and north to Chickamauga and Trenton. And then down here, pretty much almost all of DeKalb County in Alabama is under a tornado warning right now. So if you're in DeKalb County, Alabama, you're basically under a tornado warning, except if you're north of Henniger towards Ider. That's the only part of DeKalb County that's really not under a tornado warning. Everybody else in that county is. So this is all moving into those areas right now. As I said, a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain, strong wind gusts. And again, that possibility of a few tornadoes. Here's one trying to spin up possibly east of Albertville, moving up towards the Rodentown area, Collinsville, Crossville. That's in the DeKalb County, Alabama, not Tennessee. This is moving away from Guntersville here, so it looks like the worst of the weather is now moving east of Guntersville, at least on the rotation side of things. And up here towards Fife, could be a little bit of spinning right here. Seen some signs of rotation in this area, and it's heading towards Fife and Geraldine. Lakeview as well. Rainsville stay in cover. Fort Payne stay in cover because you still got possible tornadoes there. And this is all moving to the east and southeast here pretty quickly. So let's get some movements on these. These are moving. It says here a confirmed tornado. Okay, this is a new report that just came in. At 9:14, a confirmed tornado is located near Henniger or 7 miles north of Fort Payne, moving east at 35 miles an hour. Law enforcement confirmed at least a tornado between Sylvania and Henniger. So, again, those areas need to be taking cover right now. So, again, if you're in Fort Payne, you're in Valley Head, you're in Mentone, in Hammondville, you need to be sheltered. There's still a confirmed tornado right now on the ground causing damage. This is a serious situation. Okay, looks like let me make sure this is correct here. So it looks like we have a new watch here that's just been issued. So let me see if let's see if I can calibrate that. Get that on the. See if I can find that. Okay, there is. Okay, so this includes most of East Tennessee and North Georgia here. Let me put a reminder on this. It goes into effect until 1 a.m. So until 2 a.m., the tornado watch continues for East Tennessee and North Georgia. But I'm going to be real with you here. The worst of it's over here for the Chattanooga area. I mean, Chattanooga area, I would kind of dismiss that watch. I mean, I usually don't like saying that, but considering you're now on the backside of this, you're in the rain-cooled air. There's nothing behind this that's going to, there's nothing else that's going to develop really behind this as far as tornadic activity goes. If you're in southeast Tennessee, you still have the watch technically until 1 a.m. or 2 a.m., but you are good from this severe threat. So you are good to go here across southeast Tennessee. It's mainly going to be DeKalb County, Alabama, and portions of Walker, Chattooga, Whitfield, Murray, and Gordon counties, really, over the next little bit. That's going to be the main area right down here where you see all these tornado warnings. Again, these are the very far southern stretches of our coverage area, but we do have people that of course, watch. So that's why I'm on here, just to make sure that we get everybody covered the same way as we do everybody else. I mean, this has been a very, very active day as far as severe weather is concerned. It's turned to a very active afternoon and evening. And as I said, I'm not sure of how many tornadoes that we've had. I mean, there's really I have no way of knowing right now. But there's been likely there's probably been, I hate to say it, but there's probably been a lot of damage, I can imagine, just based off all the tornado reports and everything else. So we really need to, areas out ahead of this that haven't had this yet. It's like Calhoun, Somerville. Somerville, you're in a tornado warning right now until the next 20 minutes. Now they're saying observed for Walker in Chattooga counties. So this is on the ground. Located over Mentone or 13 miles northeast of Fort Payne. So confirmed tornado near Mentone right now via broadcast media. Oh, yeah, that's bad. So, right, yeah, look at that. Boy, that looks rough right there. Looks like a little off from the rotation, but right there. Definitely a debris for sure. So, this thing's kicking up some debris right now for sure as it moves into not Dade County, but the southern tip of Walker County, the very far southern stretch, and mostly also into northwestern Chattooga County. So this is going to be south of Lafayette, so south of downtown, and this is going to pass probably just north of Somerville and pass close to Tryon, but all those areas in between need to be in your tornado safe place. So where this red meets the green, that's where we got this potential of a tornado moving east towards the Highway 27 corridor. So those areas need to be under cover right now. Again, this is a confirmed tornado that has caused damage right now. I mean, this is a very serious, situation. So let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Yep, so these were So let me get this word out here because this has now been confirmed across the state line here into North Georgia here. So we now have this confirmed report. So this has been confirmed as a tornado on the ground, moving into northern Chattooga County and southern Walker County. So take cover in those areas. You got a tornado reported, and there's also more possible tornadoes back out here to the west, moving into southern DeKalb County right now. And there's another one here south of Valley Head. So there's multiple different little areas still of a potential rotation that could involve tornadoes here And we now have another tornado warning. Actually, no, this is actually the same one. Okay, just wanted to make sure. This is an update. See what they're saying here. It's okay near Naomi or 7 miles east of Lafayette, moving east at 25 miles an hour. So that's the newest update on that. At first, I thought it was new there, but it's an update to the other one that was previously issued. So Dalton area, this is on top of you right now. There's a possible tornado overhead. Velocity looks a lot weaker and broader, so that's good news. So I'm not seeing really a low level, really strong low level of circulation at this time. But again, there is the possibility that there could be a tornado involved, moving over the Dalton area and moving pretty much right along Walnut Avenue and points in between her along Highway 76, moving towards a Walnut Square Mall and towards the Keefs Mill area. That's where we're seeing this possible tornado right in here. And thankfully, though, as I said, it's weak. It looks a lot weaker in the last volume scan, so some really good news there. Hopefully, it continues to weaken and fall apart as it moves towards Murray County. But again, we still got these confirmed tornadoes here, moving into southern Walker County and then the northwestern tip of Chattooga County. Again, this is the strongest circulation right now on the board. This is heading up towards Hawkins, Harrisburg, Center Post, south of Lafayette here, heading towards the Oakton area, Welcome Hill, Tryon. If you're in the city of Tryon, you need to be taking cover. There's a confirmed tornado. It's not potential. It's on the ground. We just saw the debris signature on radar. It's moving due south and east southeast. So right along the Chattooga Walker County line, there's a confirmed tornado on the ground causing damage. And so again, that's what I'm saying. We have the potential for several tornadoes here in this area. So that's the way I'm seeing it here right now. We do have a significant weather advisory here. These are not warnings, so these are not severe. But also, if you're up here towards the southeastern end of McMinn County, so Etowah, over towards Tellico Plains and into Polk County, you have what's called a special weather statement. You may have some gusty winds, but these are non-severe storms. So you see that blue box up there? That's what that is. That's a special weather statement for gusty winds. So it's heading up towards Ducktown, McKaysville, Georgia, now up here towards Farner, Coker Creek, Tellico Plains. Some heavy rain and thunder, but thankfully nothing, and I mean nothing severe there. And this one near Dalton continues. Looks like it's still broadening out. So I'm not sure if this warning will continue farther east, the tornado warning, but I can see at least a severe thunderstorm warning being issued. If not, it may actually be below severe levels. We'll have to wait and see here. The warning expires in about 15 minutes, so we'll have to wait and see what the decision is by Peachtree City. But again, if you're in Chatsworth and Dalton, I would still stay sheltered here for at least the next 15 minutes and wait until this passes. Dalton, you're about 5 minutes away technically also from being removed from the tornado warning because the circulation is passing to your east by a good bit. Here's the confirmed tornado here. The velocity update on this. Here's Highway 27. So no travel along Highway 27 here between Lafayette and Somerville. So do not travel that road because a possible tornado is about to cross Highway 27 here very shortly near the Chattooga Walker County line. And right now it's kind of favoring the Walker County side of the line, but it could kind of wobble back and forth and be a Chattooga circulation but then become more of a Walker County circulation. So it's just a very unique kind of situation here. It's odd for sure, but it's just something that we have to watch. And down here south, this is a very tight rotation here. Moving towards the Collinsville area of DeKalb County. So if you know anybody down there, make sure they know to seek shelter because this is another possible tornado. Moving up towards Collinsville, passing north and south and west there at Fort Payne, south of Valley Head. And this is going to be the area of main concern right here. And I'm not seeing any more rotation to the north and west of this. So that's some good news. And it looks like here they just updated that tornado warning and they just put out a new one here. So this goes in effect here for DeKalb County until 10:15. So they just expanded that warning. So yet again, we have another tornado warning for DeKalb County, Alabama here until um, 10:15 Central. So that's 11:15 p.m. Eastern Time, and they just expanded the other tornado warning. It looks like Atlanta decided to expand the warning here. That does include Murray and Gilmer counties. So I'll put this on here. So those of you in, let's get a time frame on this one. This goes in effect also until 11:15. So this is 11:15 p.m. Eastern Time, 10:15 p.m. Central Time. So here you go. This does include Ellijay. So Gilmer County, Fannin County, and Whitfield. So let me get you the latest on that. That's the new tornado warning. Radar indicated a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Dalton and moving east at 30 miles an hour. Locations that are in the path include Dalton, Chatsworth, Ellijay, Eton, Conasauga Lake, Tails Creek, Dawnville, Ramhurst, Mountain Town, Fort Mountain, Tilton, and North Georgia Speedway. This is the first new tornado warning. So that's going to go in effect here until 11:15 p.m. Eastern Time. That's 10:15 Central. So, again, I reference both time zones here because, again, the viewing area is cut in half here between the Central Time and the Eastern Time. So I have to make a reference to that here every now and then just to make sure, that no one gets confused there by the different times. So those areas here involved do need to be taking cover. So if you're in this warning polygon, if you're in Eton, you're in Dalton, especially on the east side of town, over here towards Chatsworth, to Ellijay, Fort Mountain, the Cohutta Wilderness. Everybody out there needs to be in their tornado safe place right now. Again, this is a possible tornado here moving due east from Dalton, heading right down Highway 74, and it's heading directly towards the Chatsworth and Eton areas right now, at this very minute. Again, there's a make sure I'm not missing anything else to the south and west. Okay, good. So again, here's the confirmed tornado here. Moving into, here's the southern end of Walker County. Let's check on that real quick. Make sure it's not doing anything else. Check and see if we got debris on that again. Thankfully, that's dissipated. So there's a good chance it's probably already lifted. But regardless, though, you're probably not going to see anything because it's so wrapped up in rain that it's just going to be very difficult to see. I mean, almost impossible to see because it's all wrapped up in rain. So that's what I'm saying. You won't be able to see. And plus, it's night. I mean, there's just no way that it'll be seen. So those areas that again, areas that get called out here, you got to take cover for possible tornadoes here. So again, Tryon, Somerville, south side of Lafayette here, south of downtown. Those are the areas that need to take cover. Also, DeKalb County. So areas basically from Henniger south to Valley Head, Mentone, down to Fort Payne. So pretty much the whole, pretty much a good 75% of DeKalb County in Alabama needs to be sheltered here because there's the possibility of a tornado, and not just that, but there's actually been confirmed confirmation with these. So this cell right here, these two cells right here, have had confirmed confirmation here reportedly, based on the timing at least, of confirmed tornadoes. So those areas here need to be taking shelter right now. And again, down here to the south and west, we're still seeing this strong circulation also near Collinsville. Now, that one's not been reported to be on the ground, at least as far as from what I know. But again, that's still a pretty tight circulation there that could produce a tornado at any time. So those areas there need to be taking cover at this time from a possible tornado. So Collinsville, Mount Vernon, up here towards Portersville, the Powell area, up towards the Copeland Bridge, Dawson, Crossville there. All those areas need to be in their tornado shelters right now. because there is a possible tornado. And then right down in here, see, let's check on this one up here. And we're toggling between several different tornado warnings here, but right here, pretty close to Eton here, north of Chatsworth. This is the other area that's showing a little bit of rotation. It could be producing a possible tornado. And again, that warning runs in effect for the next 37 minutes. So again, if you're in Dalton, you're clear. This cell is east of you. So if you're in Dalton, you're good. This tornadic storm is now moving towards Chatsworth and Eton. So it's getting ready to climb up into the Cohutta Wilderness. Now we have a new tornado warning also that's been issued. This is a radar indicator, so that tornado has lifted. So that's good news there, but we still have some upper level rotation in this. So this is going to be a new tornado warning until 11:30 for Walker, Chattooga, Whitfield, and Gordon counties. And that's going to go in effect here until 11:15 p.m. Eastern Time. So this is for a radar indicated tornado that's moving pretty much right over just north of Tryon here. So basically halfway between downtown Lafayette and downtown Tryon. And it's following the Walker-Chattooga County line. And it's going to head down towards the Calhoun area and towards Resaca. So if you know anybody in those areas, if you are there, take cover. And if you know anybody that lives in those areas, give them a heads up and let them know that there are possible tornadoes here moving across those areas. I mean, this is still a very serious situation here for these areas. So all those spots need to be taking cover right now. And again, we still got that tornado warning up in Knox County, but I do believe that circulation there is east of the Knoxville area now. Yeah, it is. So everybody up in Knoxville is all clear. So if you have anybody up at UT or anything like that, they are fine. The worst is over there. They are in the all clear. So just thought I'd pass that along real quick while I'm at it here. So again, this is the new tornado warning right here. Northwestern Gordon County, northeastern Floyd County, south central Whitfield, southeastern Walker, northwestern Gordon, and northeastern Chattooga counties until 11:30. It says a severe thunderstorm that's capable of producing a tornado was located over Center Post, or 7 miles north of Somerville. It's moving east at 35 miles an hour. Hazards of tornado, it's radar indicated. Locations in the path include Calhoun, Tryon, Resaca, Center Post, Oostanala, Sablina, Suttles Mill, Villanelle, Sugar Valley, Everett Springs, and Lake Marvin. So those are the areas in the path of that possible tornado. No time frame was given there, but again, that's where the tornado will be crossing. So those areas I just mentioned, so areas from Tryon east over to Resaca and Calhoun, in the very far southern tip of our viewing area here, they all need to be taking cover right now for a possible tornado. And again, this is shifting with time. As I said, it's continuing to slowly, it's taking its time, but it's slowly shifting south and east. But everybody else, if you're watching from the Tennessee side, you are good. As I said, if you're watching from Tennessee or you're watching from Jackson County, your severe threat is over. If you're watching from Dade County, Catoosa County, you're good. If you're watching from Dalton, you're good. The rotation's off to your east. So some great news there. All these blue polygons you see here, these are just special weather statements for gusty winds. That means non-severe storms, and nothing really worth noting other than those storms will just be noisy, just loud and noisy. Nothing really concerning. So again, these are the. Let me check on this other rotation near Collinsville, see if it's changed any. Real quick, this is the far southern tip of the area here. So there's Collinsville. Take cover there. Here's the area of rotation approaching that area right now. And this is heading out towards Weiss Lake. So if you know anybody out towards Weiss Lake, dangerous situation here. Potential for up to 70-mile-an-hour winds, half-dollar size hail, and a tornado. So if you know anybody out there towards Weiss Lake and Cedar Bluff and Center, make sure they know that there's the possibility of some significant problems here regarding the wind, hail, and tornado threats in that area. And that warning there goes into effect through the next hour. Again, that's outside the coverage area, but I thought I'd mention that in case you may have people that are down there on Weiss Lake or have a vacation home or something down there. Whatever you do, just make sure you're staying safe. So again, those areas need to be in shelter right now. Again, I'm not sure if I've seen anything with that. See here. Let's check on this Somerville area. Make sure we don't have anything happening there. So I'm going to switch over to the Atlanta next rad. Again, high tops out, so that's why I'm having to go to the different ones. Here's one here. So here's another tornado. So that's another tornado that just got put out here. So this is another tornado warning. And this actually goes for the same time frame. So this goes in effect here until the next 45 minutes. So Somerville area up towards Tryon, you need to be seeking shelter right now. You have another circulation here, diving to the south and east, heading in your direction. I mean, this is about as serious as it gets here. We still got multiple tornado warnings here. I'll say this storm north and east over Chatsworth, they're probably going to end up canceling this one, I think, because this one just does not look very impressive. And I think it's hitting that influence of the Cohutta Wilderness Mountains out in there. And very high terrain as you move up into the Blue Ridge Mountains. I think that should end up tearing that thing apart. So it's really going to end up probably being these southern trailing storms here going into Chattooga and Gordon counties and the remainder of southeastern DeKalb County. So basically Fort Payne down to Collinsville. So those areas are the ones that are on guard for possible tornado development. So those are the areas right now that need to be on guard. So that's the area of concern. Again, if you're in Lafayette, I know the warning mentioned you there, but it's passing to your south. So again, if you're in Lafayette, as I said, you're all clear. So I know Lafayette's technically mentioned in these warnings, but what I'm saying here is I really wouldn't worry too much about it now. I mean, this is to your south. You don't have to take cover anymore. This is not a threat towards you. This is no issue. And again, and we still got this one tornado warning here. It's observed, but I do think the circulation on this is fairly weak. And again, the tornadic part is moved into North Georgia, so I don't see any. Let me check the debris signature here, see if we got anything. And that's just a spike right there from the radar beam, so nothing to note there. So again, that potential tornado that was reported earlier is now moved into Chattooga County, Georgia. So right here, moving towards Tryon. If you're in Tryon and Somerville, you got to seek shelter. This is where we have the potential for a tornado to spin up right in here. And it's moving directly towards Calhoun and Resaca. So if you know anybody out there towards Calhoun and Resaca, they need to be taking cover at this time due to a possible tornado that's in those areas. Looks like we got another tornado warning here for DeKalb County yet again. I know, it's just continuous here. Fort Payne, you do need to take cover. So Fort Payne, take cover. Collinsville, take cover. Possible tornadoes here moving across southern DeKalb County. Now they're saying that it's okay near Sandrock or 12 miles northwest of Center, moving northeast. So it's this circulation right here that's being warned on. And it's about to move over across Weiss Lake and move out of the coverage area. And this will head towards the Rome area if it holds together. So if you know anybody down here towards Rome and points in between there, tell them to make sure they take cover, because there is a possible tornado here northwest of Leesburg, south of Collinsville in DeKalb County that's heading directly east towards Rome. And they may have to deal with that possible tornado down there in the Atlanta viewing area there. before too long. So, again, that's the rundown of all the warnings at this time. Again, these up in here towards Polk County, Monroe County, those are just significant weather advisories. There's nothing much to it. These are flash flood warnings that continue through the next 15 minutes to an hour or so for portions of Warren, Van Buren, White, and Cumberland counties, as well as Jackson and portions of Marshall and DeKalb counties in Alabama, because these storms are just trained over the same areas over and over and over again. And it's allowed not just multiple tornadic storms, but it's also allowed multiple rounds of torrential rain to fall over these same areas all over again. So I will have to say this circulation is just about to clear DeKalb County. So for a change, at least a part of DeKalb County, at least the southern end is going to actually be all clear, because this circulation here is quickly moving east into Cherokee County, Alabama here, moving into Weiss Lake. And then this is going to be, so yeah, that's down in, I believe that's Birmingham's market area. So Cherokee County is. So that's where it's going to be heading next. So Weiss Lake, Cedar Bluff, Galesville, those areas need to be seeking shelter. And I'll be honest, this northern one, this little comma head you see up here towards Valley Head and Hammondville, I mean, stay sheltered up in there. But let me check velocities here and see if that's actually spinning. A little bit of weak rotation there, but I'm not seeing any new reports or anything. I know this says it says here, it says emergency management reports a tornado on the ground earlier with these storms between Sylvania and Henniger, so that was likely earlier. So doesn't look like there's one on the ground with this, but let's treat it like one here. If you're over there towards Hammondville and Valley Head, take cover. Now, Henniger and Sylvania, this is east of you, so you are good. Eider, this is south of you, you're good. Jackson County, all clear. Marshall County, all clear from the tornado threat. Also up in here, Dade County, Catoosa County, all clear. The northern 75% of Walker County from Lafayette North, all clear. Dalton area points north, all clear in the northern half of Whitfield County. And then everybody in southeast Tennessee, Middle Tennessee, Southeast Tennessee, all clear for you. You do not have to worry about any more tornadoes. You got some rain left over here, but it's nothing of note. In fact, it's already ended out here to the north and west, so you're all clear for good. So that's the good news. And looks like they're going to continue that tornado warning. Looks like, I would say, is a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag into Gilmer County. So as this moves into the Blue Ridge Mountains and hopefully gets sheared apart by the mountains, before that happens, it may produce some pretty strong winds as it moves over the Cohutta Wilderness. So those areas there need to be on guard. And yeah, I really don't see a tornado in that. That looks more like a damaging wind. The only areas I'm really seeing tornadoes in are here, about to move out of DeKalb County and into Cherokee County, Alabama. Another one here moving towards Tryon and the north side of Somerville. And this one right up in here heading towards Resaca. And this one's going to head towards Calhoun if it holds together. So one tornado potentially heading for Resaca, Tryon and Resaca. The other heading towards Tryon, Somerville, and Calhoun. And this circulation's heading towards the north side of Weiss Lake, may clip southern Chattooga County south of Lyerly, and then impact the Rome area. So this is going to be where that goes. So these are the three main areas right now that I'm saying that have the most concern of a possible tornado, and they did cancel that tornado warning. So if you're in Murray County and Whitfield County, well, specifically Dalton, Chatsworth North, you do not have a tornado concern anymore. If you're in Gilmer County, you don't have a tornado concern. Your tornado warning has been canceled. So it's been canceled ahead of schedule, and it's been replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning. It does have a tornado tag on it, but that storm has really fallen apart over the last few minutes. I mean, it has dramatically fallen apart. Again, we're still dealing with these tornado warnings here in our far southern counties here. Here we are at 8 minutes until 10 o'clock. And I do believe here within the next hour, by the time we get towards the midnight Eastern time hour, I do expect that we will be able to finally clear the rest of our counties here. And I do believe DeKalb County will be cleared sooner than later. I'll go ahead and tell you that. DeKalb County, Alabama. I mean, you guys unfortunately have been getting round after round after round and tornado warning after tornado warning. And same as Walker and Chattooga counties here. I mean, I think within the next hour here, I mean, maybe about another hour of this in these areas, and then that'll be it at most. Because this will be forced east here with time. Let me see how fast these are moving. Moving east at 35. They're moving kind of slow, but at least they're trying to pick up a little speed as they move off to the east here. So, and there's the new scan. Again, the worst of it's now east of I-59. So if you are west of I-59 DeKalb County, you are all clear. East of I-59, stay sheltered for at least another 10 minutes or so. And once that moves out, you will finally be all clear, and we'll finally be able to clear all of our Alabama areas officially. Jackson County is clear and Marshall County is clear, but not quite DeKalb, at least south of Ider. And then now here to the south and east, we're about to almost clear Walker here pretty soon, but again, this is going to be a little bit longer there for those areas. So again, I'm not seeing anything else. Let me make sure I'm not missing any. Let's actually check out some of these real quick here. Again, if you're trying in Summerville, there's a rotation area over you and you need to take cover. But let's see if we got any kind of tornado spotter or anything like that. Reports. No, it's not showing up on this map, but I figured it. I thought it would, but it's not. But make sure I know what I'm doing here on that end. But regardless, though, I'm not seeing any kind of reports or anything out there at this time. So let me turn these off. I actually have to turn on the interval here, but yeah, I haven't seen anything new. Okay, so I figured that's what was the case there. Let me get this out of that zoom. It's zoomed in way too far. There we go. So let's get back here to the Atlanta next rack because it shows the velocity a lot better in here. Ignore that message up in there. That's from the high top radar. It's still down. But right in here, there's one possible tornado here. Crossing down the, actually moving right down the Walker County line there with Chattooga. It's moving directly towards Resaca. If you're in Resaca, take cover. Down here towards Tryon, Somerville. Take cover in those areas. You have a possible tornado. This is actually the stronger circulation, I believe, of the two. So Neal Crossing, Pennville, Tryon, East Tryon, Welcome Hill. Potential of a tornado in here. Moving to the east. Radar indicated. So we don't have a confirmation of a tornado, but it doesn't mean one can't drop. As we all know, conditions can change really rapidly here. So what I'm going to do here actually also is if you're in Collinsville, you're all clear. This circulation is now advanced into Cherokee County, Alabama. You do not have a tornado threat anymore. So I do not foresee a tornado risk in that area anymore. There's still this little interesting comma feature here right around Valley-headed Mentone, but I'm not seeing any evidence there of a major circulation. So I really think we're about 5 to 10 minutes away here officially of clearing DeKalb County, Alabama from this. And from this point forward, it's going to be mainly Chattooga and Gordon counties as the main areas of tornadic concern, which means everybody else is all clear once we get to that point. So a little bit to go, at least for our southern tier. So very far southern tier too. So again, this is where, for those in case you want to know, this is where the coverage area stops. So it stops about right here. So once it gets south of this line right here, I'll correct it right here. So once this stuff gets south of this line, then we'll all be good right in here. So Chattooga and Gordon, once this gets out of here, you'll be good. And all that. So that's where my coverage area stops, which is right here. So again, this is pretty much cleared. The majority of this is cleared DeKalb County, Alabama at this point. And this up here looks really weak up here towards Valley Head and Mentone. So what I'm going to do here is, considering it's really weak, I'm going to go ahead and give DeKalb County, Alabama an all clear. I mean, I know it's unofficial yet, but the strongest circulation here is east of Collinsville. It's moved out of there. It's heading towards Weiss Lake. And this up in here is quickly crossing into Chattooga County, Georgia here. So if you're in DeKalb County, Alabama, you are pretty much finally, as of 10 p.m. on this Tuesday night, you are officially all clear from the tornado threat. The worst of all this is passed to your east. This is now a Chattooga County and Gordon County deal. So as far as tornadoes are concerned in our viewing area here, these are the last two counties left. Once we get it through here, or if they expire early, then we'll finally be done, at least with the coverage wise on this for sure. But again, if you're in Tryon and Somerville, you need to stay sheltered. You got about 30 more minutes on this warning, but I'll be honest, they'll probably expire it a little sooner because it's going to head out of that warning polygon here pretty shortly. Also, Resaca and Calhoun, stay sheltered there. That warning also expires in 30 minutes, so we'll have to reevaluate this here and see what happens from there. So again, that's plenty of time for some changes to happen within this line. Hopefully it'll be more of a weaker trend. That would really help. And then go from there with it. And there's also this little significant weather advisory that's been added up north of Blue Ridge here in Fannin County. But again, that's nothing really. That's not a severe storm. That's just a gusty storm, a gusty wind. So if you're in Monroe County and Polk County, you're good. And there's a severe thunderstorm warning up in Sevierville, but there's no other severe weather up in the Gatlinburg area or anything like that. So you're good. So the Weather Service has just canceled officially that tornado warning for southern half of DeKalb County, and I'm sure they're about to do it here pretty soon for the Valley Head Mentone area. So considering that one expires in 15 minutes, and they just did. So it's official. DeKalb County, Alabama, all clear. Northeast Alabama, all clear in our viewing area. Cherokee County, Alabama is different, but again, that's out of our coverage zone. But for our three counties up in here, Marshall, DeKalb, Jackson, your severe threat is finally over. Day County, it's finally over for you. Walker County, most of Walker County. I'll just go ahead and say Walker County. I know you got this tornado warning in the southeast end, but the circulation on that one, yeah, it's south of there now, so it's moving towards Resaca. So Walker County, I'll give you the all clear. Whitfield County, so everybody except Chattooga and Gordon is all clear from the tornado threat. So our far southern communities here. So these are the only ones down in here that have tornado concerns. I mean, this is definitely a pretty tight rotation here. Moving over Pennville and right in the area between Somerville and Tryon. And this is the other circulation right here. The pocket campground there in the northern end, the northern panhandle of Floyd County. And moving out here towards Sugar Valley and Resaca. So that's going to be this area of circulation right here. Stay sheltered in Calhoun and Resaca for the next few minutes. Stay sheltered in Tryon and Somerville. Menlo, you're good. So if you're in Menlo and Cloudland, this is east of you now. Lyerly, you're good. This is going to stay to your south and north and east. And to be honest here, I'm looking at this severe thunderstorm warning up in Murray County and Gilmer, and I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not really impressed with this. I mean, this is not a very impressive storm. As I said, I believe the mountains up here, the Cohutta Wilderness and Fort Mountain, all that are likely tearing these storms up as they get up these elevations here. So, I mean, so that's what I'm thinking here. So that's why this is quickly falling apart as it moves up here towards the Blue Ridge and Ellijay areas. Again, this is just really the strong corridor right now, right in here. So this is definitely the main zone for a possible tornado over the next few minutes. And I'll even add this one down here. And that's going to head down towards Rome and Cartersville down here. So if you know any friends, family that live in Rome or Cartersville or these northern Atlanta suburbs down in here, give them a call, give them a text, make sure they're aware that they have a tornado watch and they may have tornadic storms moving in there within the next hour. So, so again, that's where that's heading. So 10:03 right now, and we still have these couple of tornado warnings. Again, here's the update on that circulation. It's moving basically just east of 27 now, so Pennville's in the middle of this. So this is north and east of downtown Summerville by about a couple miles. And it's getting ready to cross towards Farmersville, Sublina, and up here towards Everett Springs. So those are the next areas in line in northwest Georgia. This circulation looks a little weaker, thankfully. This is heading up here towards Resaca. Again, still got about 25 minutes on both of these warnings. So yeah, 27, 25 minutes on these warnings. So hopefully they'll be out of there before then, and I do project that they probably will be. So if all goes well on these weekend, we'll finally be able to sign off here by 10:30 Central Time, if all goes to plan. So that's the hope here. Let's just ride these out here as they go through our southeast southern county tiers here. Again, everybody else north of this is all clear. You can go to sleep. If you're not in Chattooga, if your county is not named Chattooga or Gordon, you can go to sleep. So if your county does not include those two names, you guys are good to go. Again, because the reason why I say that, because Chattooga and Gordon counties are the only areas that have ongoing tornado concerns. Walker County is pretty much out of it. Whitfield's out of it. These cells are trending south with time. They're getting pushed south. That's the good thing. With time, they're getting pushed farther south. So it's like another tornado warning here. This is for the far southern end of Chattooga County, but I'm going to be honest with you, that's not going to affect Chattooga, the southern one. This is going to be a Rome issue, and that's a dangerous storm right there moving over Cedar Bluff in Alabama. So I said, if you know anybody at Rome, you need to let them know that if you know anybody there, make sure they're taking cover, because that's a dangerous storm. It's got a hook on it. It could produce a tornado at any time. And again, that's heading out of the viewing area here. So that's moving into Atlanta's viewing area. But right up in here, still got this evidence of circulation here near Farmersville in northern Chattooga County. So the bigger communities up in here like Somerville, Tryon. This is passing to your east. Give about 5 more minutes and you'll be clear there. And again, as I said, DeKalb County, you're good. The worst of the weather is gone to your east. And as I said, this is also moving back into Gordon County. So Ranger and Ramhurst, down towards Fairmount, Sonoraville, those areas down in here, you guys are next in line to see these possible storms here that could produce tornadoes in any minute. Again, still looking at a pretty strong velocity couplet. Let's see if we got any correlation coefficient or debris. Thankfully, no, so that's good. So this is continuing to slide to the east and southeast here, and this cell's weakening right here pretty dramatically. This one's taking over. So what may happen here is if this ends up becoming the dominant storm, the dominant supercell down here, that's over Cedar Bluff in Alabama, that may choke off the energy from these two and really weaken these two with time as they approach Calhoun. And this would become the more dominant circulation, impact places like Rome, Cartersville, Canton, Woodstock, and these northern Atlanta suburbs. So that's what could happen if this ends up becoming the predominant storm within this line that's trying to form. It may help choke off the energy up in here and get rid of these tornadic signatures, and this would become the main dominant one. And this has happened several times tonight, where we've had one and then another one to the south comes in and chokes off the energy to the north, and then the southern one takes over and is the big thing. And that's happened, unfortunately, far too many times tonight. I hate to say it, but it's happened way too many times. I mean, way too many times really for me to count. So everybody in line of these storms, to the east, so Gordon County and areas in between here, just make sure that you are still staying plugged in and aware of what's going on, because there's still the possibility of tornadoes in these areas. Again, give it about 5 to 10 more minutes and we'll clear Somerville and Tryon here because that rotation is moving pretty good ways to the east now. Again, that tightened up a little bit right there, actually. So that's moving east of Pennville now, moving out here towards the western end of Gordon County. The northernmost circulation is looking a lot weaker, but it's still trying. As I say, it's still trying to rotate. But again, I'm not really seeing too much in the way of anything concerning. And these storms up in here across Murray County and into Gilmer County, these are currently non-severe. These are that's a severe storm, but to me they look quite disorganized. They don't really. I mean, they have gusty wind for sure, but nothing that really screams a big time issue. Thankfully, up there. But again, looking here at all the different products here, this is where again you could tell where most of these circulations probably are just based off the lightning, where the lightning is clustered around the most, like right here around Galesville there and Cedar Bluff, right near Weiss Lake, moving towards Floyd County and Rome. And you got this other cluster of lightning here, south and east of Tryon, north and east of Somerville. That's another indication there. You got a very strong storm that could be rotating. Not as much up in here, so that's a sign that this is likely weakening with time, moving up towards Resaca, but still stay sheltered there. Yeah, I said, if you're in Walker County, as I said, I know this warning still includes the southeast part of the county, but it's a very far southeast end of the county, and the rotation is staying totally south. So it's staying south of the county line and staying in Chattooga and Gordon. So staying south of there by a good bit, staying south of Dalton. Dalton, you don't have anything to worry about anymore. Trenton, you don't have anything to worry about. I mean, most areas involved here do not have anything else to really worry about at this time. So this is going to be, again, let's make sure we don't have anything else happening here. So let me check the new velocity scan. Again, this is the stronger area of circulation. So it's getting ready to move right across. Let me make sure I read what that says. It's Gore Spring. That's Gore, Sublina Road, Farmersville Road. Let's see here. Highway 27, 329. Out here towards 326. Let's see here. Everett Springs Road. All those areas in here are in the path of a possible tornado. There's 641 right there. The Beedham community, it's east of you now. And moving south and east from there. So, again, you can actually see on reflectivity here, there's a little bit of a hook here still showing, where you see this rain that's wrapping around like this. And you still got some circulation coming up in here. That's going to be the area where your possible tornado is, where that is all rotating around. So it's halfway right now between Somerville and Calhoun, and moving basically like this. So this is heading directly for the Calhoun area. And this may also impact the Plainville community, and also down here towards Adairsville, moving south from there. So this is all moving in that direction. And then south in here. Now, I know the southern tip of Chattooga is involved in this warning, but the worst of this here is going to stay south of there. So this is going to be mainly a Rome issue with this farther south circulation. And the new velocity skin up here continues to look disorganized up in here, so that's some great news. Right up in here, this warning technically expires in about 20 minutes, so we'll see if they decide to expand it or whatever the case is. But again, I'm glad they're keeping the tornado warnings in place here, just based off the history tonight, and just to be on the safe side. I mean, it's great to err on the side of caution, especially considering what's happened. We've had a lot of tornado reports. I mean, just a lot of things that have happened here tonight. I know the tornado watch technically runs in effect here, and let me see if they've cleared any more counties from that tornado watch real quick. And they have. So Franklin, Lincoln, Moore, Marion, Hamilton, Squatchy, Bledsoe, Ray, and Meigs, you've been cleared from the tornado watch. So if you're in those counties, you've been cleared from the tornado watch. So I'll read that again. Lincoln, Moore, Franklin, Marion, Squatchy, Hamilton, Bledsoe, Ray, and Meigs. Tornado watch canceled. No longer in effect. It technically still includes Monroe and McMinn, Bradley, and Polk in Tennessee, but the worst of the severe weather is east of you, so I'm giving you the all clear there. And it's still in effect for all of Northeast Alabama and North Georgia, but I'm gonna give Northeast Alabama an all clear. And then for Northwest Georgia, Dade, Walker, Whitfield, you guys are all clear as well. And looks like here they've expanded these as severe thunderstorm warnings, so it makes me wonder what they're going to do. They may just cancel these tornado warnings, and if so, that's great. Because when they cancel these tornado warnings, I will finally be able here to, I'll sign off here once they do. So if they do decide to cancel those, then we'll go back. Because here in the southern circulation is not even going to impact any part of Chattooga County, and it's going to head down more towards Rome, which is in the Atlanta viewing area. So again, we'll let's have to wait and see what they do here over the next few minutes as this warning has been expanded as a severe thunderstorm warning. Now, I don't think they'll be replacing this one down here because this one's actually a stronger circulation, but they'll probably end up replacing these tornado warnings, I'd imagine, with time. And these up in here, Chatsworth area east, these storms up in here, nothing very impressive with those. Just really a wall of wind and rain more than anything up in there. And same with areas up towards Murphy and North Carolina. Nothing really impressive up there either. Yeah, these circulations have really broadened out. This one's broadened out up here heading towards Resaca and Sugar Valley. And this one has as well, so that's the good sign. So, again, as long as these circulations don't, strengthen anymore here, and they stay the way they are, then that'll be it for as far as these areas go for the rest of the night as far as tornadoes concerned. So again, if you're in Somerville and Tryon, you're clear. So I'm going to give you an all clear there. Menlo, Lyerly, you're all clear. Again, as I said, Whitfield County, you're clear. Walker County, you're clear. Same with Murray. In fact, your severe thunderstorm warning was just canceled. So all clear from the severe weather threat for those of you in Murray and Gilmer and Fannin counties. And they have shortened these tornado warnings. They haven't canceled them, but they have shortened these tornado warnings. This one goes into effect for about another 15 minutes. This is just for Resaca and Calhoun. See what they're saying here real quick. It says a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Sugar Valley or 7 miles northwest of Calhoun, moving east at 30 miles an hour. Again, this remains in effect until 11:30, so we got about 15 minutes. Locations in the path include Calhoun, Resaca, Sugar Valley, and Oostanala. Here's the other one. See the new update on this one. It says here a tornado warning remains in effect until 11:30 for Chattooga County. At 11:12, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Sublina or 7 miles northeast of Somerville, moving east at 30 miles an hour. Hazard is a tornado. It's radar indicated. And those of you, again, I can X Tryon out of this because Tryon's no longer involved, but the Sublina community is in the path of that storm. And they just put out a new tornado warning here for the next 45 minutes until midnight Eastern time. So they just expanded this because, yeah, this circulation's actually, it's broadened out, but it's still fairly tight in here. So I get the precautionary measure. So if you're out here towards Oostanala, Reeves, McDaniels, Blackwood, Lewis Corner, Newtown, Calhoun, Damascus, White Hill Estates, Redbud, Sonoraville, these are the areas that are involved in this new tornado warning for the next 45 minutes. 43 actually, until midnight Eastern. So this is going to head out here towards Calhoun and then points east from there. It's going to head out, then eventually Ranger, and then out of the area. And by the way, this Jasper over here is Jasper, Georgia, not Tennessee. So keep in mind, that's in Pickens County, not Marion County, Tennessee. So just want to point that out there while it was in the view. But again, if there's a tornado here, this is where it is. So it's basically halfway between Tryon and Calhoun in the northern panhandle of Floyd County. But it's going to enter Gordon County here pretty soon. Go right over the Calhoun area, and then east from there is going to head out here towards Ranger. So think of this as like the 40. So within 45 minutes, that's where this is going to be. So as I said, by the time we get towards 11 o'clock, this will finally be out of the area for sure. That I can promise. So by 11 o'clock, the way this is moving, this will be out, and we won't have to worry about any more additional tornado warnings. And we're just about to get ready to clear Chattooga County here pretty soon. So this is getting ready to head out of there and move more out of that area, and this will be just a Gordon County issue here very soon within about 10 minutes. And again, everybody else, and for those that are still watching, this is the only area right now that has tornadic activity. So eastern Chattooga and into pretty much most of Gordon County, that's the only area that has tornadic activity at this time. So that's the only area that has to worry about any kind of tornadoes. And yeah, I do have a few. It's technically, Gordon County is part of the coverage area, and there are some that follow from down there. So in case you're watching, make sure you're taking cover down there in the Calhoun area. So there's just a lot of things ongoing at this time. So this is actually right here. This is the circulation here. It's passing east of Tryon now. So this is moving basically right into the northern end of Floyd County. It's getting ready to cross 156 here and move into Gordon County in North Georgia here. And it's going to pass north of Adairsville and mostly south of Resaca. I know Resaca technically actually has a little thunderstorm over there, but that has broadened out significantly. So this is actually getting out undercut by outflow, so that's a wonderful thing to see. And hopefully this will start doing the same too. Get rid of these tornado warnings. So hopefully with time, these will get outflow cut. So this one's getting outflow cut right now. So I don't see a risk of a tornado anymore for Resaca. And they just canceled that warning just as I said that. So there you go. So tornado warning canceled for that. So Resaca, you're good. You're all clear. But Calhoun, you still got this rotation to the west that's still holding together, and it's heading your way. So those areas there need to be taking cover at this time because you do have a possible tornado moving into those areas at this time. So that's the area right now of main concern here. This warning again runs in effect until 11 o'clock Central Time. That's midnight. See here. So that's going to be, and this is the other warning here. This is the severe thunderstorm warning. This one right here that's outlined in orange and kind of yellowish here. That's the severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for the other areas surrounding this. So far southeastern Chattooga County, most of Gordon County, and areas to the south into Bartow and into Floyd County. That's the severe thunderstorm warning. Still got the tornado warning farther south, but again, that's getting undercut by outflow too. So as I said, I think what's happening here as these storms move south and east, as they especially get down here closer to Atlanta, what I think's happening here is the outflow is starting to cut off these storms down in here. So with time, and what's happening right now is they are all getting undercut by this outflow. The outflow boundary's running out ahead, and it's cutting off these circulation, especially down here south. Now up in here, it's still fairly tight up in here because the boundary runs right through here. But again, if this can be able to sag more south, then it would get rid of this too. So there's some hope there on that end. Hopefully it can do that. Again, as I said, fingers crossed. Hopefully that trend continues. But again, we still see this red and green here. Everett Springs, Oostanala, Reeves, Calhoun Park, downtown Calhoun. That right there is Belmont Drive. So this is actually getting close to the Buc-ee's that's out here on the southeast side of Calhoun. Right down here towards Econo Lodge. That's Fairmount Highway, Belmont Drive. That's Walt. That's what it says. That says Walt Street, Calhoun Lodge, Belmont Church, Walmart. All those areas are in the path of that possible tornado here. It's moving right across the Floyd and Gordon County line, and it has. So it's basically now a Gordon County thing. So if you're in Chattooga, you're all clear. So Somerville, Tryon, Lyerly, Menlo, it's official. You're all clear. Areas north and west again, all clear. Now it's just Gordon County. Once we get this through there, all the counties will be finally cleared 100%. So there's the area of circulation in the western end of Gordon County right now, moving towards downtown Calhoun. Let me check and make sure we don't have any kind of debris in that. Thankfully, no. So that's some good news there. And there's the circulation crossing the county line. And it's moving directly towards the Calhoun area. Again, this is north of Plainville, so it's not going to affect that area. This is south of Resaca. It won't affect you. Now, if it does hold together, it might affect Ranger and Fairmount, but that's going to be probably the farthest east this goes, and I got a feeling probably before then that with the way this gust front here is surging, there's probably a chance that this is going to become mostly straight line wind as the outflow rushes to the east of this. So I think that's what's happening gradually. As this slows down right here, the outflow's catching up to it and should outrun it and start cutting off the circulations one by one. And it's been doing that for the last 20 minutes or so. So that's some great news there. So Chattooga County, all clear. The rest of these areas are also all clear. Again, the warning for Gordon County remains in effect here until midnight. So as I said, once we get this out of there, things will be better and good to go. So let's see here. This person says here, I just reading some of the comments here. I haven't had a chance to do this all day, but it says here, Rome, Georgia just got really bad and really worse. So you're under a tornado warning down there. Let me check and see if there's any circulation. Definitely some very strong wind, but I'm not seeing tornadic wind. I'm seeing more straight line wind. Earlier, it was more tornadic stuff over here towards Cherokee County, Alabama, but I'm not seeing any tornadic wind in Floyd County. If there's any tornadic potential, it's north up into the Calhoun area. Down in Floyd County, this is mainly the damaging straight line winds, 50 to 60 miles an hour. So yeah, just make sure you're away from windows and just ride that out here for the next 20, 30 minutes or so. But again, I don't see a real tornado down there right now in the Rome area. So that's again, areas of concern right now are right around the west side of Calhoun. That's where we have the possible tornado. There's the new scan that just came in. So Oostanala, White Hill Estates, Reeves. There's Rome Road right there in Gordon County. There's the McDaniels community. Possible tornado here moving due east again. It's a very broad circulation. I mean, it's a very broad circulation. Thankfully, it's not very strong. I mean, thankfully, okay, so I'm getting a video also, some rotation in Section, Alabama. Just got a video in here too. So again, I'm also running through reports here, just making sure, seeing some of the stuff I missed on here. Again, there was some, yep. See, here's a video I saw earlier here. I can't share because of copyright, but there was one here over north and east of Dunlap earlier. There was some, looks like a wall cloud there based off that. Let's see. Make sure I'm not missing anything else. So again, this is the area of concern again. So those of you in west of Calhoun and points south and east there need to be seeking shelter. Again, the warning runs effect for another 30 minutes. Um, but that's pretty much it. Now we do still have these flash flood warnings here real quick. I do want to point this out. The rain is ending back in here in Jackson and DeKalb, but you still got this flash flood warning here, and there's actually been observed confirmation in Woodville. Between 2 and 4 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 2 to 3 inches are possible for northeast Alabama. So, and here's an interesting point here. This was made at 9:35, and here's now this there's no tornado warning in effect, but at that time it said here for areas in the tornado warning, please seek shelter for the tornadoes. The tornado is a larger threat to your life than flooding at the time. So that was sent at 9:35, and thankfully there's no tornado threat. But at the same time all those tornado warnings were taking place, this flash flood warning was taking place. So because of all the rain that fell over the same areas. So the message was simply, you know, the tornado is number one priority, at that time. So great call. I feel like that was a great call into, just saying, hey, tornado threat's the main concern. Then the flooding afterwards. So, but the good news is if you're in Jackson and DeKalb, you don't have a tornado threat anymore. So as of 10:30, you do not have any tornado concerns. 10:30 Central Time, I should say. So again, the main zone in our coverage area that has a possible tornado is in the Calhoun area. And in fact, it feels like this might be slipping south a little bit. Yeah, see, it's turning to the right here. So what can happen here as this turns to the right, again, it may strengthen again. So as this bows out here, there's that chance it may strengthen. So this could weaken, but then another area could strengthen and take off and head down in here and down towards Bartow and into Cherokee County, Georgia, and move out of the area basically by that point. But we'll have to wait and see how that goes. Yeah, no new velocity scan update just yet, but again, this is a fairly linear to me, at least to me from the way I'm seeing it. This is really more of a linear line of strong to damaging wind. And here's the thing, here's the gust front right here. So the gust front runs right there. So it's cutting off this from trying to develop here south and west of Rome. So it's really cutting that off from, it'd have to take this to catch up to the gust front in order for it to rotate. So as long as it stays behind that gust front, then you'll be good. And this up in here is pretty much a straight line. As I said, it's a straight line. There's really not a very tight rotational couplet up in here. It's the tornado warning's just up in here for Gordon County because it's out of precaution and based off the history of tonight of these storms doing that cycle move of going of intensifying and weakening, then intensifying and following the same cycle over and over again. So again, Calhoun area stays sheltered here, even though it does appear that the rotation's trending a little more south. But again, everybody down there towards the Buc-ee's and the airport down in there on the south side of Calhoun need to be sheltered until this passes. Again, warning runs in effect for another 30 minutes, but I think they're probably going to end up canceling that a little early, and we just got a new update in there, so let's see what it says. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Oostanala or near Calhoun, moving east at 30 miles an hour. Hazard is a tornado, and its radar indicated. Locations in the path include Calhoun, Sugar Valley, Redbud, and Oostanala. So I know Resaca was technically included in that, but as I said, you're all clear up there. I don't see any major concern in that area. So, again, here's I-75 right here. There's Highway 53 to the south. And this is moving east towards Fairmount and Ranger next. Probably more Fairmount than Ranger, but even this area of Gordon County, Georgia, just needs to just stay hunkered down until this passes. Again, by 11 o'clock, this will be out of there. So 30 more minutes, and this will be out of Gordon County officially. And then officially out of the coverage area altogether. And again, there's no tornado threat for Chattooga County. This cell is staying far south. South of Lyerly still in it here for the tornado warning in Chattooga, but the tornadic part is staying south into the southwest of Rome. But again, as I said, that's really getting cut off by some pretty intense outflows. So that's more of a damaging straight line wind threat of probably 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. And that's and there you go. So there's as of the newest scan. As I said, this continues to trend south, and this actually tightened a little bit. Still fairly broad in rotation, but right here on the south side of Calhoun here, close to McDaniels, Lily Pond, and the Calhoun Airport, this is where this possible tornado will be. And I'd imagine they'll probably issue a new warning here pretty soon to account for this new low area circulation. It's actually heading due east, so this is going to pull south of downtown Calhoun and move out here basically towards Sonoraville and Farmville, and out here towards Yarbrough's Mill and towards the Fairmount area. So that's where this possible tornado is going next in that area. So if you're north and west of this and you're still watching, you don't have any more tornado concerns, you can go to sleep. I know I'm kind of repeating myself on it, but I figured I would let folks know here. Now, there is something a little interesting here, a little bit of a notch right here. So that's definitely where the possible tornado will be, right in here. So there's the new scan. It's right in there. And I do feel like the radar beam may be kind of also kind of interfering and making this a little noisy. So, yeah, right in there. So, I mean, you got some tight red and green here that indicates rotation, but notice how broad it is, as opposed to just a small definitive area. So north of Plainville, some very strong winds. South of downtown Calhoun, very strong winds. In fact, downtown Calhoun and north, this is not going to impact you. This is going to be on the south side of town. And right here, there's the exit right there. There's the bypass. So the new Calhoun bypass, all that's down there. That's where that's heading next. And then that's going to head down into the Fairmount area. So Chattooga County, that warning's been cleared for you. That tornado warning's now in effect for the Rome area of Floyd County. But as I said, that cell really does not. A little bit of rotation there, but nothing that's really extreme out of that. And that's moving out of the coverage area. So some good news there. Again, we still got 25 more minutes on this warning, unless they somehow issue a warning to the south of this, which is possible, especially considering the fact that it's actually strengthening a little bit. Down towards Adairsville and points in between. But again, I really don't see any major concern north of this. So Calhoun, downtown, and north to Resaca, you are pretty much good. But on the south side of town, you need to remain sheltered until this passes. And this is just about to cross I-75. And this is going to also head out towards 411. And once it gets past 411, it'll be out officially of Gordon County and out of the area. So as I said, everybody else is all clear except for one county. So, and let me see how strong these winds are here. 46 that way, that's where that averages out to or rounds up to 46 and 46. So yeah, definitely some very strong winds. So tornado or no tornado, the winds in that are going to be very intense. So definitely on the order. Again, that translates to the surface. You have to subtract what the actual total is. So subtract probably towards 50 to 60 miles an hour at the surface when it comes to rotation. Because remember, when you're looking at velocity higher up in the atmosphere like this, in the wind mode, you have to assume that what the value shows is a little lower than that. At least a good 10, 20 miles per hour lower. Because remember, the radar, the farther out it goes, the farther up it goes. The farther up the beam goes. So the higher in the air, basically, it detects. So that's why when it's closer to the radar site, it's better to see the low-level circulations than farther away. Because farther away, it's looking like 6,000, 7,000 feet plus up in the air. And that's not a great low-level sampling. It needs to be, like 1,000 or, even better than that. So something along that line. So we're really not getting the greatest. I mean, it's decent resolution, but it's not like the best. But it's okay. At least we're getting something. So again, broad circulation here, but enough to still warrant the warning to remain in effect. And this is for, again, southern Gordon County, so this does not include Resaca anymore. This does not quite include Ranger, but I'll be honest with you, this is probably going to be more Fairmount than Ranger as long as this continues the east-southeast trend. So there's I-75. Let me see if I can find some... that's Wall Street right there, Conquest Drive, Calhoun Fire Station 2. And that's heading down towards Old Bellwood Road. The outlets. So this is actually moving over the outlets down there in Calhoun. So that's where the possible tornado is, right, basically right over the Calhoun outlets. And it's moving towards the Blackwood area. There's Union Grove Road, South Calhoun Bypass. Again, these are the areas involved. Blackwood Creek, Fairmount Highway. Again, this is crossing I-75 right now. That's where the possible tornadoes. Again, if anybody's down in Rome, if you know anybody in Rome, make sure they're staying sheltered here. Still got a tornado warning here for the next 5 to 10 minutes down that way. But again, our immediate coverage area, this is the main area where there could be a tornado. Again, it's wrapped in all this rain right here on the south side of Calhoun, Georgia. Moving east along 52 there. Should I say 53? And moving east from that area. Again, as I said, it's crossing the interstate right now. Could be a little bit of maybe some pea-sized hail on the south side of that, now near the Bartow County line. But again, this is a very broad circulation that continues to the south of all this. So the warning continues. It will continue for about 20 more minutes. And I'm waiting to see if they're going to put out a new one, and they just did. So this is the new tornado warning. But again, this is going to be in and out of Gordon County here pretty quickly. In fact, I'll actually put a time frame of arrival on this so that way we can know when this is going to get out of there. So let's put a frame on this. And what I'm going to actually do here is do more of a linear mode, since this is actually more kind of in a line now. Hold on a second. Make sure I'm doing this right. Moving east at 35 miles an hour. See, as I said, that moved pretty quickly. Like I said, this is going to be a quick mover, so they'll be in and out of Gordon County, as I say, probably within about 20 minutes. So 35, let's put a track on that for in case anybody knows. So Sonoraville basically right now, or within the next 5 minutes. Fairmount at 10:56. And let's see who else would be involved. Rio there at 10:59. So yeah, by 11 o'clock, this will be out of Gordon County. So the warning runs in effect until 12:15 a.m., but it's going to be out of there by midnight. So it's going to be out about 15 minutes early, just based on that time frame I just gave. So, as I said, by the next scan, it's going to be over in here and then over in here. So we're probably about 3 radar scans away from finally calling this over with here for Gordon County and all that. Everybody else it's over with, but for Gordon it's not quite. Again, downtown Calhoun and north, you're clear. The circulation's to your south now. I mean, this is really not a major deal anymore. This is moving east of the interstate, so I can safely say this is east of I-75 now, and it's approaching the 411 corridor right here. So again, if you're in Ranger, Sonoraville, and Fairmount, stay sheltered here. Now, I want to note here, this is Jasper, Georgia over here in Pickens County, not Tennessee. So, Jasper, Georgia, get ready for strong storms there. Same with Talking Rock. This is in Pickens County. So, this is out of the area, but I figured I want to make that note. That Jasper on the screen is in Georgia and not Tennessee. And that's moving east right along Highway 53. So that's actually going to follow 53 right through Farmville, Yarbrough's Mill, Sonoraville, Rio, Bobo, and Fairmount. That's where this is going next. And that tornado warning down in the Rome area has been allowed to expire. They actually just canceled it. Correction. So they just canceled that. So some great news there. As I said, the outflow is like right down here. So it's cutting that thing off. You're having strong straight line winds, but you're not having tornadic as much because the gust front has totally outran that area. And it's moving kind of east to southeast. So that's a pretty broad little area of rotation right there. And that's as of 10:42. They just updated again. So as I said, it's pretty broad. So it's moving right over Farmville and Sonoraville right now. Yep, there it is. So the front edge of that is moving over that area. And right up next in line is Fairmount. And Ranger stays sheltered for a few minutes, but I think this is going to pass south of you. So this is likely going to stay, yeah, I think it's going to pass south of Ranger. And that's going to move east from there. And again, this is about a good 10 miles, 10, 11 miles away. In other words, about 15 minutes away based on the speed from getting out of Gordon County. So we got about 15 minutes on this, and that will be officially it for coverage for the night because this will be out of Gordon County and out of our coverage area. So again, there's the new update. Looks like that just came across. There it went. So it's basically right over Sonoraville now. And this is also moving across a Boone Ford Road, the Cache community, and an area south from there. So those are the main areas of concern at the moment. Make sure I'm not missing something here real quick. See if I'm seeing any. Because I'm sure I got a bunch of requests. So I got a video of some lightning here from Rising Fawn. That's really nice. So Highway 30 between Old Washington, Dayton area. Looks like I'm seeing something here. Let's see what this is. Oh, wow. That's pretty spooky. Definite shelf cloud there. Not a tornado there. That's actually a that's a shelf. So yeah, got in a couple of videos there real quick to look at there while waiting on some information. But again, if you're in Fairmount, Sonoraville, and Ranger, stay sheltered for at least another 15 minutes until this passes. I mean, this is quickly advancing east. I mean, it feels like it's picked up a little bit of speed here. So it's moving east at 35. So again, I'll double check the track there and tell you when this thing's going to get out of there. So Fairmount, let's track this update here for you. Fairmount at 10:56, so nothing's changed there. Yarbrough's Mill there at 10:50, so 4 minutes. Rio at 10:58. So as I'm saying, by 11 o'clock, this will be crossing into Pickens County and moving out of Gordon County, and then we'll officially be able to end the live coverage here officially for the night. And heck, I haven't even had a chance to look at the future forecast here. So far, I'm not seeing anything for Wednesday, and really nothing much Thursday either in the future. It looks like there might be a shower or two on Thursday, but nothing of major significance. And the good thing here is actually after this, considering we're getting through tonight, the good news is we're not going to really have another rain or storm chance actually, just looking at some of the data here behind the scenes. Our next rain and storm chance actually isn't going to be until Sunday, and possibly even next Monday. So we're actually going to get a nice little extended break here, a 3 to 5 day break, where it's going to be dry. The water's going to have time to soak the soil and all that stuff. So that'll be good. And then more rain and thunderstorms will be possible, looks like, as we get towards late Sunday and Monday, going into next week. Right now, it doesn't look like those are going to have much of a severe threat at the moment. But again, it's too early to really know this far out in range. So again, a lot can change with that. So that's the way I'm seeing it right now. Again, that may change by tomorrow's update or Thursdays, but again, it's just something we got to watch. So let's see what else we got here. I see a couple of other pending posts. And here's some lightning from Kimball, I see. Alrighty. So there we go. So here's the new scan again. Looks like here's Calhoun. I'm going to go ahead and give you an all clear. So if you're in Calhoun, the worst is over for you. The area of spin is off to your east. So Sonoraville, you got about 5 more minutes, and this will be east of you. In fact, the rotation area, the main area, seems to be more down here towards south of Fairmount. So this is actually going to be more towards the Gordon County line. So again, we got about 12 more minutes on this warning. And this is going to pretty much go up. And you see this is a higher terrain up in here. So you're going up through the foothills of these mountains up in here. You can tell by the way the road is curved on this map. So Fairmount area, stay sheltered. And Ranger, I'd still say sheltered as well because you're still technically in the warning. But the worst of this is going to stay to your south, at least on the tornadic end of things. And so far we haven't had any confirmed reports of a tornado, thankfully. I've not seen any debris signatures, so that's good. But one thing I do have to note here, and they just put out a new severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of this for areas east of us. But right in here, you see how it bows right here. See how it bows? This is what we call a bow echo. And that's where you get your strong straight line winds on the leading edge. And sometimes, as in this case, you get these little brief spin-up tornadoes that can happen along the leading edge, and these little notches or whatever that can form on the leading edge. So right in here is your bow. It's like a bow and arrow, basically. The best analogy I could come up with is the bow and arrow, and it's pretty much a straight west to east wind. These straight line winds are. It's a straight west to east, and right in here along the leading edge, you can get these little eddies or these little spin-offs that can happen, spin-ups I should say, and that's what is being warned on here. Because along the leading edge, it's harder to see on this frame, but on the leading edge up in here, there could be some isolated tornado spin-ups along that leading edge. Again, there's that new update. I mean, that is a very well pronounced comma backwards C shape, so that's definitely a big time signature for damaging winds. Not so much tornadic activity, but more in the way of damaging winds. So south side of Ranger to Fairmount, get ready for some strong straight line winds. It's about to move in there very shortly. And it's just about to cross 411 here. So good news there is this will be out of there within about 10 minutes. So that's going to be the best thing. So once this velocity couplet here passes east, then that'll be it for the tornado threat officially in Gordon County, and that'll be an all clear for all of the entire viewing area. So there we go. We're almost there. So up here, if you know anybody out here towards the northern suburbs of Atlanta here, so think about, let's say from about, we'll say Sandy Springs north to Dahlonega. I would definitely make sure these folks are aware that they have severe storms heading in their direction. Gainesville, same thing. Athens, and in Georgia here. These guys all need to be weather aware over the next couple of hours. And by the way, we still got this one flash flood warning up in here for, I know the rain is ended, but there's still this one flash flood warning up in here for the residual runoff. Some showers up here north towards Cookville and Livingston, but that's not severe. But this area in here, southeastern White County, northeastern Van Buren County, and the southern half of Cumberland County, flash flood warning remains in effect for another 8 minutes, so that's actually about to expire. So, yep. So, again, that's the old warning. So, basically, that's getting ready to expire here in any minute, too. So, again, all together, we're about to lose the rest of these warnings here one by one here in just a few minutes. And here's the circulation here. It's actually passing due south of Fairmount here. So this is actually passing south of that area now. and moving south from there. So the good news here is now, since this circulation is really broad and the main couplet area is now passing south of Gordon County, that's the good news. So for those of you in Calhoun, official all clear. Plainville, all clear. And areas in between, that's all clear for you too. So again, we got about 5 more minutes on this warning. So, all right. So with that said here, guys, considering this tornado risk is now shifting out and this area of rotation is out, the danger of a tornado is over, I believe, in Gordon County. I'll double check before I go off here. And yeah, so it's actually moving further south, so it's going to stay south a fair amount. And yeah, that's a damaging wind signature just by looking at that. So again, so with that said, that's it for me. I'm signing off here. You can get out of your safe place if you're watching from Ranger and Fairmount. I'm seeing more of a damaging wind threat than a tornado threat, so it'll be rocky there for about the next 10 to 20 minutes, but you'll be good to go after that. All areas are all clear. No more severe weather for the rest of the night. And again, I'll see you back again in the morning with another weather update and so much in between. Have a great night, everybody.